lâché ma vie.
Après la guerre,
La connaissance du français ouvre des portes, des entreprises en France
comme à l'étranger.
La connaissance du français ouvre des portes, des entreprises en France
Comme à l'étranger.
Le français est la langue de la culture,
La langue internationale pour la cuisine.
la mode, les théâtres, les habituels, la danse et
L'architecture.
Le français est la langue de la culture, la langue internationale pour la cuisine, la mode, les théâtres, les habituels,
La danse et l'architecture.
oh, oh,
Oh, I love friends.
oh, oh,
Oh, I speak friends.
oh, oh,
Oh, I love friends.
oh,
Oh, I speak friends.
I love friends,
Oh,
I love
I
friends,
love friends.
I speak friends,
Oh,
I speak
I
friends,
speak friends.
I love friends,
Oh,
I love
I
friends,
love friends.
I speak friends,
Oh,
I speak
I
friends,
speak friends.
oh,
Oh, I love friends.
oh,
Oh, I speak friends. Venez, apprends le français. Venez à l'Alliance française.
venez, venez,
Venez, apprends le français.
venez, venez,
Venez à l'Alliance française.
venez à Kamocha,
Venez,
Bukoto
apprends le
Street,
français.
Blood Sekande,
Venez à l'Alliance française.
venez dans la grande famille, venez, oh,
Apprends le
oh, oh,
français.
venez mes amis,
Venez à l'Alliance française. Bien Molière, Céline Dion, Nambapi. En passant par Ayana Kamura. Pourquoi tu penses que les Français tirent l'âme internationale?
Qui tu souffles les tours du four du musique. Dis-moi le mot d'Anaconda est là.
En pleine évolution.
venez,
Venez, apprendre les Français.
mes amis, venez,
Venez à l'Alliance française.
la langue française,
Venez,
la langue de
apprendre les
paix,
Français.
la langue de la courtoisie,
Venez à l'Alliance française.
la langue française,
Venez,
la langue de la
apprendre les
courtoisie,
Français.
la langue de paix.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Venez dans la grande famille, venez dans l'Alliance française, venez apprendre le français.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Je vous invite à venir, venez mes
Apprendre
amis,
le
venez,
français.
venez, venez,
Venez à l'Alliance
venez,
française.
venez. Tout le monde parle français,
Parlez français.
parle français,
Parlez français.
everybody parle français,
Parlez français.
everybody, bina moke, bina moke, bina moke,
Bina Mouké.
everybody, bina moke,
Bina Mouké.
bina à gauche,
Bina à gauche.
bina à droite,
Bina à droite.
bina devant,
Bina devant.
bina derrière,
Bina derrière.
bina devant,
Bina devant.
parle français,
Parlez français.
parle français,
Parlez français.
Akamojao,
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Abukoto Street,
Venez
Claude
avant le
Zélandais.
français.
Venez, venez, venez.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Si tu veux parler français,
Venez
viens à l'Alliance.
avant les Français.
Si tu veux parler,
Venez à l'Alliance française.
si tu veux entrer dans la famille,
Venez
viens,
avant
viens,
les
viens.
Français.
Viens, 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 viens.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
My name is Emmanuel Mwaka. I work with ICA Lion Life Assurance as the Chief Executive Officer. I also work with the asset management company in ICA as the Executive Director. UBRA is an entity to trust. UBRA is an entity that is looking out for you in whichever capacity that you're in, and all they want to do for you is to make sure that when you hang up your boots, when I hang up this jacket in retirement, UBRA wants me to live a fulfilled life, a life bereft of poverty, a life of joy and happiness. Let's trust UBRA, they're trustworthy. So I'd want to congratulate UBRA again, to wish UBRA a very merry celebration.
My name is Mubale Kavandamawa Mugalia. I am the country representative of Sanlam Investments East Africa Limited and the chairman of the Fund Managers Association of Uganda. I would like to welcome everyone to the 10-year anniversary of UBRA's existence, and I wish UBRA and the team at UBRA the very best over the coming 10 years.
My name is Keith Kaliegira. I'm the CEO of the Capital Markets Authority. Congratulations, UBRA, for 10 years of good service to Ugandans and to the economy of this country. I look forward to working with you for another 10 years if I'm still in the CMA. However, we wish you well, and we look forward to seeing you doing a lot more in protecting pensioners' savings.
My name is Moses Bekabi. I'm a technical advisor in the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. I'm also a board member of UBRA. I would want to wish everyone, first of all, beginning with my board colleagues, to thank them for the work they've done and wish them well for the 10-year journey we've moved. The journey has been great, and thank you very much, and wish you all the best in the 10-year coming.
My name is Apur Jane Pachuto. I am the Deputy Chair, Committee of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Parliament of Uganda. I am also the able representative of the people of Pakwach District. First of all, I want to congratulate UBRA as they celebrate their 10 years in the pension sector. As a Committee of Parliament of Finance, definitely we've been interacting with UBRA on a number of occasions or issues, beginning with, this is an agency that we oversee, and therefore through the budgeting process they definitely report to our committee, but as a way of oversight as well, we do engage with them. I must say that through our engagements in the committee, in workshops that UBRA has held together with the Committee of Finance, as a committee, we are well informed that UBRA has licensed over 65 schemes with a number of custodians, administrators, fund managers also in place. Of course, all these play different functions, but I think all this is because UBRA became the regulator that has reorganized the sector. And I think, to me, that is a plus for UBRA, and a surety for the people of Uganda who save with these different schemes, knowing that somebody is there making sure that my money that I put in any scheme is safe, is protected. Other than that, I think in terms of raising domestic revenue, we are told by UBRA and other players in this sector, to the 10 years that UBRA has been in place, the contribution of domestic savings was just about 4.5 trillion. But today, UBRA boasts of about 19 trillion. And actually, they informed us that by the end of this financial year, they should be hitting 21 trillion. That's about what URA collects in terms of taxes and non-tax revenue. And I think that is really commendable. I believe that if UBRA is supported and strengthened more through Parliament, then we will see this domestic revenue through the different saving schemes grow even more than 21 trillion that we're expecting. And that will really leverage the national budgeting financing processes of this country. And I believe over time, it will also save the population, save the business community from the current cry of high taxation. But of course, achievements come with also gaps. We feel that as a committee, UBRA needs to make itself more visible in Uganda, place itself, let the people of Uganda know what they are doing, let the people of Uganda know why they should save for retirement. And this is mainly because it will save them the social pressures at all age, and also make them live the 17 years extra. That is, research has shown that if you retire at about 60 years, there's a possibility that you can still live another 17 years. What would happen if you don't have something to keep you for those 17 years? And the other key achievement that or work in progress that UBRA is trying to do, which I again encourage different stakeholders in this sector, particularly Parliament, to support UBRA, is the coming up with a national micro-pension scheme. Uganda is, our economy is largely informal, and even within the cities, we have so many people who are operating informally, and yet they earn income, either daily, either weekly or monthly. They earn income in one way or the other. But if not well guided, and I think this particular scheme, the micro-pension scheme, would again help reorganize our people in the formal sector to put something aside. Because if you are in our market today, if you're a road vendor today, if you're a hawker today, if you're a border today, if you're a fisherman today, you still have that energy to go nearly every day in the waters and do fishing, to go to Nakawa market every morning to pick tomatoes, vegetables. But that strength with time, as years come by, begins to dwindle. That means the same basket that you can carry now, you are not able to carry in the next 5 years or 10. And that calls for putting aside something for that moment that you'll not be able to have that energy to do that, to carry on the activities that you're able to carry now. So I think that's again one area that I think UBRA is moving on the right track. And I want to urge all stakeholders that we put our minds together and think of how this scheme can best be supported, and probably when all the stakeholders agree, how best it can be implemented. But my humble appeal or advice to UBRA is that this is a great thing. It is going to be a first time thing, like to encourage everybody who is in the formal and in the formal and informal sector to save for retirement. Therefore, the implementation, once agreed upon, should be staggered. They shouldn't go full blast. They should be able to first pilot test, probably with some districts, with some towns, with some municipalities, with some cities, as they plan to roll out. Again, they should have a targeted population or segment of the population that they could start with. For instance, the borders. These are people who earn money every day. I know they do some kind of savings, but mainly they will save maybe for meat, maybe for some, party at the end of the year, or for some social pressures in case you lose somebody. Same with market vendors, do save. Same probably with the fishermen, but you may find that they don't save, or they do not save enough for the future. And yet these are segments of the population that earn income on a daily basis. And therefore they need to be guided and directed on how they can plan themselves better for now, in the midterm, and in that moment that you do not have enough energy. My name is Apur Jail Pachuto. I am the Deputy Chair, Committee of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Parliament of Uganda. I am also the able representative of the people of Pakwach District.
I have the pleasure to present to you
KCCA has taken a number of steps to address this sanitation challenge, which include, but not limited to the following: the setup,
Welcome to Slam Dunk Basketball Talk.
A wise man once said, "The future has a name, and its name is hope. A tiny flicker of light that feeds on hope is enough to shatter any shield of darkness." At Mandulus, we really believe.
Three, two, one.
My name is Emmanuel Mwaka. I work with ICA Lion Life Assurance as the Chief Executive Officer. I also work with the asset management company in ICA as the Executive Director. UBRA is an entity to trust. UBRA is an entity that is looking out for you in whichever capacity that you're in, and all they want to do for you is to make sure that when you hang up your boots, when I hang up this jacket in retirement, UBRA wants me to live a fulfilled life, a life bereft of poverty, a life of joy and happiness. Let's trust UBRA, they're trustworthy. So I'd want to congratulate UBRA again, to wish UBRA a very merry celebration.
My name is Mubale Kavandamawa Mugalia. I am the country representative of Sanlam Investments East Africa Limited and the chairman of the Fund Managers Association of Uganda. I would like to welcome everyone to the 10-year anniversary of UBRA's existence, and I wish UBRA and the team at UBRA the very best over the coming 10 years.
My name is Keith Kaliegira. I'm the CEO of the Capital Markets Authority. Congratulations, UBRA, for 10 years of good service to Ugandans and to the economy of this country. I look forward to working with you for another 10 years if I'm still in the CMA. However, we wish you well, and we look forward to seeing you doing a lot more in protecting pensioners' savings.
My name is Moses Bekabi. I'm a technical advisor in the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. I'm also a board member of UBRA. I would want to wish everyone, first of all, beginning with my board colleagues, to thank them for the work they've done and wish them well for the 10-year journey we've moved. The journey has been great, and thank you very much, and wish you all the best in the 10-year coming.
I'm called Choma Xavier. I'm a member of Parliament of Ibanda North from Ibanda District. I am a member of the Finance Committee as well as a PAC. In Parliament, a member belongs to at least two committees. PAC is Standing Committee and the Finance Committee is a sector committee, which actually now is the line committee for UBRA. I'm happy to be here and I will always advocate for UBRA. I must take this opportunity to thank UBRA and also congratulate UBRA because I'm privy to have seen it at the beginning and where it is now. And I'm also privy to a situation where it was not in existence. I'm also privy to be one of those who participated in the formulation of the law that put it into existence. So I must congratulate UBRA because first of all, during the process of formulation of the law, we visited quite a number of countries and trying to benchmark, and I'm proud that we came up with a hybrid law that actually has enabled UBRA to be what it is. Because most African countries were worried, not only Africa but also outside, were worried that should you come up with a lousy law, the economy or the country or the government can be put down within no minute. It is quite surprising that even Nigeria, strong as it is, was worried of the same. And because of that, we might put a law in place that has actually stood a test of time. Now, the impact. I think maybe before we look at the impact, it is good to first look at what was happening before UBRA. Okay? This was the situation where there was no trust by savers in the saving schemes. There was no trust. There was no confidence. There was a lot of risk. Even the savers could not know how much their contributions were. Okay? In other words, everything was in a disarray without any regulator. So this is what brought UBRA in place, and I'm happy with the impact they have actually caused. Look at the scenario where we had mega savings. I will give you just off cuff an example. In 2014, the total savings by all these pension schemes was around 5.2 trillion shillings. Just few years down the road, as at December 31st, all the saving schemes had a total of 18.9 trillion shillings. This is quite amazing. However, we haven't compared it, we are not yet compared to Kenya. Well, Kenya is a bigger economy because for them now they are boasting of 49 trillion shillings. But when you make comparisons, you can say that we are almost getting close because our recent budget, 2022-23, the total budget including external funding is about 48 trillion. We are almost getting to half of it. So I must congratulate UBRA that there has been growth, even among the savers, from 6% to about 18%. There is regulation. There is good governance, okay? Now all these pension schemes are fully regulated. Now the savers have confidence in their schemes and all that. I think this is a great impact, though we still have a long way to do to go. But for now, I really thank UBRA, the team, because they are actual professionals. There are those things that must be done to enhance UBRA's operations and therefore the entire pension sector. For example, recent, of course, we've been engaged in these issues of merging entities, where some of the authorities, agencies want to go back to the mother ministries in the spirit of rationalization of agencies. But UBRA as a regulator, I think for it to perform quite well, making a comparison with where we went, I think it needs to be supported more so that it remains independent and autonomous if it is really to perform its functions. I think there is a need for some more policy revisions, because when you analyze, for example, our pension sector vis-a-vis the pension sectors in our sister states in the East African community, when you look at the three levels of the activities involved in pension activities, you see there is where we have contributions, then we have investments, then we have payouts when we are paying the beneficiaries. It is only in Uganda where we experience the double T. The double T in this case, I mean the taxation. We tax double. When you go to these other sister states in the East African community, for them instead, their approach is actually double E, double exemptions, and all those definitely have implications. And we're aware that UBRA is still actually a young regulator. I think there is still need more for awareness campaigns and engagements. I want to challenge you, and I know you can do it. Just out of curiosity, just walk on the street or to the ministries. Ask the ministers. Those are our bosses. They are part of the executive. You ask them what UBRA is all about. Just ask them, what is it about Uganda Benefits Regulatory Authority? The one who will try will tell you, this UBRA thing, you know, it is also engaged in those things of NSSF. And that one we have tried. What does it mean? That actually awareness is still lacking. You will hardly get someone who will tell you that the UBRA is actually a regulator of all these pension schemes, all these stakeholders who are engaged. So that means we still need more engagements, more awareness. And from a point of view as actually, first of all, the Finance Committee, and secondly, as Parliament, as legislators, I think at appropriation we have a role to play, because it is quite surprising to find that UBRA will also have unfunded priorities during appropriation, during the budget. Very, very surprising, because from what we saw, as I've already noted, this is a sector that is very, very technical and very, very slippery, where onshore companies can come and put the entire economy down which is very, very detrimental to the development of the economy. So I think the current status where we are, only 2.4 million people who are actually working with salaries are the ones saving. But we also have 8 million people in the informal sector, self-employed, okay? They are working, they will get to old age, and mind you, I think I must be slightly older than you. That's what I believe. But me and you, all of us are candidates for the older age. You can't avoid it, unless God does otherwise. If he doesn't, if he's quite merciful, then me and you and others, we are all candidates for the old age. Meaning that we need really to provide for ourselves. I'm sure you have also seen cases where someone has retired at 60 and is writing a letter asking to be recalled back on a contract. You know what that one means. And this is really quite lamentable, but happens. It would rather be the organization which would say, I think we still need his services, although he has reached the retirement age, because of what he has been doing cannot be done by others. Let us. It shouldn't be an application from the retiree to ask that, can you for a while get me back? All those issues rotate on provision for the old age, which all of us are candidates. So I think it is also the high time we moved fast and catered for the other 8 million people who are self-employed, so that we also bring them into the bracket and they save whatever little they can, so that they provide for the old age. I'm called Choma Xavier. I'm a member of Parliament of Ibanda North from Ibanda District. I am a member of the Finance Committee, as well as a PAC. In Parliament, a member belongs to at least 2 committees. PAC is standing committee, and the Finance Committee is a sector committee, which actually now is the line committee for UBRA. I'm happy to be here, and I will always advocate for UBRA.
One of the things that we did as a company is that we grew Baywood for so long, not doing any other business except this, before we began to look elsewhere to diversify. Now we're in technology, okay? We're going into media, we're going into e-commerce, we're going into fintech, and all under one umbrella of what we call, the company called CBI Technology and CBI Digital Media Technology, all right? A combination of all these things is going to set Africa again on another level when it comes to entertainment, financial technology, e-commerce market, and digital media. You couldn't do it when we were just growing, when we didn't have the financial muscle. Yeah, if you do it, because you need to build the flagship. That's why I call Baywood Content our flagship. Yeah. All right. Most of these investments that we have made in other companies is coming from Baywood Content. That God may have it. We're not borrowing so much, so we are not really heavily leveraged as a company, right? Because one thing is for certain. Whatever you borrow, you must pay. Yeah. All right?
Yeah.
Whatever you borrow, man, be careful.
We're already having that situation in Kampala, in Uganda.
If you don't pay, then you're gone. Yeah. You're done. So I don't take money that I don't need. Okay? So this is a clear message.
That's a big lesson, eh?
Yeah.
You don't take money that you don't need.
I don't take money that I don't need. You have to be clear in your head that you're going to borrow 100 million naira or 1 billion shillings. What are you using the 1 billion shillings to do? Have you done your numbers? Have you crunched your numbers? Have you done your business case? A lot of people don't do their business case. They just, AD is doing very well here. Let me go join AD. You don't know whether AD has something else that is supporting that one. Yeah. Because you might think that that business is thriving. Unknown to you, that business is being supported by another business from somewhere.
Give credit to Double XL for bringing out what's reality.
Even watching football is not enough. When is season 2 coming out?
Finally, Uganda got something new on TV.
Double XL has opened up the wounds.
My highlights for the show was when you guys took the cameras to Bokoto Street, where you shot the potholes.
If XXL came to me and wanted sponsorship, and I could afford it, it would be the show that I'd sponsor. It's the show that everybody watches.
XXL is a pioneer. Bush Baby has shown this Eddie Okila.
You should bring on more challenging people.
They take you to different places.
You hosted Nobad Mao, and that was great.
XXL going. Who told you? Who's no.
You have very many guests on XXL.
The message for the sponsors that please bring it back.
Definitely, you guys have made it real big.
My name is Emmanuel Mwaka. I work with ICLI on Life Assurance as the Chief Executive Officer. I also work with the asset management company in ICA as the Executive Director. Ubra is an entity to trust. Ubra is an entity that is looking out for you in whichever capacity that you're in, and all they want to do for you is to make sure that when you hang up your boots, when I hang up this jacket in retirement, Ubra wants me to live a fulfilled life, a life bereft of poverty, a life of joy and happiness. Let's trust Ubra, they're trustworthy. So I'd want to congratulate Ubra again, to wish Ubra a very merry celebration.
My name is Mubale Kavandamawa Mugalia. I am the country representative of Sanlam Investments East Africa Limited and the chairman of the Fund Managers Association of Uganda. I would like to welcome everyone to the 10-year anniversary of Ubra's existence, and I wish Ubra and the team at Ubra the very best over the coming 10 years.
My name is Keith Kaliegira. I'm the CEO of the Capital Markets Authority. Congratulations, Ubra, for 10 years of good service to Ugandans and to the economy of this country. I look forward to working with you for another 10 years if I'm still in the CMA. However, we wish you well, and we look forward to seeing you doing a lot more in protecting pensioners' savings.
My name is Moses Bekabi. I'm a technical advisor in the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. I'm also a board member of Ubra. I would want to wish everyone, first of all, beginning with my board colleagues, to thank them for the work they've done and wish them well for the 10-year journey we've moved. The journey has been great, and thank you very much, and wish you all the best in the 10-year coming.
I'm Max Ochavi. I come from Toro District. I represent the people of West Budama North constituency in the 11th Parliament of the Republic of Uganda. And in the Parliament, I belong to the Finance Committee, where retirement benefits scheme is actually one of the areas that we consider. The idea of setting up the authority was mooted way back in the year 2003. At that time, I was in the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, particularly in the Department of Macroeconomic Policy Management. And one of the issues being addressed at that time was the low financial sector, the underdeveloped financial sector. And the thinking was that the issues pertaining to low savings in the country needed to be addressed. And so the idea of coming up with an authority to regulate the retirement benefits in the country came up, and the discussion started. Stakeholders were consulted, and finally, by an act of parliament, 2011, the authority was set up, particularly with section 2 of the act. So it was designed for mobilization, ultimately for mobilization of savings from the employment sector. It took a bit of time to come up with the authority. Actually, the act came up in 2011, as I said, but the actual operationalization took a lag of 1 year. So 2012, that's when it kicked off, but even then, the establishment was sluggish. By 2014, that's when it picked up. Now, I can comfortably say we have the authority in place. And in that direction, therefore, the operational achievement we can talk about is the amount, the volume of savings so far recorded, up to 19 trillion Uganda shillings as we speak today. That is a huge achievement, right from about 4 trillion at the beginning of the setup of the institution. To me, that's a plus for the authority. And I wish and urge everybody to support the authority so that it continues with its mandate of supervising and regulating the retirement benefits in this country. To my mind, the process has actually not been very smooth. When an institution starts, there are usually challenges of establishment, coming up with the institutional framework, then the operational framework. So funding alone have been growing very, very slowly, to the extent that the human resource capacity of the authority is not to the expectation of an authority of this magnitude. And so you find that we still have the manpower gap in the organization, and as such, it calls for filling the gap. The other is the main financier of the authority is actually government, and with that, the limited resources we have in the country, allocation to other priority areas actually undermines the amount of money allocated to the authority. As such, the financing of the activities of the authority is undermined, as such, and to the extent that you still have deficits in the budget of the authority. If we assume a no-change scenario, I see the sky may not even be the limit for the authority. However, if the situation is tampered with and the progress of the institution, including the strategic direction, the strategic plan of the authority is compromised, then we are bound to lose the opportunity to mobilize resources for investment in the future. And so my thinking is that we need to support the institution, particularly Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, needs to support resource mobilization for allocation to the authority so that the authority can continue with the widening the coverage. Much more so, we need to establish the micro-pension scheme, which will take care of those who are not in formal employment, and also who are not, by nature of the nature of their work, not participating in any pension scheme at all. If we can bring those on board, we shall mobilize adequate resources that can help even in investment in the economy. For me, I see light at the end of the tunnel. All we need to do is to support the authority. As an economist, and given the putting on the economic lens, we all know that the savings actually come from different sources of income, including wages and salaries. But also, we also get income from the products we produce. Sometimes we get transfers from government. Sometimes we get remittances from abroad. Now, all we need to do is to look at the supply side of the savings, ensure that we have institutional framework. And in this case, I call upon the government to consider an institution independent that can address labor policy issues as well as employment policy issues. I am Max Ochai. I come from Toro District. I represent the people of West Budama North constituency in the 11th Parliament of the Republic of Uganda. And in the Parliament, I belong to the Finance Committee, where retirement benefits scheme is actually one of the areas that we consider.
Young people at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
we're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Remember Prince?
Yes.
My name is Emmanuel Mwaka. I work with ICLI on Life Assurance as the Chief Executive Officer. I also work with the asset management company in ICA as the Executive Director. Ubra is an entity to trust. Ubra is an entity that is looking out for you in whichever capacity that you're in, and all they want to do for you is to make sure that when you hang up your boots, when I hang up this jacket in retirement, Ubra wants me to live a fulfilled life, a life bereft of poverty, a life of joy and happiness. Let's trust Ubra, they're trustworthy. So I'd want to congratulate Ubra again, to wish Ubra a very merry celebration.
My name is Mubale Kavandamawa Mugalia. I am the country representative of Sanlam Investments East Africa Limited and the chairman of the Fund Managers Association of Uganda. I would like to welcome everyone to the 10-year anniversary of Ubra's existence, and I wish Ubra and the team at Ubra the very best over the coming 10 years.
My name is Keith Kaliegira. I'm the CEO of the Capital Markets Authority. Congratulations, Ubra, for 10 years of good service to Ugandans and to the economy of this country. I look forward to working with you for another 10 years if I'm still in the CMA. However, we wish you well, and we look forward to seeing you doing a lot more in protecting pensioners' savings.
My name is Moses Bekabi. I'm a technical advisor in the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. I'm also a board member of Ubra. I would want to wish everyone First of all, beginning with my board colleagues, to thank them for the work they've done and wish them well for the 10-year journey we've moved. The journey has been great, and thank you very much, and we wish you all the best in the 10-year coming.
My name is Nathan Andala Mafabe. I am a member of Parliament for Budadiri West. I am the chairman of Bujusu Cooperative Union, and I've held a lot of offices. But those offices are basically people give me an opportunity. I just work there as a team player. On international market, I'm an international financial management consultant, well known in the whole world. Basically, of course, I've gone to school. If I started to mention my titles here, it could take a lot of time. But of course, I drink coffee. I'm an advocate of coffee because I know it's the best in this country. And we grow Arabic coffee. That's the leading growers of Arabic coffee in Uganda, the best in the world, from Mount Elgon, where I happen to be the chairman. So I come from Sironko, Bujusu, and I'm sure everybody, my name and my face, even a kid will put it on my face. My role as a member of parliament when I came in 2001 was to make legislation. So I've been a legislator. So I've made laws. And one of the laws we've made is the UBRA Act, which basically came in to assist how to regulate the retirement pension funds, which were missing in this country. Because every pension fund, every entity had its own, more or less, a pension fund, which was not regulated. We had NSSF, you had Makerere, you had everybody trying to put up something like URA, you had Uganda Commercial Bank, Uganda Post and Telecommunication. There were very many. At the end of it, there was need for them to be regulated. We did a lot of benchmarking in South Africa. Others went to Ghana, Nigeria, Kenya, Malaysia, Chile, and therefore the law we made was a very real hybrid law to really regulate this. Because by then, you remember, many pension funds had collapsed in the world, including some in the UK, and they were, because they were not, you remember the case of Maxwell, and that's why we needed this one to come in so that we make a law which will not allow a pension fund like this one to collapse. I'm proud that now we have over 19 trillion shillings in the pension fund. That's a very good contributor to national development. And in the future, I'm sure this money we shall not go to borrow. We shall use this money of the pension fund to really develop our country. And also this applies even to some more, we want farmers. Those who grow coffee, those who grow cotton, those who grow tea, those who grow sugarcane should be able to contribute to this pension fund in one or the other. For example, coffee is the leading exporter. It's the leading export of Uganda, which means earns the biggest forex for this country. And why shouldn't it contribute to the pension fund, the development of this country? And you can imagine in a very short time, in less than 10 years, we have over 19 trillion. It believes that within the next 5 years, we should be over 40 trillion. What we need to be done is that the government should support it, and we should really make it independent, like Bank of Uganda, so that it can be able to regulate. Another achievement we have seen is that people can use their 50% as a guarantee to do health, accommodation, and education. It's a very good bill. It helps you to pledge your money, to do capital investment like in a house, accommodation, do medical, and take your children. Of course, the only problem we have is our social behavior, where an old man and an old woman want to keep the grandchildren at their home. In fact, this money for pension is supposed to help you when you have reached the age of the elderly. So everybody should look after his own children. If I produce you as my son, your job is to look at your children. You don't come and drop them at my home. Because as I grow age, my energy becomes less. So I'll need to use my money for accommodation, for medical, of course accommodation I'll have, but I'll need it for food, because I can't go to the gardens, I'll need it for medical, I'll need it for my own social well-being in the community. But if you have grandchildren who come into it on you. That's why there's a stress in the families. You get people dying early, basically who would have lived longer. They get diabetes, they get pressure, they get all types of ulcers because of living people's lives. Otherwise, if you are living your own life, there's no way you will have that problem because you are saving money for your own future, not the future of somebody else. Because if it's a small boy and a girl, they have their own life to live. And that's what I'm calling on the people of Uganda. And this business of having these extended children, of grandchildren, grandchildren, don't, because they're the ones going to make you die faster. If I can afford my half kilo of meat with my own wife, we eat that 2 people, we can survive better. But if you have 10 grandchildren in the house, you have no capacity. You're paying school fees for your grandchildren. That means you are living under stress. You paid for your son. You paid. Why do you want to pay for somebody's son? So those are things we need to regulate. And this retirement benefit pension system should go out to educate the population that this money is basically for you to survive, so that you have a decent life after reaching retirement age. There are 6 which I see the institution needs to work on. 1, we need to establish their independence. We don't want Ministry of Gender, Ministry of Finance, many entities pulling them. We need to have one entity, but also to have their independence, so that they can take decisions on their own. 19 trillion plus more money which is coming in is so tempting, and this needs to be really safe. That's number 1. Number 2, of course, we need to make regulations, which will operationalize that. The regulations I think we have now are not the best, so we need a regulation to really operationalize that law very well. What they raised today, I saw in the meeting, what I've been seeing, what they're raising as their challenges, are well addressed in the regulations. And I can tell you, if you make very good regulations, we have the support of Parliament. Now, mobilizing the people to come in to join this pension system. They have members of Parliament, they have local governments. You see, they have radios. They have to invest more in awareness. You see, in the villages, there are those groups where you get old women and they're having on Sunday where to sit. They go and eat. They are bringing you 2 million, you eat 2.5 million. Those are the groups which we should tap in. That you put your money here, you're sure you can use it to go to a bank and borrow than waiting for those groups which you come to eat your food and spoil even your garden for nothing. And by the time you organize that food, you have put it in Nigeria, you have borrowed, you have done what? But here the money, you start investing 5,000, 2,000, 1,000. So make it simpler. Yeah? In the mobile money, I get my 1,000 I send, I get 2,000 I send. And such schemes, when you're doing them, they should not be mandatory. Well, I can today have sold the coffee, I have 1 million, I put it there. I may take 3 months without anything, but if you make it mandatory that you brought 1 million every month, 1 million, it will be complicated. There are those where they should not be mandatory. Apart from those, maybe we have, regular income. Those one can do it like salary people. This is a very good idea, and I can tell you. In fact, we should even go and talk about mechanics. We can talk about motorcycle riders. There are very many, and we can really sort them out. I can tell you, we have a lot of resources in this country. So the method of how to push a message and a tap in. So the challenge with the retired this patient is to come up and do sensitization. What is the UBRA? You may even ask a minister now in Uganda, these current ministers who are, I don't know many number. But if you ask him about UBRA, he may not know. Even members of Parliament may not know. Now, Finance Committee are aware. You need Parliament to be sensitized. You need the executive to be sensitized. Then those will work it around, get political weight, you'll do it. I can tell you, the money outside there is a lot. People now, instead of keeping money in boxes, will keep here. And it is in the financial sector, and it's easy to tap in. And the cost of money will go down, but our investment in the country will go high. My name is Nathan Andala Mafabe. I am a member of Parliament from Dadir West. I am the chairman of Bujis Cooperative Union. And I've held a lot of offices. But those offices are basically people giving me an opportunity. I just work there as a team player. On the international market, I'm an international financial management consultant, well known in the whole world. Basically, of course, I've gone to school. If I started to mention my titles here, it could take a lot of time. But of course, I drink coffee. I'm an advocate of coffee because I know it's the best in this country. And we grow Arabic coffee. That's the leading grower of Arabic coffee in Uganda, the best in the world, from Mount Elgon, where I happen to be the chairman.
Yeah. It's M-U-N-Star G. The 8th way. Nkera muzi hustle. Nara ndembera muzi battle. I know life is one big struggle, but shit, sometimes nebuza chinagwa kino ngate fenna picture twatondebwa mu ya mukama fenna tulya fenna zike tusala fenna tuli basine era abasinga twenenya natobonabona nze asinga why me ayi lwaki nze tyega lwaki nze sigaggawala lwaki bwentegeka ekivule enkuba lwetonya ne lwaki balama nsinga lwaki Uganda World Cup ekyatula ennyo nyingira nga lwaki corruption taggwa lwaki ba politician babeera batusiriwaza yo I need some answers kubanza amazima mbikoye kyo kyekyo omuntu ave yambulira amazima nze mbikoye At some point you feel like giving up, nigga.
Ndamanya hunde ruga, ndareba hundi kuza mumisha hundi kuza chiga float charge kuza otawamani kwenda kwitwa chiniga Uganda yo misho lyakwate zo big figures jiro mujinya mwana kora na mani tindenda raparangira hip hop erashashura lyari emyaka gyakarenga bandavuga gari nashanga fani yangira ntiboro maramani ounda kantra handsome kwatejo ipsam net shwara hip hop yanyarashashura lyari leka kusomese kuno kwefagaho kurastoleshanga twena twashongora leka kusomese kuno kwefagaho rugamu byamunde kondereri we yahingire ejini chiga flow ndajitamish ne mas ndazahachatia nanye karuha Ethan ni kwetiri what this song is for you Ugandans and the world all over
mwana wanyabondela lindi nebiri mu maso there's a brighter day topo watogwa mu manyi wadenge mbere kane kole chisomo koyengo mwami wadense kutenga tekuta kole chisomo kobewo all the sun is gonna shine so bright you will know you won the fight yeah. Keep on moving, don't stop, everything's gonna be alright. Un amour sans condition.
Nina knowledge kuba yasasula eza college nina energy kuba mu buto yasikanga amaki mama wange yagala nkule n'empisa ennungi kyobola bwe neeyisa obubi yansuzaako mu kkala yes adolescence nina effujjo lingi netuyomba nenecwacwana nenkubawo olungi emyaka ejekazi watunamuleka akabira mu boarding yaŋŋamba bwentyo si bwe nnakuuza si bwe musiimu nasula kinyiga era mu alemoningi nenfukamira ne mugamba siriddamu mukaabya mama wange njagala obeere hapiya kubanga yegwe yansindika nga ndi mutwalira ensambya njagala nkugulire sukaali ne kahaliya kuba mama wange mu bulamu nga wavumiriya ku ntuuyo zonna oyimirizaawo famiriya ng'okwanasasiya kana kayimba teri kisinga ondaba nzina tata webale webale yawandiikibwa Amina yazala Muhammad, Maria nazala Yesu who resurrected, Roilala nazala Mandela, yes, South Africa never liberated. Omugaso gw'abamama munsi tegubeera outdated, okulaba paka kati bakyali celebrated. Nebaza bakola bamama okubeera emancipated, kubanga ebiseera bingi babeera so frustrated. Ngali ku lubimbi okunoonya ensimbi, bakuza abaana nga ne bayita mu mbeera embi. Kano kaweereza n'abakyala lule yazala Kabaka Mutebi ne Joyce Bakulu yazala Ernest Nsimbi. Kana kayimba teri kisinga, bonda banzina tata webale. Kana kayimba teri kisinga, bonda banzina tata webale. When the worst comes to us, my mother comes first. Musabira blessing nga sinalya breakfast. Omukwaniro kubeera wone wesibera rich. Nsaba mukama musibira kayumba ku beach. Namulimu water heater amazzi siga fetch. Wabawulira nina ekizibu talinnya ku bridge. Buli birthday mama wange ambekingira ka cake. Mkoke kuchap nawe webala okusala kiprotich. Alberta Williams okusala Martin Luther. Tukira time mama wulagamba tozimbizaako twe. Ekyo kyekyakuwonya okufuuka nga alinaitwe natwalelekeriwa kugenda kwekera koine emitwetwe. Kana kayimba teri kisinga, bonda banzina tata webale. Kana kayimba teri kisinga, bonda banzina tata webale.
Something to believe in. Mama, your love is so amazing. Ooh, it's such a blessing. Ooh, what a feeling. You give me something to believe in. Mama, your love is so amazing. Ooh, it's such a blessing.
Mama wakikwasinga ewulende bwe ya east and west, north or south hemisphere with the most beautiful scent. Kana kayimba teri kisinga, gabanzina tata webale. Kana kayimba teri kisinga, sebonda banzina tata webale. Omukwano gakyalo wulira okukwano okukulo wulira okuva mu ggulu. Yes, wulira fountain y'omukwano gw'omutima gwa mama wange. Oba ebiseera byange muba byakawo, mama wabeerawo.
Mama, c'est toi.
2015.
Elijah Tucker, Sylvester Ne Abrams.
In my movies, them my life got myself all day. Today, no bad mind, but positivity. Humbleness to myself, a smile to make myself look fresh. Think better, be bigger and biggest. Sweet vibes well equalized. Only times when I'm rolling down. Kampala streets uptown, downtown. Hustle mpola Mo magazine afatanga nkola. Nasikiriza ne bafala. Just bukaka mute mulina malala.
Kwebera poa tobabusa kola bibyo. Just poa. Kwebera poa tobabusa kola bibyo. Just poa.
Sylvester ndibyanke sigena na bitutuma. Kulaba wetuddeko, kulaba okukuluma. Onotera okuyimbula empologoma okunuma. Emaali yange gye nakolawo ddala yakuluma. Katako enkolagana yange ne nabyuma ng'okoba musajja munno osobola okutomera ekyuma. Olowooza akamegge enjovu kenkanawa. Eddamu afunanga sitepu zange kati ndipoa sibabuusa. Ekinakulya akameevu kigira mu kususa. Owakazeke alaba olwo bye yesusiza. Mugendeko mpola omuwa pulaani z'ojja kwejjusa.
Kwebera poa tobabusa kola bibyo. Just poa.
kyange nekolera byange nekolera zange tonsumbuwa ndi byange ogamba nvuubika ate nga byendya byange ebyo biganye ojerega byange mbanga santama nga talina byakwambala bavuluga byetukola kubanga byabasukkako babyagala naye obusobozi bwo tebalina okuva bwe nazuula ekyo tebansuuza byange nsekera mu kikonde baagala nsuule balonde balooza buli omu awalula sinsawo ya lumonde simanyi gokka n'amagezi mu ssonde tutadde emyaka mingi mu kuyiga ebintu bye tukola
blaza oba sista taata oba maama kampala omupya n'omukadde olulu wayise owino africa east africa uganda omurasta ne headmaster omuyindi oba omuzimbi just to mention a few naye fenna
Kwebera poa tobabuuza kola bibyo just poa Kwebera poa tobabuuza kola bibyo just poa
yali asibye ebiswahili nga line ziri straight yali avasiga graffiti ku ngalo kwaliko paint lwe nasooka okulaba hip hop gwali mwaka gwa 78 nali siraba nga muwala nga juza figure 8 ebbina lye lyali ddene eyo ye yali bait nasooka naŋŋamba nti no 2 times 8 yali ayagala mukubire mu 16 bars eziri tight naye mwana ebiseera ebyo nange nali nkyali fala rhyme gye nasooka okukuba n'agiziimuula nali nkyayavula ibro n'amutwala questo ye n'alyoka amufuula omukyala namusanga akisinga Sylvester ne Abrams ku DV8 babaluku navyo n'abataka balinga babaabe namwegomba z'okulaba lyrical G ku no end Lumix ye yamuleetanga entinda ku weekend yala slight milka be balinga ba girlfriend be nze ne mulekwa back in the day had no money to spend namuweereza kasoda nanga akimanye nti gyendi ani yali amanyi tulibeera together in the end BFE yatandika okufuna platinum checks nandaga ba queen ba P-Tech ne ba president yangamba mbulire stories aba ghetto residents Luga flow is my culture so I must represent yangambe eggulu lyampa ekitole ky'okubeera intelligent nyinyonnyola abaana concepts babeere confident global yampa amaanyi g'okubeera eloquent tuwa tuzikubye locally ne internationally financially yeyanyimusa nanzija ku cement spiritual I'm trying to be the best man I can be lyrically the pen is mightier than the sword I can see and I promise to love you forever signed yours sincerely dear hip hop nze nkumisinga mu bakazi be nakabeera nabo ye gwasinga kyekikunyiga kyekikabya amaziga nze nkoyo okulaba nga bakumistreetinga oli mulungi smile eringa poetry kakwate mu kiwato ng'akwata ekitontome tutambula effembi abateesika tubalumya tula waneeno ku kisambi nkunyumize story memories mu mpewo nga boomerang zikomawo ng'omwagalwa wange ng'awumya akawoowo nga aron ebaawo twesikamu ne twejjawo first date ne hip hop twalya luwombo lwakaawo bwe nakola poeme yasooka yagamba wow ne mulaga eggulu nga telescope ya galileo luga flow ng'akyawoma nga sumbuse yakawo kino bakasangwawo kye balanga nkiribaawo bw'oba owakana gwe genda obuuze jjajjaawo najjako akawuwo n'empandika fomula empya ku lubaawo GNL zamba lyrical architect w'ekimbeewo Sajon eyayawula aba hip hop mu kipeepeewo buli ssaawa obwongo bubeera budduka ng'akaweewo naye mwana GNL zamba n'otulekawo mpulira kati oyimba ne mangere mwakola dduo nowe wuwoddamu tukube she ziri annual baboon forwest obasomere manual hit city classic style eri fantastic zambo oyagala kala ya white olinga wa traffic konzo omwana muzungu naye omutima gwaba nilotic we go together just like gin and tonic juzi namugambye engeri gye njagala mu hip hop naye n'agamba muleete mu buliri tukole manage twa kuba ndaba engeri gy'omu missing oyinza n'okwewa obutwa dia hip hop nze nkumisinga mu bakazi be nakabeera nabo ye gwasinga kyekikunyiga kyekikabya amaziga nze nkooyo okulaba nga bakwabusinga oli mulungi smile eringa poetry kakwate mu kiwato ng'akwata ekitontome tutambule ffembi abateesika tubalumye tuula wano ku kisambi gunyumize story dia hip hop nze nkumisinga mu bakazi be n'akabeera nabo ye gwasinga kyekikunyiga kyekikabya amaziga nze nkooyo okulaba nga bakwabusinga oli mulungi smile eringa poetry kakwate mu kiwato ng'akwata ekitontome tutambule ffembi abateesika tubalumye tuula wano ku kisambi nkunyumize story.
Lives.
sembera mpola mpola tetodukojja kwetega bana Uganda n'abagirimani olwaliro nkukakasa twajidde mu maanyi breakdance project Uganda viva kunagwa green brain atukonako yagwa
kuva Uganda nzino nze kuva lwenziza abatesi besse olwalero wendi muzukulu wa katongole ku mulimu omutongole kubeera kuliyimba sagana ne mekes ne marateria seyagana
Meine Mama spielt Shows in Kampala, raucht Dope in Kampala. Häng ab mit zwei Rhinos, Bush und Obama. In Uganda nenn mich alle nur Europa Bambata. Langsam blättert meine Hautfarbe ab. Mit Mac ist am Start rosa, blau oder schwarz. Ab ins 24/7 sind wie Ocean's 11. Jede Schablone an der Wand gleich mit der Dose zu treffen. La Familia Masika Nakwa. Viva la Rostock, selbst Bier schmeckt nach Wasser. Ladies like Abrams und Silvester. Uganda mein Bruder und manchmal auch Schwester.
Chikolanga nange wendize kamukamu bwe Muganda jama to Uganda together we make the wonders tukisobola wetukwatagana ewatalimpala na tuba tuzimbagana yes tukisobola ewatalimpala nawe tukwatagana tuba tuzimbagana yes just like nature just like nature
Marcus Materia Sylvester and Abrams that is like Chris Jean, Viva Conagua, Blue Uganda, They Oceans, Grand Berlin, and Infinite Records.
R.I.P. moms. for everybody else that we lost, everybody that we love. Yeah, I miss you. LG.
Living in pain when you're caught up in the rain. Life hanging by its way, about to fade away. All hope is gone when all is lost. Miss you, but I know life must go on. Living in pain when you're caught up in the rain. Life hanging by its way, about to fade away. All hope is gone when all is lost. Miss you, but I know life must go on.
Been a couple things going through my head. Time's getting hard, somehow I gotta maintain. There'll be another pain if I get caught up in the rain. Will I be the same? Will I be ready for the change? My heart is aching, I'm anxiously waiting. Time don't fail me while I'm anticipating. What am I saying? I'm not mistaken. Gotta pull myself up before I start fading.
See my whole life, check what I heard, what happened then. That dreadful night when you heard that accident. Doc said it wasn't no thing, you'd make it. It still broke my heart to see you stretched out on a hospital bed. Had to explain the pain that you felt as you lay there. Tears flowing down my eyes watching you smile. Many years later, can't get over my loss, cause I still can't believe that you're gone. Nah.
Living in pain when you're caught up in the rain. Life hanging by its way, about to fade away. All hope is gone when all is lost. Miss you, but I know life must go on. Living in pain when you're caught up in the rain. Life hanging by its way, about to fade away. All hope is gone when all is lost. Miss you, but I know life must go on.
Been a couple things going through my head. Time's getting hard, somehow I gotta maintain. There'll be a lot of pain if I get caught up in the rain. Will I be the same? Will I be ready for the change? My heart is aching, I'm anxiously waiting. Time don't fail me while I'm anticipating. What am I saying? I'm not mistaken. Gotta pull myself up before I start fading.
All alone in this cold, cold world. I'm on my own in a zone where there's nowhere to turn. What can I do? Should I lose it? Hard when I'm missing you. It's heavy on my mind, yo, this feeling so pitiful. True, it hurts bad when a loved one is gone. When it pours, you can't do much but weather the storm. Miss you a lot, never stop singing this song till the day when I see you again. So long.
Living in pain when you're caught up in the rain. Life hanging by its way, about to fade away. All hope is gone when all is lost. Miss you, but I know life must go on. Living in pain when you're caught up in the rain. Life hanging by its way, about to fade away. All hope is gone when all is lost. Miss you, but I know life must go on.
Yeah, the song is dedicated to the memory of my late mother Barbara. R.I.P. Mom. And to all the loved ones I lost in my life, both my grandmothers, my grandfathers, Auntie Florence, rest in peace. My homie Morose, so hard to sing this song, never forget you. But I love and miss you so long.
Living in pain when you're caught up in the rain. Life hanging by its way, about to fade away. All hope is gone when all is lost. Miss you, but I know life must go on. Living in pain when you're caught up in the rain. Life hanging by its way, about to fade away. All hope is gone when all is lost. Miss you, but I know life must go on. Living in pain when you're caught up in the rain. Life hanging by its way, about to fade away. All hope is gone when all is lost. Miss you, but I know life must go on. Living in pain when you're caught up in the rain. Life hanging by its way, about to fade away. All hope is gone when all is lost. Miss you, but I know life must go on.
Banji bandaba naye tebantegeera banji bantegeera naye tebandaba 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 ontegeera otya mubuuka sokosembere ngontunuulira ontya twali twesisinkanyeewa naye ekyo nga tonnakiddamu mbulira onzudde otya bubadde onoonya mbulira obuuzizza otya yana akutumya oyo akusudde ku kyokya sembera lekera okwemotyamotya weebuzaabuza tunula mu maaso toweetya abamu bamanyi nga rapa bamu
bamanyinga B-boys byowakana abamu bamanyinga eddoboozi eryogerera omuntu owa wansi yonna gyendi abamu bamanyinga ayimba kyendi abalala banda babuuza musomesa wuuyo abatamanyi bo bawuza fala wuuyo nakyo kinkolera kuba mbayita kuli talaba olwo abagamba nti nina amasaana abiri gali maaso abiri gali mabega nkoto lwaki balowooza bwe batyo kuba nzinengera gyenva nejengenda banji bandaba naye tebantegeera banji bantegeera naye tebandaba 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 abafere bantya bwe bandaba bo tebaddamu kucacyanca bagirako bingubiridde mu kyenkya anti ndi mubufu obukedde nina nkuyanja bategera waggulu nempita wansi ne banteeka ku kkono nempita ku ddyo mbaleka basembye kya bulijjo obukodyo bwe gaba mazzi ewange yeewali ensulo ewange gyensulo olumu onoonya n'ombula olumu nsula nkola olumu nsiba ntabalira ekumpi n'ewala sinti mbewala mirimu gyenkola gyanfula naddalabikalabika ninga mazzi gansuwa banji bandaba naye tebantegeera banji bantegeera naye tebandaba 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 amagezi ganeesera abateesi baneesiga ate abagezigezi bo batandika okuneesiga kuba bakungula ebiva mu nsigo z'ensiga ate ab'omululu bo baswama bakeraga ensega mujja kunzisa enseko kubandaba nze musumba olumu gotayawula mu ndiga nkulengera nga tondaba era nga sinnaba kulabika nsirika nga gwolokopya tonnalabuka nsiterebuka ate era sittakibe nga sinnakikenenya ndusu nze ndi ku manduso n'olwekyo kakkana nkujje ekifuku maaso bagamba nteekuba omunaku tekya eyange yakya naye abalala nenjikeesa era bwe njagala nebakotulo n'obudde nenkeesa awakana kikyoteesa banji bandaba naye tebantegeera banji bantegeera naye tebandaba 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 Abrams Techa
Yeah, Moon G. A story began. He had big dreams ezokubera superstar nga MJ ng'obuwala bw'omukabira Facebook poster ebisaawe nga bijjula. It was all a dream nga Biggie bwe yagamba. But buli we yatuuka nga kazindaalo nga crowd emwoganira yayimba nga yekwese emizindaalo anti ku stage bamukubanga zichokolo naye nga champion nalemerako giving up teyakirowoozako. He worked hard natuka ku radio bwe yakola video takyava na ku TV yo kati bwatuka ku stage nga bawugana the same people bamugamba nga vayo bapromota mu kusooka nga basalawa kati ekivulu bwatakibaako tekijja kukwatayo that's a champion. Kasitobera n'okukkiriza everything is possible if you truly believe. Kyokava omusajja gye mumanyi yakuba ku buloga kati afuka escalade enju eri ku acres 2. That's a real champion. That's a champion. Ono yaviira Masaka Mzee Boy yaweta teri kusoma school fees zabula yapakasapakasa era obusente bwe bwawera 12 ku macanga ali kuzidde Kampala. Mowino mwe yatuukira okusuubula abayaye sente ne bazikuba yeyiyayi era n'asuubula endiboota awezezza emidaala ena owino ne bajooca but no ebyokudda essakala yagaana obwongo obwesera ng'era yasala lwera yayiya ekijji wakati mu city center kusuubula jjiini kati yatwegombesa anti emaali ajja China amaduuka awezezza 3 ku Nabukeera 26 landlord takyamukonkona mami asula mu yenga sister asoma bwa doctor yarasa champion kasita obeera n'okukkiriza everything is possible if you truly believe temumanyi street kid eyambala nga kasaati kamwe akayero pastor omuyimbi kati bw'alonkinga buli mwaka abantu ne bayitirira he's a champion. All I'm saying is teri kitasoboka yeah beera n'okukkiriza osobola okuva kataka ke kamwoja enkya ne bakusanga mu Emirates mw'ogusambira osobola okuva mu saloon enkya ne bakusanga nga Serena igwagikulira all I ask big brother have a little faith beera n'okukkiriza kasita obeera n'okukkiriza buli kimu ojja kifuna everything anything buli kye wali olonseeko kasita oba n'okukkiriza and you'll never take him to church. If you believe, then you can achieve it. Kati boda boda jivukize mani na kukkiriza enjaba gena kusanga magulu 10 yo beera n'okukkiriza omupaka sidinsani semanyi na kukkiriza Majestic Plaza gyegenda kubeera yo beera n'okukkiriza student work hard beera n'okukkiriza government sponsorship ogenda tuukayo nerapa atandika nawe beera n'okukkiriza waditale ekyazizo bwe kiri just believe set your heart to it believe you can achieve it teweerayo okusaba enkya basobola okugamba mu Uganda etutte World Cup kase tuba n'okukkiriza beera n'okukkiriza ekyo olina emputtu
Farmers around us here have no access to electricity, no access to clean cooking fuel, and no access to milling. So to mill their rice and groundnuts and maize, they have to drive miles away to Gulu. They have to pay for transport, they have to pay for storage and accommodation.
Mandulis is an electricity company that uniquely also provides agricultural value addition. Farmers bring us their crops and we turn this into higher value products. This alone doubles their income. We're trying to create a way of generating electricity that delivers value to the local communities in which we operate.
Now, we've come here so that we use the waste from all the farming around us to produce electricity through biomass gasification at each of these sites.
At the same time, that focus on biomass means we can not only generate electricity, but we end up with a byproduct, that biochar, which can be used to produce cooking fuel. Doing that means that we save nearly 1 million trees per annum. Technology is a thread that ties everything together. We combine the blockchain technology AI and Internet of Things to make sure that we can address critical bottlenecks that allows us to engage thousands of farmers. And the cost of settlement of electricity transactions go down significantly.
In a sense, energy is the center of entrepreneurship in the regions, and by providing these underserved areas with access to electricity, we're hoping that it won't just turn on a light, it'll turn on a movement towards improving people's lives in those regions.
Diek ma yamo tiya ba mera de ba ya ro ma kelo de ba mera de ba ya tera de ma gamo le ba mera de ba ya da da rabu Nyana gini, me baby nyana gini, oh boy nyana gini. I will down every year. I will down every year. Man wood. Oh yeah. My young man, I'm get my gun level, I'm Yana tiek ma yamo tiamba mira de ya ro ma kelo de ba mira de ba ya de ma gamo le ba mira de ba da
Rabu
Nyana gini, me baby nyana gini, nyana gini, go nyana gini. I will down every year. I will down every year. Man wood, oh yeah.
Yenga diek ma yamo tiamba mira de ya ro ma kelo de ba mira de ba ya de ma kamo le ba mira de ba ya
Rabu.
Don't
Engineered in the heart of the pearl. One face, four perspectives. Embracing a hip, urban, and dynamic community. Keeping dibs on the constantly evolving African scene. Fanning the hottest talent in Uganda and beyond. Inspiring beautiful minds across the world. Literally changing the game on television. This is XXL TV Show Season 4. Go big or go home. Otherwise, be inspired.
Hi, my name is Chimera, a gospel artist, and this is my story. It's always difficult to find a way of defining very quickly, but if you have to use some titles, I'm a Christian, I'm an African, I'm a Ugandan, I'm a husband, I'm a father, I'm a musician, among other things I'm still discovering, but that's I guess who I am. I am. I was born here and I've grown up here, I've gone to the schools here, I've eaten the Rolex here, and I live and breathe this air. What makes me Ugandan? Well, one, the obvious is that I was born here. I was born in Mulago in the 80s, and my parents, my heritage is from Uganda. But the other thing is that besides all that, if you could take out all that, I love this country. I really do. So that makes me Ugandan. One of my strong things, the thing about me that's really strong is my faith. That's very definitive for me. I'm a believer in Jesus. I go to Watoto Church, which is in Uganda, you know. And that faith infiltrates everything that I do. So in everything that I do, I'm striving to be like Jesus. So if you can think of anything that Jesus would do, I'm striving to be that in my family and in all the roles that I've just mentioned. Chimera the musician, there's a couple of questions that could go with that. That could be, when did I start doing music? How did I start? Why did I start? Why did I write a certain song and not the other? And maybe, have you heard my music? Maybe not. Maybe you will sometime. Hopefully sooner than later. If I were to pick one of those questions, when did I start doing music? It was 2014, really, formally. And that's when that's when I got married also. I started doing, the first song that I formally released, there's one that we did as a collaboration before, that's patriotic and so on, but leaving that alone, the main song that I released first was a song called Gwe Wange, and it's a song that's gotten to be played on lots of radio stations, and I really appreciate that. And that's a song I wrote as a love song to my wife when we were getting married. So that's sort of what kicked it off. A few months later, we were thinking, yeah, it was already in kind of plan, but we're like, yeah, I think we should start with this, roll it out, share it. Some people listened to it, some people hadn't, and it was really well received and kind of opened up the way for other songs that I did. My inspiration, there's a scripture in the Bible. It's Matthew chapter 5 verse 16. It's my definitive thing, and it says, "Let your light so shine before all men that they may see your good works and glorify your Father in heaven." So I try to put that as an inspiration into everything that I do. So when I write music, I'm a gospel musician, but for some of the songs that you may hear, they may not have Jesus in them, or they may not have this or that. That's very, maybe like quoting a scripture and things like that. But what that inspires me to do, though, is to create a product, to create something with my gifts and abilities that adds value to you. I don't know if that makes sense. So whether you're a father, whether you're just a Ugandan trying to make ends meet, whether you're a person who's going through a difficult time, whether you're a person of faith and you need some strength. Gwe wange nze wo gwe wange nze Say, oh.
Resolve our misconceptions of each other.
They did. They really did. I actually grew up with a fairly musical family, and we used to pray together, Christian family. We used to pray together every day. We used to sing, and that's how I picked it up. I just kind of picked it up. So I used to listen to a lot of radio in the house. Back then, I think it was like just Radio Sanyu and Capitol and a few others. I mean, now there's 1,000,002, right? But so that's how I picked up singing, and it was always encouraged. And it wasn't something towards like, it wasn't like a requirement, like because you're singing you have to do an album or whatever. There's lots more people who sing beautifully and what, but they just haven't done an album, and that's fine. So yes, to answer your question directly, my parents did encourage me.
She'll apologize, but her words cut too deep.
Would I allow my daughter to sing? Of course, no hindrance whatsoever. Sing. So yeah, that's the thing. Don't tell people that you care if you leave them empty-handed with no cash for a taxi. Don't tell people that you care if your pocket be full but you leave them feeling hungry. Don't say a word if you don't mean that. I'd rather you walk than you go say that. Cause every time you use those words, this is what I hope you mean. I care. And if you have a crisis in your family, call me up. I care. Please don't hesitate to call if you need to talk to a friend, cause I care. Care about your people, I care. Care about how you're doing, I care. Short story why I wrote that. So if you've heard the song, it might make sense. I'm sort of just jumping to the key lines. There's a line in that song that several people like to talk about. It's in the second verse where it says, Mulokole tolimba toja kunsabira. Afazali ompechu kumichenalya. And lots of people smile and laugh at that. And that kind of presents the whole situation of how I wrote the song. I was really broke some years back. I was at a function, we'd just done a gig helping another artist and so on, but it wasn't a paid thing. So I was like stranded, no transport, how do I, So I woke up to one of the guys who was on our team. I'm like, hey man, I need help. I need some dime. He didn't think much of it, just took like 2-3 minutes away, came back, gave me a 10K. And on my way to Ntinda at the time, I wrote like half this song in there. Because regardless of how much you feel for me, if you can do something about it, help me out. And interesting, that's what the Bible says in James chapter 4. I think it's chapter 4 or something, where it says, if you can do something about someone's situation, don't refuse. Don't say, God bless you, you'll be fine. No. Dig in and help. Mulokole tolimba toja kunsabira. Afazali ompechi kumichenalya. Cause if you walk right by ngatomfako, that was not what the preacher said. Read your Bible, the book of James. Faith without works is simply dead. I care.
So don't fight if it's for the sake of fighting.
One of those people is my mom. The fact that she raised all like 9 or 10 of us, and she's still strong, and she wakes up every morning to pray and is there for her children every step of the way. If you're like that, you're the kind of person that just inspires me. In terms of music, I'll pick, man, there's so many artists, but I'll pick a quick one. I'll pick, there's Pompey, there's Mali Music, there's a guy called Propaganda who does spoken word. But I'll just pick Mali Music for something that's really cool that he did. He's an American musician. When he got a record deal, like the biggest thing he ever did, instead of writing a song or doing a song that kind of glorified the whole, maybe I made it, and all my haters, I don't care, you can do what you want type thing, he actually did a song called Beautiful. It's like 2-3 years old now. Beautiful, but he did that to appreciate everyone that had helped him along the way. So in my mind, I'm like, yo, that guy has a good head on his shoulders, and I aspire to be that kind of person. There's a Zambian artist called Pompey. Just his lyrics are just brilliant. The way he puts it together, brilliant. Hi, my name is Chimera, a gospel musician, rated fresh on XXL.
Was so tired of walking alone. I needed someone to keep me strong. Not just anybody would do. She had to be strong and beautiful. Now I have you, my wishes came true. gwe wange nze wo.
Give credit to Double XL for bringing out what's reality.
Even watching football is not enough. When is season 2 coming out?
Finally, Uganda got something new on TV.
Double XL has opened up the wounds.
My highlights for the show was when you guys took the cameras to Bokoto Street, where you shot the potholes.
If XXL came to me and wanted sponsorship, and I could afford it, it would be the show that I'd sponsor. It's a show that everybody watches.
XXL is a pioneer. Bush Baby has shown this Eddie Okila.
You should bring on more challenging people.
They take you to different places.
You hosted Nobad Mao, and that was great.
XXL going. Who told you? Who's on? No.
You have very many guests on XXL.
The message for the sponsors that please bring it back.
Definitely, you guys have made it real big.
Engineered in the heart of the pearl, one face, four perspectives, embracing a hip, urban, and dynamic community, keeping dibs on the constantly evolving African scene, fanning the hottest talent in Uganda and beyond, inspiring beautiful minds across the world, literally changing the game on television. This is XXL TV Show Season 4. Go big or go home. Otherwise, be inspired.
Mando ya Musa, twesala bukumba sivya Medusa. Tolina kalimo falo liluza. Reconnaissance, Beba producer. Got chains on my neck and I'm looking like Kunta. Wanna close, boy I'm a shooter. I'm the boss with a dream like Luther. Namuongo boy, that's the hood I'm coming from, and I thought you knew that. Thugs and drug dealers, body mukako na. Why do I rap? I rap because I want to talk about stuff that other people don't talk about. I want to inspire people. I want to be the voice to the voiceless. I don't smoke. I don't do drugs, no. Wafuka so mean. In fact, Osinga I mean. Chirabikori half man, half machine. Mundu nzira bako buli street. Buli chimwe chicho cha gunpoint. My nigga, tell us the point. Power to the people, tebicha kola kubanga nobulula baniga babubba, ba good cop, baba kuba masasi, our only hope, ne baba kwata, ba MPs, baba kuba kalimo rufu na kalulu nebebaka. Katite muji kwata ko. This is Leo Rich, rated fresh on XXL.
Ruba.
Yeah.
Leo Rich. Oh yeah. This is Uganda. 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 Hey, wake up, go look for paper. No money, no power, Mutesa. Talk more and get yourself tear gas. So all we do is look for the pesa. Uganda Zabu, rest in peace Zakayo. I'm from the 256, born with the heart of a lion. Don't talk about Alicia Keys, we got Irene and Desire. Yeah, I think Trump is shit. Yeah, should come see ours. And MPP's on the wall, pays 40K and free he goes. After 20 years of school, you still won't get a decent job. A rich man shoots down a poor man, gets locked up, but not for long. This is Uganda, brother. Ain't nobody gives a fuck. Uganda, 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 my country. Uganda, 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 my country. Oh dear God up in heaven, bless my country. Oh dear God in heaven, please bless my country. Oh yeah. This is Uganda. 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 Hey. I fell in love with the Rolex. I ain't talking about watches. You don't need a big bando. Only few coins get a mando. Yeah, back on pala. Chino se chivuga chapa fala. Smartphone ya kabitu jitwala. Do for the 256 Uganda. Can't touch my flow like a crested train. Dropped out of school, got a different brain. The eyes tell them that my future's faint. You and your stupid ass claim. This is Uganda, part of Africa. Do what you wanna. Go to school, read your books, or else smoke marijuana. I don't care what you do as long as you're fine. This is Uganda, this is Uganda. Light up your fire. This is Uganda. 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 This is Uganda.
Uganda, 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 my country. Uganda, 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 my country. Oh dear God in heaven, please bless my country. Oh dear God in heaven, please bless my country. Oh, yeah. Engineered in the heart of the pearl, one face, four perspectives. Embracing a hip, urban, and dynamic community. Keeping dibs on the constantly evolving African scene. Fanning the hottest talent in Uganda and beyond. Inspiring beautiful minds across the world. Literally changing the game on television. This is XXL TV Show Season 4. Go big or go home. Otherwise, be inspired.
people dance hand in hand.
Tienda, nene chilisa. Tienda, nene chilisa. Tienda, nene chilisa. Tienda, nene chilisa. Tienda, nene chilisa.
Deep in the forest, across the land, I hear the calling, I understand. Like the song of my soul, how my story will unfold. Tienda, nene chilisa. Tienda, nene chilisa.
I want to take you to Mbale, Annie. I want to take you to Ankole, Annie. I want to take you to Uganda, Annie. I want to take you to Busoga,
Serabiranga bisera byetwalina nongolere ekyokulya nondeetera kuva lwe wagenda omutima gukunoonya omuli mbeera n'endowooza oba osanga zeyakugoba okuva lwe wagenda mutima gukunoonya omuli mbeera n'endowooza oba osanga zeyakugoba walirumu lwe wagenda tewasibula nange saamanya nalabiraawo kakaseera ayiseewo nga sikulabako
mulenzi bw'akula agoberera bakojja ennyonyi etazaawe bankaza lujja omwana akula mwattu ava mu lujja w'obuwala agoberera basenga singa singa asenge esingo singa sesimye singa singa asenge esingo singa sesimye
Dunia ni matembezi,
garago garago
maisha ni utembezi.
garago garago
Dunia ni matembezi,
garago garago
maisha ni utembezi.
garago 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 to come home. bajjajja baffe batabalanga babuukabuuka ng'empungu mu bbanga bwe bakomanga w'embuzi ne tubaga ne batunyumiza olwo bye balaba eyo mu mawanga.
I'm in need of dusty roads and dusty toes, so I've gone again and traveled far from home to the moonlit shores of Mombasa. In the blue-green seas I'll float down to the Serengeti. Through golden fields I'll roam. Don't you know the world is walking? Reach out and take a hand. Yes, the beauty's in the talking. Dance to the beat of a distant land. Dunia ni matembezi,
Gotta go, gotta go.
maisha ni utembezi.
Gotta go, gotta go.
Dunia ni matembezi,
Gotta go, gotta go.
maisha ni utembezi.
Gotta go, gotta go. Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go, gotta go to come home. Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go, gotta go to come home. Okutambula kulaba okudda kunyumya emboozi mpoomya akacaayi bugumya mutaayo tambulako ng'okyatemya buno obulamu mya emu bbiri mya nze ne mutaayi kamya twejjawo nga kimyanso ne tutula ku ŋŋamiya ne tugenda okulaba duniya mwattu ensi tekoma busiya genda keeya mayengo gye gasiiya olaba ebirungi obwongo ogaziya bakyala balungi bakuwooya mmere ennungi olya toyayuuya mudungu osanga ekyeya mu kibira ensolo ez'ebyoya ne mugabana bogoya ensi ey'eddembe tewetekako kandooya mutambuze tasiba zikweyo osanga akusoya naawe omusoya.
You know the world is walking. Reach out and take a hand. Yes, the beauty's in the talking. Dance to the beat of a distant land. Dunia ni matembezi,
bajjajja baffe batabalanga
maisha ni utembezi.
babuukabuuka ng'enkungu mu bbanga
Dunia ni matembezi,
bwe bakomanga w'embuzi ne tubaga
maisha ni utembezi.
ne batunyumiza olwo be balaba eyo mu mawanga.
Dunia ni matembezi,
bajjajja baffe batabalanga
maisha ni utembezi.
babuukabuuka ng'enkungu mu bbanga
Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go
to come home. Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go, gotta go to come home. Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go, gotta go to come home. Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go, gotta go to come home.
Extra.
Hi guys, I'm Apio Moro. I'm a singer-songwriter and I write in a language called Dopadola. My music is mostly about continuous self-rediscovery and, you know, like life happens, but it's okay to be afraid to move forward. But, you know, you have to take the next step, and that's where, you know, you learn the things about you that you didn't know. The first song I'm going to do for you today is called Atia. It's a song I wrote about a young girl who was telling her story to her mama. And this song puts together a time when women didn't have a voice, and now we kind of do. Not like the singing one, but in society. But it puts together the two different times together right now. And it's mostly, you know, about empowering women and telling them to not be afraid to. 1, 2, 3, go. Mama, aramuka di jale mara.
Angeoni waju chandi mama Tomi tonyo mani Mama Tonigi pesa Togo bedatia Mama, there's a man who wants my hand. Don't go bed at ya. Mama, there's a man who wants my hand. Don't go bed at ya. Oh, 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 oh. Atia nyaranya warechita, tanya wakalita, tanya wabeli. Atia nyara tingani mbati tomi animo kama kelorini Atia mito binara makadini Fadi garangungeri Makada jalua mama winjaye Atia meyo kurani odoge ye Kiritu mibanja mafuni para Mama, there's a man who wants my hand Don't go bed at ya Que lo quiere ringo chengino Mita que lo quiere toki chamara Gati kiri ati Tita lima mita nyomani Toga beda jia Oh Mama Togo beda tia Togo beda tia Togo beda tia Hey Togo beda tia Togo beda tia Togo beda tia The next song I'm going to perform is called Yikan, and Yikan is a Dopadola word to mean fix me. I wrote this song for two of my friends that were getting married 3 years ago, but it somehow still applies, to life in general. And with this song, they helped me see that, love is something that can never die, keeps coming back to life, and it lives on and on and on and on and on. So enjoy, you can. Amarongeri milania, ngeri miluya, digwa. The way that you know me, that love me, amazes me. You imagine. You fix me in more ways, in more ways, in more ways than you can ever imagine. Ooh. Getting me what I need like a violin, it's crazy. I can party, got it jet on me. Yeah. You said me, I'm at Timunu Konyani. Amali. In more ways that you can ever imagine. Yeah, he can get it that you can ever imagine. Yeah, he can get it in more ways that you can ever imagine. He can get it that you can ever imagine. Yeah, you fix me in more ways that you can ever imagine. I'm back. Yeah. The next song I'm going to perform is called Anansanya, and it's a song originally written and performed by Jamal Waswan, who I would like to brag that is my birthday, but it's not my tight birthday. But he gave me the permission to be able to perform this song and share it with you. I resonate with this song so frequently in my life, and it's a bit of a sad one, but it has a good lesson. Okay, enjoy. Anansanya means forgive me, and he is asking for forgiveness from his partner because he cannot love her the way she deserves, because his heart has been shattered so bad. Enjoy. Lazima inachakiranye chamotelo amajunyika alina mukwano tagamika nainga buli njagala kandekawo nange nenkyusamo kati bye mukwano ngenda mpala ichobedo Kenya Perinije, tukano gomitera gitana mani. Apinjini chobe do Kenya. Tiwa ini mingo yegi banja. Titamadi yo chunyini. Tukano piwa gini oya. Mere tojo chako wacho. Kono oirini. Ineni muso. Uko bonyinigitakono chomoro inuwachirani amazimo nosonyiwa abasoka bebanyonona nalino mukwano gutagambika naye nga buli anjagala kandekawo nange nekyusamo tebyo mukwano ngenda mpola amazimo nosonyiwa chomotelo amajunyekan nalino mukwano gutagambika naye nga buli anjagala kandekawo nange nekyusamo tebyo mukwano ngenda mpola nebakucawa kusoka nebakucawa nogwokubiri nebakucawa nogwokusatu nebakucawa kusoka nebakucawa nogwokubiri nebakucawa nogwokusatu nebakucawa kusoka nebakucawa nogwokubiri nebakucawa nogwokusatu kirijuliran chakirani kirijuliran bamiweane kirijuliran amazimo nosonyiwa abasoka bebanyonona nalino mukwano gutagambika naye nga buli anjagala kandekawo nange nekyusamo gatebe mukwano ngenda mpola amazimo nosonyiwa abasoka bebanyonona nalino mukwano gutagambika naye nga buli anjagala kandekawo nange nekyusamo gatebe mukwano ngenda mpola look at me. I'm feeling hot, but the lights are too much. Let's do this song and finish. The next song I'm going to perform is titled Kisa, and Kisa, translated from my language to English, means pity. Some fake dude broke my heart, and I used this song to help me move forward into the next space in my life. But, I usually use this song to apply to so many situations in my life, and it helps me also learn constantly that everything comes to an end, good or bad. Enjoy, Kisa. No, I'm not. There's something wrong with me. Joe meeting with that girl from the city. I heard that she's just returned from the UK. Yeah. She must have an accent, the kind that you like. It is sad to accept. I must say I don't like that. We are moving on, and I am still here weeping. This is the third song that I'm writing. Kisa ama winjariga, Kisa ama winjarene, Kisa ama winjariga, yeah. Kisa ama winjarene. Listen. Jojo mitoria monyiri togo kubedo any different. Wakatu ligo mitogi mali alimeno bedo hizi feathereti. Lage lorine chayo dikini, agayirine simotiano, agelirine chayo modikini, oterine pecho kati kenyo. Kisa ama winjarigo, oh, kisa ama winjarine. Ama winjarigo, kisa ama winjarine. Listen, hey, kima chako rumo, kisi kima chako rumo, kima chako rumo, kisi kima chako rumo, kima chako rumo, kisi kima chako rumo, kima chako rumo. Kisi kima chako rumo, rumo, kima chako rumo. Kisi kima chako rumo, kima chako rumo. Kisi kima chako rumo, kisa ama winjarigo. Oh, kisa ama winjarine. Oh, kisa ama winjarigo.
Janzi, extra, extra, extra.
Question is, who's safe? Where is safe for humanity? Why are we killing each other? Why? Why are you killing your fellow human for no reason? For things they have worked for? To be better in life, they choose to take their lives. It's not fair. Today you're taking someone's life, tomorrow it might be yours. Or someone you love most. gwe katonda wange. For you promised that you will give your angels charge over me to guide me in all my ways. Father, hold my hand, kusabatambula nange. I surrender, kusabatambula nange. So hold my hand, kusabatambula nange. I surrender, kusabatambula nange forever. Tambula nange, Mukama tambula nange. Wegayiridde tambula nange, Mukama tambula nange. Kusaba tambula nange, wegayiridde tambula nange. Tambula nange, Mukama tambula nange. Wegayiridde tambula nange, Mukama tambula nange. Kusaba tambula nange, wegayiridde tambula nange. Tembea nange, tambula nange. Mukama tambula nange, wegayiridde tambula nange. Mukama tambula nange, tambula nange. Kusaba tambula nange, wegayiridde tambula nange. Tambula nange. Laba abannize okunkuba, laba abannize okunzita, okunkuba olw'ebyo byenkoleredde, okunzita olw'ebyo byentuyanidde. Tambula nange, tambula nange. Kusaba Mukama onkuube, kusaba Mukama ontaase, awamu ne baganda bange, kussa ne famire zaffe. Tembea nami amakubo ogalungamyenga.
mama.
They projected the image of Africa negatively. They projected Africa always in a negative light. Jungles, savages, cannibals, nothing civilized. And naturally, it was so negative until it was negative to you and me. And you and I began to hate it. We didn't want anybody to tell us anything about Africa, and much less call us an African. And in hating Africa and hating the African, we ended up even hating ourselves without even realizing it. Because you can't hate the roots of a tree and not hate the tree. You can't hate your origin and not end up hating yourself. You can't hate Africa and not hate yourself.
Africa, I love you daily. My home, I think about you every day. Africa, I love you daily. My home, I think about you every day. You're so beautiful, Mama land. Fertile, glorious, sweet Africa. Flora and fauna is delicate. Oil and gold is tempting. Flora and fauna is delicate. The oil and gold is tempting.
Rise up, Africa. I love you. Viva Africa. We love you. Rise up, Africa. I love you. Viva Africa. We love you.
Africa, I love you daily. My home, I think about you every day. You're so beautiful, Mama land. Fertile, glorious, sweet Africa. Flora and fauna is delicate. Oil and gold is tempting. Flora and fauna is delicate. The oil and gold is tempting.
Rise up, Africa. I love you. Viva Africa. We love you. Rise up, Africa. I love you. Viva Africa. We love you.
Arusha, Tanzania, Kigali, na Roma. Welcome to Africa, shining bright like a diamond, standing up your pyramid, shining bright like a diamond, standing up your pyramid. The sun is always out, the Nile flows so deep. There is no place like Africa. I am born in Africa.
Rise up, Africa. I love you. Viva Africa. We love you. Rise up, Africa. I love you. Viva Africa. We love you. Rise up, Africa. I
Entebekere temagana bana towakana kolagana never know. Entebekere temagana bana towakana tabagana never know. Kati muje kubumbuje. Kubumbuje kati muje kubumbuje. Kubumbuje. Kubumbuje.
We are drowned in negativity. Can we find some positivity inside of you, inside of me? We are love, we are light, humanity. Muje, 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 muje. We are drowned in negativity. Can we find some positivity inside of you, inside of me? We are love, we are light, humanity. Muje, 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 muje.
Mwatu ogwajjo gunazo gwakono nazze guno wano mukwano gwannono gabana ne bannano bekaba katonotono gabana ne bannano bekaba katonotono sekera mu mutima tokoma mu kibuno mululu wano guleso lwokaano ngate byonna ngano nyanja na nsaano fenna kyekimu yagalana ne banno kolagana ne banno wuliriza banno entebekere tembagana bana towakana kolagana ne banno entebekere tembagana bana towakana kolagana ne banno kati muje kubumbuje. Kubumbuje kati muje kubumbuje. Kubumbuje.
Muje, 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 muje. Raha ya dunia ni amani na upendo. Happiness on earth is peace and love. Raha ya dunia ni amani na upendo. Happiness on earth is peace and love. Muje, 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 muje.
Compatriots, victorious fighters of Africa, compatriots, victorious fighters of Africa, you shed your blood for me, you slept in jail for me, you shed your blood for me, all in the struggle for liberty, torture day and night, just because you're black. We can't forget the past. the souls we lost. We can't deny the fact. Africa will think again. Remember Thomas Sankara. Remember Samora Machel. Remember Stephen Biko. Remember Patrice Lumumba. Remember Thomas Sankara. Remember Samora Machel. Remember Stephen Biko. Remember Patrice Lumumba. Maji, voice of freedom. Kanutanu Frelimo, the movement of the people. Oh, Ghana, the root of Pan-Africans. People must unite. Ruma was in prayer. We can't forget the past. We can't deny the faith. Remember Thomas Sankara. Remember Samora Machel. Remember Stephen Biko. Remember Patrice Lumumba. Remember Thomas Sankara. Remember Samora Machel. Remember Stephen Biko. Remember Patrice Lumumba. Calling, yes, my brothers, it's the sound of victory. Senegal, Gambia, Senghor is champion. Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire, Felix our father. Soweto, 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 Mandela. Soweto, 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 the land of the brave. Remember Thomas Sankara. Remember Samora Machel. Remember Stephen Biko. Remember Patrice Lumumba. Remember Thomas Sankara. Remember Samora Machel. Remember Stephen Biko. Remember Patrice Lumumba.
entebekerete magana bana towakana kolagana ne banno entebekerete magana bana towakana tabagana ne banno kati mujje kubumbuje kati mujje kubumbuje
We are drowned in negativity. Can we find some positivity inside of you, inside of me? We are love, we are light, humanity. Muje, 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 muje. We are drowned in negativity. Can we find some positivity inside of you, inside of me? We are love, we are light, humanity. Muje, 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 muje.
mwattu ogwajjo gunazo gwakono nazze guno wano mukwano gwannono gabana ne bannano bekaba katonotono gabana ne bannano bekaba katonotono sekera mu mutima tokoma mu kibuno mululu wano guleso lwokaano ngate byonna ngano nyanja na nsaano fenna kyekimu yagalana ne banno kolagana ne banno wuliriza banno entebekerete magana bana towakana kolagana ne banno entebekerete magana bana towakana kolagana ne banno kati mujje kubumbuje kati mujje kubumbuje
Muje, 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 muje. Raha ya dunia ni amani na upendo. Happiness on earth is peace and love. Raha ya dunia ni amani na upendo. Happiness on earth is peace and love. Muje, 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 muje.
I hear the calling, I understand. Deep in the soil, the love of the land. Oh, how my heart longs to be there again. Like the days of my dreams, and the nights alone by your streams. Feel the magic, I feel the peace. With the lions, wildebeest. With the eagles flying high.
I want to take you to Mbale, Annie. I want to take you to Angole, Annie. I want to take you to Uganda, Annie. I want to take you to Busoga.
There goes my soul, there goes my mind. All the beauty you could ever find. My motherland, oh my motherland, my motherland. Deep in the forest, across the land, I hear the calling, I understand. Like this song of my soul, how my story will unfold. I love, 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 Uganda. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love, Angole. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love, Madrid. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love.
When the Nile overflowed, abundance across the land, and the people down stand in hand. Tienda, nende chilisa muamali. Tienda, nende chilisa muamaida. Tienda, nende chilisa. Wendo tienda, nende chilisa. Tienda, nende chilisa. Deep in the forest, across the land, I hear the calling, I understand, like the song of my soul, how my story will unfold. Tienda, nende chilisa. Tienda, nende chilisa. I want to take you to Mbale, I want to take you to Ankole, I want to take you to Buganda, I want to take you to Busoga.
oh Yesu. Yeah, yeah. Hakuna kama wewe Baba. Bado.
I know it's the coffee break, and as we're having the coffee break, we need to make coffee first.
Yeah, sure.
And then we can enjoy our conversation. Here's water right over there, and then what are we going to have today here?
We are going to have a French press.
A French press. Yeah. Well, I think most of you, if you've been following the show, we've had a French press being taught to you how it's made. So we won't delve too much into it. So Ibra will make the French press as we moving on with the show. So Ibra, how good is Ugandan coffee? Like, how do you rate it on a scale of 1 to 10?
1 to 10. For now, since we are in the second position in Africa, our coffee is really doing good on the market, and on the world we are 8th. Yeah. So still our coffee is doing good, just because very many farmers have put in enough efforts to produce good quality coffee.
Does it always start with farmers?
It always has to start with farmers.
Because I mean, I could be a business person, but I want a certain cup of or type of coffee, and I can't grow that coffee because I want it. Does it always have to be like, you farmers have to do this for me so that I can come to get this best coffee, whether it's best or bad? Does it have to be?
Yeah, it has to be. You know, just like when you're trying to raise a kid. So the future of the kid will always be like, okay, like the way you raise a kid, it will have to reflect how the kid will be. Yes, just the same way with coffee. The way you grow the coffee, it will always reflect in the cup, whether bad or good. So you have to put much attention in the garden so that you can have a good result in the cup.
There we go. What's the right or the most important stage of coffee, like in the coffee production? Because the fact that we are second in Africa behind Ethiopia, it means we're doing all what it takes to have the best coffee. So what's the most important stage in coffee?
It's the farm.
The farm?
Yes.
I mean, you're making coffee right here. Why isn't this important?
Let me tell you why the farm. If a farmer just grows coffee and harvests anyhowly, even the green, the red, everything. So up to that point of processing, to hulling, roasting and all that stuff, up to the cup, trust me, this person who is going to enjoy this cup of coffee, once he or she finds a defect in this cup, trust me, the whole point will go back to where the coffee is coming from. So there will be some kind of traceability. So if, let's say, if an American guy came into Uganda and be like, can I have this cup of coffee? And that cup of coffee tastes bad, be like, where does this coffee come from?
I mean, we're ranked number 8, so why does he even have to ask where it comes from? Because we have the best coffee.
Yes, we have the best coffee, and we are trying to produce more.
At least coffee. To be in top 5, not in the top 10. So, go on.
Yeah. So, if this person has a very negative attitude or a negative perspective towards a cup of coffee, this will be like, now Ugandan coffee is totally bad. So this cup of coffee will represent the whole coffee in
the world,
in the country.
In the country.
Yes.
So Ibra, let's bring this to our coffee shops.
Yeah.
Deep down, like Wild Coffee, you got coffee shops like Coffee at Last, Enduro Coffee, wherever you are watching us from, there's a nearby coffee shop around you.
Yes.
If you go to that coffee shop and you enter into that coffee shop and you don't get any kick of coffee, like there's that kick that comes along with coffee when you enter, just like the one I'm feeling, the kick of coffee right now, the one I'm going to take.
The aroma.
Yeah. So does it mean that that coffee is bad?
No. When you don't feel that aroma from the coffee by the time you enter into a coffee shop, you have to find out what's in the cup. Yes, so you can go ahead and order for a cup of coffee and take it. Then from there you can go ahead and ask, in case it's all allowed, you'll be like, what coffee am I having? Where does it come from? How is it processed? Like some few questions about the coffee, so that you can also get to know the coffee that you're taking. Yeah.
So you made this French press right here, and I just want to know about it just a little while.
Yeah.
Why did you leave it to first set over there, not pouring direct into the cup?
The cup. You know, brewing, if you really want to have a very, very nice cup of coffee with all its content, it's a time-based process. So there are factors that are considered when brewing. One, brewing is a time-based process. We follow time. Look at the measurements. In simple terms, ratio. That's the coffee to water ratio. Yes. So I'm leaving it to stand here for it to brew, like to extract all the required components that I should find in my cup. Yes.
So guys, I'm with a senior barista here, and today I'm gonna do some cupping with him. It's called a blind cupping, right?
Blind cupping, open cupping, yeah.
So we're gonna do this cupping of this French press coffee right here. So isn't it ready to be taken? Because I can't wait anymore. I want to have my coffee.
I personally, I love experimenting. Yeah. So this coffee, maybe briefly, I just blended different kinds of coffee and different roast profiles. Yeah.
Wow. See how it's being poured. Hello guys, we still are watching the coffee break here on House of Talent TV. So we're streaming live on Facebook as House of Talent Uganda, and also on YouTube as House of Talent Uganda. And get engaged with us on Twitter at HTV Uganda, so that you can get to know what you're thinking about the show. What do you think about this topic? Is Ugandan coffee that good? And before we move on, we get to test this coffee and we'll see how best it is, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let me take my sim. The first thing I'm getting is cinnamon.
Yeah, this coffee is so spicy. Yeah, so spicy. It has some kick of a citrus note, like orange-like. Yeah.
So why is it that everyone who talks about coffee is talking about citrus, lemon, orange? So you're also talking about the same thing. Are they like the best things we find in coffee?
Actually, I try to follow up on the common or the basic flavor notes that are in Ugandan coffee, depending on the way they are processed. Yeah. So specifically this coffee, I did it like intentionally to blend 2 coffees of different roast profile and 3 coffees of different processing technique.
Okay.
Yeah, so this coffee has 50% of honey processed coffee, medium roast, and the other 50% is a blend of washed Elgon with natural Robusta.
Wow. I talked about the SL14, SL28.
Yes, yeah.
What's SL to our viewers watching over there?
SL, it's a kind of a variety, Arabica variety that was designed in Kenya by a Scottish lab technician. Yeah. So he named the variety.
What's SL for?
SL, it's a Scottish lab.
Scottish lab.
Yeah.
When do we go to Uganda? Ugandan lab.
By the way, the beauty with Uganda, since I'd say to be the birthplace of Robusta, which is a credit to us, and when you look at the Robusta cupping protocols and the Robusta score sheet, it was designed in Uganda at Uganda Coffee Development Authority. So we own the credit that whatever you do with the Robusta, whether you're in Brazil, whether you're in Guatemala, anywhere, as long as you're cupping Robusta, you follow the cupping protocols that were designed in Uganda, as well as the cupping score sheet of Robusta that has our UCDA logo on it.
Okay guys, we're going to take a short commercial break, but in a minute we're going to be having a break while taking our coffee. See you in a minute.
Welcome to this year's edition of Doa Doa 2021.
We have revived the King's Entenga music.
I started playing music when I was 9 years old in 1945, and up to today, I'm still learning it.
People at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Yeah, remember Prince?
Yes.
Okay guys, welcome back from that short commercial break. It's still the coffee break with me, Amoni Mukisa, right here on the House of Talent TV Uganda. And we're streaming live both on Facebook, Twitter and YouTube. Get there, share with us what you think about the coffee break show as we are discussing the topic, is Ugandan coffee that good? Because being ranked the 8th in the world as the most growing country and the 2nd behind Ethiopia in Africa, that means a lot. We have to talk more about this, and I'm still with Ibra right here in the studio as we're having our coffee right here. Ibra,
yes.
So we're still, before we went to a break, we were talking about the coffee in this cup.
Yeah.
I want to know, what do you take to consider that this coffee is good?
Good. One, you look at the flavor profile of the coffee itself. You look at some other attributes like the body, the acidity, the sweetness, and the balance. Yes.
So that's the flavor profile?
The attribute part of it. Then the flavor, that what flavor do you get? What other unique flavors? Because there are some other common flavors that you get in the coffee, like the chocolate, the...
In simple terms, like what's like the flavor profile for our viewer watching out there and is not well conversed with like coffee terms?
Okay.
Yeah.
A flavor profile is like that sensation that you get that reminds you of a certain thing. Let me say, look at the fruit. The moment you grind a certain coffee, you get that fragrance that hits you back at your mind. Like, okay, it smells like jackfruit or smells like banana. So it's a flavor. Yes.
It's a flavor. So what flavors do you get as you're taking your coffee? If you're in a coffee shop or you've made your coffee at home, what flavors do you get? Share with us on our social media handles. And basically, you can also tag me on Twitter so that we can have this conversation at Amoni Mukisa right over there and tell us what you get when you take that coffee. On the show, we shall be having Ronnie Muhumza, the CEO of Clear Cafe Uganda, to elaborate more about the coffee and why he thinks Ugandan coffee is good. So look out for that segment that will be coming along in the show. So Ibra,
yes,
there are many myths in coffee. For example, you hear about coffee is bad for your health. You know, so when we have very many myths like this, don't they affect the quality of our coffee and coffee consumption in Uganda?
Well, I think the myths that are running out like about coffee, I think they don't affect the quality of the coffee, but the consumption rate.
The consumption rate?
Yes.
Because I mean, if someone is saying I have I get headache when I take coffee. Because I've had our cameraman here say that when he takes coffee, that's headache for him the whole day. So that's already a negativity, positive, a negative attitude towards coffee, which means whenever he goes somewhere, he will say that the Ugandan coffee is bad. Whenever I take it, I get this.
So one thing I would tell people that don't compare yourself to the rest. You know, everyone has his own way of reaction towards the caffeine in coffee or the coffee. For example, the way you react towards caffeine is different from the way I do. You get? So if you take coffee and you get headache, that's your own reaction towards the coffee. Doesn't mean that it's bad. It's because the body is trying to react and stabilize. That's what I can say. Yeah.
I mean, you've done biotechnology at Kyambogo University.
Yes.
What are these campus institutions doing for us at least to have the best coffee in Uganda?
Oh, let me start with a coffee club in the institutions. The reason as why I think the government, by the aid of Uganda Coffee Development Authority, are setting up coffee clubs in institutions so that they can encourage the young blood into the coffee industry, because it all starts from down. Yes. So biotechnology, it's a very wide part as far as coffee industry is concerned. Look at agronomy part of it. Look at breeding. Right now we have a new modern technology of breeding coffee, like the tissue culture. So it's all biotechnology. Look at the molecular part of it. Designing hybrids, designing varieties. So it's all about biotechnology.
I mean, I've seen you post more, because I follow you on your social media handles, I've seen you post more of coffee varieties, like coffee trees, coffee beans, and you talk about them. Are there specific coffee varieties that we do in Uganda, and that's why we're having like the best coffee?
Yes, we have different varieties in Uganda. Let me talk about the original Bugisu. The original Bugisu, Nyathaland, it's in regions of Mbale mostly, yes. And we have SL14, we have SL28. We have some farmers around the Elgon, like Sipi, they have Batian, but it's still under study according to the survey that I've done. Yeah, the Batian variety. Then as you're trying to cross over to Kenya, just at the border, some farmers that do share the land with Uganda and Kenya, they have Rui 11 or Rui Roman 2. Yeah.
Wow, that's the information that you need to know when you're watching the coffee break. And then let's talk to Ronnie Muhumza, the CEO of Clear Cafe. Hey, how are you doing, man?
I'm very good. How are you, man?
I think we shall get back to Ronnie. It's just a technical problem, but we're still moving on with the coffee break on House of Talent TV, and my name is Amr Mukisa. So, Ibra, let's talk about the coffee in the coffee shops.
Yes.
What does it take for someone, for example, he owns a coffee shop, to say, I want to go for this coffee profile, I want to go for this type of coffee?
Well, it all starts with the standard of a coffee shop. So a coffee shop owner should have a standard that can guide him or her towards where he or she's going.
These coffee standards, do they include the baristas, the coffee graders, the cuppers, to guide this person? Because it's a business, yes, remember? Yeah. So someone will come out and say, I need this type of coffee because it's this much in terms of amount. Like, for example, I have to get coffee whenever I need it and it's cheap. Does it go along with that, or it comes along with guidance that's coming through the the baristas, coffee cuppers, graders?
Yeah, about the standard, you're supposed to know, like, I'm getting into the coffee business, which is a coffee shop, and I want to deal or specialize in coffee, let me say. So you are supposed to know the type of coffee that you're going to deal with. You can go ahead and look at the roast profile, the baristas themselves that are going to brew this coffee. Yes. Are they equipped with more knowledge? Do they know what they're doing? And are they willing to convince a client to take this cup of coffee? Yes.
Okay. All right, we're having Ronnie is back again. Ronnie, how is it in coffee shops or in Clear Cafe? What terms do you take or what advice do you consider to buy a certain type of coffee?
Well, for me, coffee is like one of those drinks that are conversational, you know. So for me, first and foremost, I want my barista to have the knowledge of the coffee he's selling and, you know, the blend, you know, the acidity levels and the roast, where the bean is sourced, how it's washed. And then if someone has enough information like that, it gives me confidence to order for a cup of coffee. Plus for me, like at my cafe, I love coffee, so I pay attention to details.
Who takes more part in making a decision to have a type of coffee in these shops? So do you think you're always biased when you're deciding to buy a certain type of coffee?
Yeah, sometimes when the barista doesn't know what he's talking about, or when I ask like a simple question, where do you source your coffee from, and they don't know, for me that's for example, it's a turn off for me. But again, because I'm a coffee lover, I'm a coffee taker, when I drink coffee, I know this is good coffee, this is, you know, bad coffee. So yeah, I think these are some of the things to look out when you're having a cup of coffee.
I'm saying, what type of coffee do you use in your coffee shop, and why did you decide to go for that coffee?
Oh, okay. So we have our own house blend, but it's majorly Arabica coffee, because Arabica coffee has like it has many, you know, the texture, the citrus in it. It's not as bitter as Robusta. In my coffee shop, I use Arabica, has that sweetness in it, you know. Again, we love coffee. It depends on who takes the coffee, but for me, I wanted that, you know, sweetness in the coffee, that natural sugar, you know, in the coffee. And Arabica has that sweetness in it, and that's why I use Arabica coffee. Plus, I do the roasting. We roast our own coffee, so we just came up to blend, and yeah.
Us today on the coffee break, and we look forward to having you on the show some other time so that we can talk more about the coffee business. That's been Ronnie for you guys, and Ibra, Ronnie here say that he has a certain type of coffee that he uses in his coffee shop. Yes. That the type of coffee also like has an influence on someone to buy it in that coffee shop. He talked about the sugars in the coffee.
Yes, yes. Yeah, actually the type of the coffee also plays a part in convincing someone to take that coffee. Okay, this is what I've realized. Most coffees, the way they showcase their uniqueness, attributes and the flavors, it's like a marketing strategy for this coffee to be bought by a certain client. Yes.
Okay, with 80% of coffee in Uganda being Robusta and 20% being Arabica, we're going to come back after this short commercial break, and we shall be talking about the types and differences of these coffees. We shall be right back.
people at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Remember Prince?
Yes.
Welcome back from that short commercial break. You're still watching the Coffee Break on House of Talent TV. Where are you watching us from? Please let us know so that we know where you're watching us from. Are you in Canada? Are you in the USA? Are you down here in Uganda? Let us know where you're watching us from, and we shall make a shout out to you. We thank you a lot for having tuned in to House of Talent TV, and we're still talking more about coffee. We need to know, is Ugandan coffee really this good to be the 8th in the world as the most growing country, and also to be the 2nd in Africa behind Ethiopia? I'm having Ibrahim Chiganda, the senior barrister at World Coffee, speaking more about the benefits and how good Ugandan coffee is. Ibrahim, before we went to a break, we talked about the types of coffee beans or coffee types.
Yeah.
What are the differences between Arabica and Robusta?
Robusta. Well, I'll talk about the country of origin where these coffee types originated. For example, Arabica came from central plateaus of Ethiopia. When you look at Robusta, came from the western and central sub-Saharan Africa.
Hold on. You said Arabica came from Ethiopia,
yes.
Central Ethiopia.
Yeah.
And Ethiopia is the first growing country of Robusta in Africa.
Fast growing?
Because
no,
we are the 2nd behind Ethiopia.
Yes, in terms of producing
Robusta coffee.
Robusta?
Yeah.
It's Arabica. Yeah, I think in terms of production, we are number 2 after Ethiopia. Yes.
Okay, so how can I differentiate that this is a Robusta coffee bean and this is an Arabica coffee bean?
Then an Arabica coffee bean, it's ovalish and long. A Robusta bean, it's bold and big.
What do you take as the best bean amongst the two? Is it Robusta or Arabica?
Arabica.
Arabica, why?
Because it's okay. I love Arabica coffee. Yeah.
So let me ask you: if you love Arabica and we're growing 20% of Arabica, or we're producing 20% of Arabica, where's the Robusta going? Is it among these 2.4% export that we make?
Actually, we produce more Robusta and we export more Robusta, so we consume less Robusta.
Why?
I think it's because of its bitter component, as well as, of course, the consumption rate. Very many people are not really so enough informed with coffee, so they know that I'm starting up this kind of coffee just to grow and export. That's all. That's the end.
Well, as we grow in coffee, or as that farmer down in Bukisu, down in Rwenzori, down in Masaka is growing this coffee, how easy is it for him to choose that, let me grow this coffee, let me grow Arabica or let me grow Robusta?
I think it's very easy for him to decide depending on where he is located.
Okay.
A person in Masaka, Luero, those are low altitude areas, so a Robusta coffee will do well in those regions. So a person in Mbale, Kasese, those mountainous areas, yes, you can do Robusta, but it won't give you that much yield compared to the person growing the Robusta in the central.
So speaking about the Erigon region, which is the altitude around 1,800
to 2,200.
Yeah. So which means the longer the altitude, the best the coffee that comes out.
Remember, these are two types of coffees that can grow in different environmental conditions. Arabica can survive well in cold places. Those are the mountainous areas. Like the higher you go, the cooler it becomes. The coldness will prolong the growing time for the Arabica, hence maturation of the what? Of the sugars, flavors and everything in the coffee. So the coffee will take long to mature, but you have better quality, like very mature and good coffee.
But if you to set up a coffee shop, which coffee would you decide to use? If you're in Uganda right here.
If I'm in Uganda, actually I will go for both.
Okay, now you're doing a blend, like the CEO of Clear Coffee, Ron Muhumuza, said they do a blend. What happened to doing single origin coffees?
Well, to my own understanding, I think single origin coffees for the people that are into specialty. You really want to get more details about this coffee.
Okay.
Yes.
Speaking about specialty, to my understanding, I think specialty is like how we determine the best coffee.
Actually, very many school of thoughts have come in describing or redefining what specialty coffee is. Living along how it scores on the cupping score, like 80, 85, going upwards to 92 or to 100%. Yeah.
Okay, specialty coffee for you who's watching us, if you don't know specialty coffee. Specialty coffee is that type of coffee when it's graded or when it's cupped, it scores 85 and above.
And it must have less or minimum defects.
So the defects we're talking about, if you're taking like this cup of coffee and you taste something that's not good, that's a defect, right?
Defect like earthy, smoky, taste.
So, for you who's watching us, if you taste your coffee and you feel like, you taste like it's earthy, it's, what's the other term one?
Potato flavor.
That's a defect.
Undesirable flavors or flavors that you get like, this coffee is bad.
This coffee is bad. Read through your comments a little bit on Facebook. We have Saddam, who is in Dubai watching us right now. He says, having the best coffee in Uganda makes me proud. And the fact that I am in Dubai, it gives me a mileage so that I'm recognized as a barista who's making the best coffee in Dubai from Uganda. Actually, these people make coffee which is sourced from different areas. They get coffee from Guatemala, Burundi, Rwanda,
Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda.
Which is a bad thing in Uganda because we're only using our coffee. Even the coffee we source from out there is not that good. They give us that premium coffee because we don't want to incur the cost. Is that the reason why? That we don't want to buy the best coffee down here from other regions?
Beg your pardon?
Like, is it because we're not buying this best coffee? Because we all know Brazilian coffee is good, Guatemala coffee is good, Ethiopia coffee is good. But we don't want to buy that best quality of coffee so that we can compare it down here in our coffee shops in Uganda. Is it because it's too expensive?
Yeah.
Or we just don't want to incur that cost?
One is, okay, those are foreign coffees. They're very expensive, if I'm to say. Okay, like for our case as Wild, we source, okay, we have foreign coffees. We have coffee from Rwanda, we have coffee from Burundi and Congo. So when you look at this person bringing this coffee close to you, he or she is putting in much. Remember, taxes, those few costs that come in. So by the time a bag is processed, roasted and everything, it's very costly.
All right, Ibra, I want you to look into that camera and tell that farmer right over there, tell that business person right over there, how they should make sure that we are in the top 5. We want to leave the top 10.
Top 10?
Yeah, and
top 3. Top 3.
What they should do to have the best coffee in Uganda.
One,
and the world at large.
Attention to details when growing, processing the coffee. Yes. Make sure that when you're growing the coffee, give it all the best that you can. Give it manure, prune it, desiccate, like take care of the garden very well. When it comes to harvesting, harvest on the red ripe cherries. Why? You're going to get good quality coffee at the end, and you're going to secure the other unripe coffee so that by the time you finish up with this lot, you'll have another coffee to harvest rather than stripping. Yeah. Then another thing, processing. I would advise farmers in Uganda to do more research or to consult people that are so well informed, experienced with modern or new technologies in coffee. Like I personally, yes, I did biotechnology and I'm not working in this research institutes and all that crap because I really want to cause an impact with this biotechnology knowledge into the coffee industry. For example, processing, the honey processing, fermentation part of it is a very, very key point in processing coffee.
Okay, Ibra, thank you for coming through on the coffee break. It's always a pleasure having you on the coffee break. Well, guys, it's the discussion that we need to carry on our Twitter handle, that's at House of Talent Uganda, and also on our Facebook. Let's keep the engagement coming because we need to make sure that we stay in the top 10. Or we need to go in the top 5. We're already in the top 10.
Top 3. Why am I saying top 3? Because as I was watching those World Barista competitions, there is a guy who came to Uganda, CP Falls, and sourced Ugandan coffee, and he used it in the World Barista competitions.
Wow, you can imagine how our coffee is going far and wide, worldwide. That's why we are ranked as number 8. Well, guys, we thank you for having joined us today on the House of Talent television. This has been the Coffee Break, and my name is Amon Mukisa. I'll be seeing you next weekend. Have a nice weekend.
Welcome to this week's program. Our speaker is Paula Abru from New York Summer Stage.
Like a new beginning, you remind me of something else, something that I used to feel, something like what I've been missing. Oh, like what I've been missing. Oh, something like what I've been missing. Oh, so long I didn't know.
Hi, I'm Paula Abreu, and I'm the Associate Director of Programming at City Parks Foundation Summer Stage in New York. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. City Parks Foundation produces the largest free outdoor performing arts festival in New York City, Summer Stage. We produce events in 15 parks across the city and Central Park. We're the only festival producing events in all 5 boroughs of the city. Our events range from music, dance, spoken word, theater, opera, family programming for all ages to all New Yorkers in this city. We are the largest festival, and we're proud to also produce events related to education, sports, and community building with City Parks Foundation. New York City is a very diverse city in terms of culture, and I mean it's hard to think of how to explain how people come together to celebrate culture. I think music is an universal language, and dance and art forms are universal languages of how people express. So I think that's a threading connecting point that makes people join and celebrate and be together in the same space, sharing the same experience. But also I've noticed in my years in New York City, and I should say I'm from Brazil originally, a big city as well, Rio de Janeiro. But it's different. It's a very different city in terms of geography, demographic, and how the city is divided, the urban areas. So I think what is unique to New York, at least comparing to Rio and to other places where I lived or visited, is that there are many different pockets of culture, and sometimes they don't come together. They're very segregated. But when there's a big event and when there's a big music concert, you do see a very mixed crowd and mixed ages and demographics and ethnic groups together enjoying the same music or the same experience. So it's a beautiful thing to see, even though it's a city with many geographical pockets of culture. Summer Stage started 36 years ago in New York City in 1986. This year is technically our 36th year. It started only in Central Park, and then a few years later we started doing shows all across the city in all the boroughs. And I think it started with a mission to, first of all, to elevate Central Park as a space where people felt safe and they could come and hang out in their backyard, because it's a park very central to New York. Of course, it's at the heart of the city. But then when we expanded to the other boroughs, we were thinking of the communities that don't receive arts and culture the same way that maybe people in Manhattan or people that live close to culture hubs that they experience. So we wanted to bring culture to their backyard. We wanted to bring artists that wouldn't perform near their houses otherwise, and we wanted to do that for free. So that's been a mission of Summer Stage since its inception. And we're truly the only festival that does this. We bring culture and artists to their backyard, to the backyards of New Yorkers. And if I may say, I mean, the definition of culture, it varies, and the definition of entertainment and fun and what people want to experience is very broad. But I think what we bring is it's either something that identify with a specific ethnic group. For example, New York is made of such diverse ethnic groups. To give an example, we have a specific Ghanaian community that lives in the Bronx, and for the last 2 years we've been bringing Ghanaian artists to the Bronx, and the Ghanaian community feel really encouraged to come out and celebrate their culture. The same thing happens with Haitians that live in Brooklyn, or with Mexicans or Latinos who live in Staten Island. So we bring culture that they will relate to, and they will celebrate artists that would not play here otherwise, Or we also celebrate the cultures that are specific to New York, or the genres, I may say, like hip hop, salsa, jazz. We are proud to bring some of the artists who were born in New York or who made their career here, and then they went to the world to become big artists, and they come back and play in our stages across the city. To give an example again, La India, who is a big salsa star, she played back in the South Bronx, where there's a big Puerto Rican community, and it was a very emotional concert. Or when we had, let me think, we have so many hip hop artists playing the different boroughs of New York, and they usually don't go deep in the neighborhood to play. For example, we had Public Enemy in Brownsville, in Brooklyn. So they usually don't go to these spaces to play. They are high-paying artists, and they play big venues. So with Summer Stage, they go to the communities and play to their fans in the communities many times where they came from. So this is really special.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Collaborations are key to what we do as a festival. As a free festival, and I work for City Parks Foundation, it's a nonprofit, we depend on collaborations and partners who want to see the same outcome, the same shows that we want, who wants to bring the same artists that we want to the city. And we partner with a lot of what we call culture institutions or companies who want to bring or want to expand the culture here in New York or the US. So for example, we partnered, every year we partner with the French export office. As you know, they're big supporters of music. But in Africa, we've partnered before. I can't remember by heart, but I think the South African Consulate has supported us in shows in the past. I've visited many different spaces in Africa that I've loved, and I would love to partner in the future. Sometimes it is hard to create a collaboration partnership that makes sense for all the sides, but for Summer Stage, it is important to always keep the doors open and try to forge these partnerships. Oh, I should mention, I mentioned the Ghanaian shows that we've been doing in the South Bronx. There is a festival, it's a local festival called Ghana Fest, and we've been partnering with them with concerts in the Bronx in the last 2 years. So these collaborations are very important, not only for financial resources, but also to reach to the communities. That Summer Stage is a big festival with a broad outreach. Sometimes it's hard to speak specifically to the communities that they would want to target for a specific show or specific concert. So the partners working with the local communities or with the local cultures will have more of a deep connection that we can benefit from when we partner with them. Free is at the core of Summer Stage and has always been. It's something that we will not change. It's been the very core of our mission. I think, to me, free reflects, it's a democratic space. It's a space that is accessible to all. That is, like, there's no judgment, it's equality. And so to me, it's very important that we remain free, because that's the message that we want to go out, that we are for everyone. We're not creating barriers, we're not prioritizing one group versus the other. So it's important to be accessible. It's also important to say that in the last couple of years in the US, that with all the social justice movements that have been going on, and civil rights movement, that doesn't relate directly to the fact that we are free, but I think we are a space also we don't specifically promote political or specific messages, but we want to give a platform to artists who promote the message of equality and social justice and democratic rights. So by being free, we're also giving the chance for people to receive the message from these artists with no barriers directly. I should say, although I'm from Rio, I lived in Africa it wasn't for too long, it was about 6 months. I lived in Angola, in Luanda, and I fell in love with the culture there. This is almost 20 years ago, and it was incredible. I had a deep experience of cultural, revealing in front of me, because it's so similar to the culture in Brazil, at the same time so different. And I realized back then how rich and how of a foundation everything coming out of Africa is. Music, from music to literature to fashion to everything, and to our food and culinary. So when I go, I developed a special passion for anything that comes out of Africa, especially music. That is my passion. But in general, I think when I go to Africa, I visit, I've been to a couple conferences there already, music conferences. I usually look for things that will surprise me in a sense that it's music that is being made right now, but that don't forget the ancestors and the culture that came for many, many years and sets the foundations for so many things that we have in all over the world, not only Africa, right? So I look for things that will surprise me, but not forget the source and the roots where they come from. Was at the center of the pandemic for a while, right, last year, and it was pretty scary. We, at the beginning of the pandemic, we didn't know, of course, none of us knew what was going to happen. And in terms of, I know many of my colleagues and artists especially, they suffered a lot because they lost gigs, they lost jobs. And we at Summer Stage and my colleagues in the festival world, we're lucky to be able to resist and keep standing and produce some virtual events. And we did a lot of them. We did about 100 virtual events, from last year until this year. And we had to learn a lot of skills that we didn't have. But I have to say, I think for us as a team and for me personally, I think it was the silver lining was able to learn different skills and to work in a different medium and to appreciate a workspace that I didn't think I would before. And moving forward, I think what changed, we're gonna all have to work in both worlds now, the virtual and in person. It's gonna be different. It's not gonna be back to what it was for sure. I think by essence, what we do is to gather people, right? So I think the first thought of safety and health guidelines, of course, we were a safe environment before, but now we're thinking of different guidelines and different issues that we weren't thinking before. But also like the experience that we've all been through, it reflects on the artists and the art the artists are making and how we're putting this on stage and how we're the experience that we're providing. And to me, my passion is that to see the connection between artists and audience. And I think after 1 year of all of us being through this, it's never going to be the same. And in terms of as a producer, we also, like I said before, it's more valuable for us to make sure that we have digital components as well, in addition to the in-person experience. How that's going to translate, if it's live stream, if it's captured to do a rebroadcast later, or if it's a virtual combined with in person. There's still questions. There's still questions about it, but it's not going to be like it was before. Before, I think we all know this. It's going to be hard, but we all grew and learned from this experience. I think in a world where we cannot be together, we'll have to think of ways to celebrate and to feel like a sense of confraternization that is as fulfilling as it was before, or if it's fulfilling it's a fulfilling experience. It's not something that right now in New York City, I must say that we are in a moment that it's probably different than many places in the world, and I know it's different from Uganda right now, and I hope all places evolve to being like we are at this moment. We dropped all the restrictions, we dropped the lockdown, we're basically back to the way we were before in terms of self-distancing and all the health guidelines. So right now we're just producing events with people in parks that they can gather the way they used to gather before. It is hard to imagine a world that will go back to distancing. I can say that the first month, we're producing shows right now, and the first month of shows that we didn't have that many, but we had a couple where we had to implement social distancing. It was very challenging. It's challenging to keep people distanced, to keep the room organized, and it's not what we are about. We're about confraternizing and celebrating, and I don't know. I hope that we don't need to do that in the future, to be honest. I think the artistic community is one of the communities that suffered the most with this pandemic, not only for the lack of jobs and opportunities and the cancellation of many concerts they had, but also they are very sensitive professionals and human beings connected to the environment and what's going on socially around us. I've seen different artists react in different ways. I personally admire artists who are not social justice, but they're active changers, that they implement or they promote change themselves, and they speak to the reality, speak to what's going on around them. So I've seen many artists create new music or create new artwork that is a reflection to what's going on. And I think what we all need, and especially artists, is to feel again that they're part of the fabric of society, to feel again that they are loved, and we are one community, that we can hug and gather in one space and celebrate life. And I've seen a lot of artists either doing work talking about that or expressing that they miss that and they are looking forward to do it. And I'm very curious to see what's going to come out in the next year also in terms of music and artwork. I'm very excited to see. I think we're going to see some of the most brilliant works coming out next after this horrible experience that we've been through. First of all, I would love to visit Doa Doa and Uganda. Who knows, maybe next year I'll be there. I would love to visit you guys and to learn in person, firsthand, on what's going on there and what kind of music is being made. I would love to learn all that. But the message that I would like to leave for everyone is please be hopeful. We're going to go through this, and New York City is a place that welcomes all cultures, and I've been dying to work with people from Uganda and Eastern Africa, so hopefully we'll be able to collaborate and work together soon. Be thankful for what you have, be thankful to be alive, celebrate life and culture and the importance of art around you. Oh yes, I've known Faisal for a long time. I think the work he does, his persistence is brilliant, and I'm a true fan of what he does. And thank you for thinking of me and for thinking of Summer Stage to be featured in this program. And I hope to keep growing our relationship and collaboration. And I hope to be in Uganda soon and to see you guys in New York City.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this edition of Doa Doa 2021. and it is our virtual docu-series. As you heard from our speaker of this week, I would like to introduce you to the artist that you'll get to know, and that is Deborah Asimwe. Deborah Asimwe is one of Uganda's celebrated playwrights and also a stage director and producer. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Deborah Asimwe.
Run, Silver! Maria has a knife, she wants to stab you. Maria, I can't allow you. Let bygones be bygones. Silver's a friend. He will always be. Run, Silver! Run for your life!
Hi, thank you so much for having me today. My full name is Asimwe Deborah Kawe, and I am a playwright. I also produce theater, and I once in a while perform, and I once in a while direct for stage. So in a nutshell, that's who I am. So I was born and raised in rural Uganda, and at some point in my life, I lived with my grandmother, I think from the age of 9, who was a storyteller. And the tradition in our home was that she would tell us stories as her grandchildren, and in the subsequent nights would retell them. And in most cases, she would actually ask us to perform them. And I really attribute my entry into theater and performance from her. So in school, when I went to school, I was very lucky that I grew up at a time when storytelling was so integral in lower primary section. So I remember we used to have sessions to tell stories, which in the language that my mother speaks, which is the language that I grew up speaking, Runyankore, we call it okugana, to tell stories. And so each child would be asked to stand in front of the class and tell a story. And so from there, I really found myself very, very interested in the art of storytelling, which really where theater falls. Theater is all about telling stories. And as I continued with my education and was introduced to literature, I came across plays and playwrights that I really found myself interested in, African playwrights from elsewhere. And then when I finished my A-level, I found myself, and I'm using the words found myself, studying music, dance, and drama at Makerere University. So what has my journey been like? I think I kind of hinted on the fact that in Uganda, in most schools in Uganda, and in Uganda as a society, choosing to be an artist for one's rest of life is something that some people shun upon and question because I think it is Ugandan specific, but also kind of global. The arts are not something that one can think about when they are talking or thinking about monetary success. Some people can become very successful for being artists, but others may not necessarily be successful. And in our context in Uganda, when a parent takes their child to school, the expectation is that this child is going to be successful, and in most cases, economically successful. So I remember one of the questions that my mom asked me when we were thinking about whether I should study music, dance, and drama or not was, she said, so who are you going to depend on for the rest of your life? And I really hear her. I understand her, why she was very worried about me. And so in terms of my artistic journey, I have always known that writing or theater is a passion first and foremost, other than being something that I gain from economically. And I have been fortunate in the sense that I have written plays, they've been staged, and I have earned by doing that. Of course, I supplement that to either teach at universities or write commissioned work. But I have to say that when I write for passion, that has been my greatest joy. When I see something that I really feel I need to say something about, and I put it into a story that can be performed on stage, that has been my greatest passion. And I have written many plays. I think I've been very, very fortunate to have had my work produced in different places, on different continents. So I really, in terms of being a playwright, I feel I've been very lucky and blessed that my work has been read and seen and studied at different universities across the globe. I've had work here, produced here at the Uganda National Culture Center, which also houses the National Theatre. I have had my work produced in other Eastern African countries. And so I feel like in terms of my artistic journey, I'm very lucky that my work I've not written to just shelve. I have written and people have seen what I have written and read what I have written.
Where do I want to catch you? I know. You have a nose? Where's your nose? Right here. Where? Right here on my face. You have a face? What's father? Everybody has a face. Where? Right here. I do not see it.
What motivates me is, so there's this thing that I think artists may have in common, that when a story wants to come out, it will tug at you, it will nag you as an artist until you actually let it out. So that has been one of my motivations. When a story wants to be told and wants me to tell it in a particular way, it will not give me peace until I have told it. That's one. The second one is I feel that there are not so many people who get to have a platform to create, to tell stories, or to be gifted that way. And I think I ask myself, if I have been gifted in this area, why shouldn't I use this gift that God has given me? So that is the second motivation. And then the third motivation is when I see something that I feel must be known by other people, it feels like a responsibility. If I have identified something and I really feel that this is something that other people need to know and to begin to question, then it motivates me to put it out in the public and invite whoever is interested into a conversation. Because the kind of work that I do and the kind of plays that I write have themes that I feel need to be talked about. And so for me, writing is a way of inviting other people into the kind of conversation that's in my head. I put it out there so that it can be public, and I invite people to enter into a conversation with me and with the story that I'm telling. I believe in God. I don't know what more you want me to say. I believe that there is a supernatural being, for sure. I know that the force that you're explaining, the way you have explained it, for me, I give that God, the name God. I know that other people may give it other names, and that's why I was saying that I totally believe that there is a supernatural being. And I could say it in so many different ways, in different languages that I speak, but because we are now communicating in English, I'm going to say that I do believe in God. And for that force that you're explaining, that you're talking about, for me, I refer to it as God. Who is that person that I would love to collaborate with and have never collaborated with? Honestly, I don't think I have an answer for you. And I'm the type who really loves collaborations. And some of my work have emerged from collaborations. But I don't know, I think I need to think about that. But I don't think there's one particular person I would love to collaborate with. Honestly, I think I need to think about that. So my work is very different and very diverse. And usually my work dictates space where it can be performed. I've written work that, for example, would not do well in a conventional space, like, for example, the main auditorium of the National Theatre here. So that's a very interesting question, because I don't think that my work can be confined into a specific space. But I can also say that I've always hoped that at some point one of my plays will end up on the Broadway in New York. I've had my work off Broadway, but I hope that I can create a script that can end up on Broadway. Interestingly, the lockdown came at a time when I had just had a baby. So I was in my own open lockdown. So that actually was great in the sense that it really allowed me to spend time with my baby. However, I beg to disagree with you that the creative minds have been in lockdown. I think people have been creating, just that the physical spaces have been locked does not mean that the creatives haven't been creating. And thankfully, the digital spaces allowed for some creatives, those who can access them and can afford them, have allowed for them to continue sharing their work and their creation. And so when my baby was a little bit older, around 4 months, 5 months, I started writing again, and I think I was again really blessed because I was commissioned to write something specifically for a digital platform. And I'm actually working on a new script that is specifically meant for online. It's an online script. It's not meant for stage. And the other thing is some of my work was adapted for podcasts. So I was still able to be creative, but of course not as open and as available as when there was no lockdown. But I think also because I was busy raising a baby, that in itself made me stay back a lot in terms of being creative. So you can reach out to me on my website, which is asimwekawe.org, and Asimwe is ASIIMWE, Kawe KAWE, so asimwekawe.org. Or you can reach out to me via my Facebook page, which is Asimwe Deborah Gashuji. Just put Asimwe Deborah and the last name will come, because that one is quite complicated. Or you can find me on Twitter at ADIKDAKS, so ADKDAKS, which are the other, I'm kind of forgetting but I think those are enough. Those are enough for now.
Thank you so much for joining this week's show, Doa Doa 2021. I hope you had some fun and got some inspiration. If you have any comment, please don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and leave your comment, or our Facebook page, Twitter or Instagram. We'll definitely get back to you. We are very grateful, and until next week, I remain your host, Faizo Kiwewa from Bayimba and the Doa Doa team. Keep it Doa Doa 2021.
recent years, music has become the most important art form in Iceland, and apart from the classical musicians and singers, we have very many well-known pop musicians like Björk, who the whole world has fallen in love with.
My calling was folk music. I've been a folk artist, and that is what I'm still doing. I started by being an apprentice of the late Dr. Albert Sempeke.
Welcome to This Week. Our speaker is Steinar Bilna from the Opera House in Iceland.
Dear friends and colleagues far away, my name is Steinar and I'm the CEO and Artistic Director of the Icelandic Opera. My name means someone who loves stones, and I wear that name proudly as it was my grandmother's, and she was the most loving and resilient person I have known. I was only 7 years old when I found my mojo, so to speak, and knew I wanted to become a musician. I was listening to the radio with my father in the garage and heard a piano sonata for the first time and knew what I wanted to do when I grew up. I've spent most of my professional life as a concert pianist, until I started the Reykholt Music Festival in a rural area in Iceland that has its 25th anniversary this year. In 2010, I became the artistic director of Harpa, and a few years later, the CEO and director of the Icelandic Opera. It gives me joy every single day to see young musicians start their careers in music and performing arts, and to be able to give them their first opportunities to share their talents with the audiences. Nothing can compare with that. Iceland is called the land of fire and ice for a good reason, since we have active volcanoes as well as quite a few glaciers and more than enough of snow in the winter. Being located in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, close to the Arctic Circle, means that we will never be too warm here in Iceland, but never too cold either, since we have the Gulf Stream to keep us warm, not to mention all the volcanoes like the one that's erupting right now since March, and possibly will be going on for years. The Vikings came from Norway some 1,000 years ago, and some say they were looking for America, but lost their way and found Iceland instead. Lucky guys. We are only 370,000 people in the whole country, which means we are pretty much one big family. And our most important cultural heritage is the sagas that were written on calfskin very long time ago, but we can still read them since the language has not changed that much. In recent years, music has become the most important art form in Iceland, and apart from the classical musicians and singers, we have very many well-known pop musicians like Björk, who the whole world has fallen in love with. I would say that there are more artists and musicians in Iceland per capita than probably any other country I know of, and I think it's probably because we are encouraged to be creative from very early age. And since we don't have a lot of warmth and sun and good weather like you do, we have to find something fun to do inside. And what better than music, arts, and storytelling? So how did Harpa come about? It was a dream for a whole century, and it has opened up a whole new dimension in our cultural life that we've never known before. It is the home of all the leading music events and festivals in the country. In this photo, taken in 1923, you see the very first concert hall built in Iceland, so you can see for yourselves what an incredible difference it has been for us in just the last century. We have a relatively short history of the performing arts, but they are becoming more and more important in our cultural life as time passes on. In 2008, we had a bank crash in Iceland that was a huge shock to everyone in the country. Harpa was half built at the time, and there was a real talk of tearing it down, since it would cost too much money. But fortunately, the brave decision to finish the building was made by the cultural minister at the time, Katrín Jakobsdóttir, who is now our prime minister. And needless to say, the whole nation is very grateful to her for that, since the time after the bank crash, we needed culture the most. Like I mentioned, Harpa has brought us a new dimension in every way as a world-class cultural center and has attracted many cultural tourists that would not have chosen Iceland as their destination if it wasn't for the concert hall. Of course, the volcano is a big attraction as well, but as you can see in this photo, the difference between the old and the new venue is enormous, and it is impossible to fully describe the impact it has had on our cultural life and performing arts. So now let's take a quick peek into the halls of Harpa, our cultural bridge to the world. It is fair to say that our national instrument is the voice. My theory is that since the Vikings cut down all the trees and didn't plant them back, we didn't have any wood to make instruments from, so everyone sang. There's more than 360 choirs in the country, and every time a group of friends or family gets together to celebrate, it is very likely that there will be singing involved. The relationship between the venue and the Icelandic nation has grown from being complicated into a love affair that hopefully will last for a very long time. After the crash, people were losing their jobs and properties, so it was very understandable that they were skeptical about this magnificent hall being built when the country was going through such hard times economically. Now it has become a monument of victory after we have revived our economy, and now people cannot think of Iceland without it. So now let me pass on the word to my colleague, who will take you on a little artistic adventure inside Harpa. See you when you get back.
Welcome to Iceland, everyone, and welcome to Harpa, the flagship of cultural life in the capital city, Reykjavik. This magnificent concert hall was our dream for over a century until it finally opened in 2011. The first ever purpose-built concert hall in Iceland. And what an inspiring venue it is. But for musical life in Iceland, this really is the promised land. Home to the Iceland Symphony Orchestra and the Icelandic Opera, as well as to some of our most important festivals, such as the Reykjavik Arts Festival and Iceland Airwaves. We really can't wait to share Harpa with you in person. And can you hear that? That's the opera chorus, rehearsing one floor up. Let's go up and have a listen.
Oh
thank you so much. Absolutely beautiful singing. This song, Heyr himna smiður, was actually voted Iceland's favorite piece of classical music a few years back, and for a good reason. The lyrics are from the 13th century, but the music is by one of Iceland's greatest 20th century composers, Þorkell Sigurbjörnsson. So it really ties together the old and the new in our culture. And the acoustics out here in the open space are just gorgeous, perfect for choral singing. Next up, I'm going to take you to the main conference hall. It's called Norðurljós, named after the Northern Lights. You're about to see some contemporary dance, a segment from a new work by Icelandic choreographer Inga Maren Rúnarsdóttir. The work is called Æði, and she dances it herself. The music is by Ólafur Arnalds.
The new venue has been our new bridge to the world in very many ways. Now we can enjoy the best events performed by globally renowned musicians and artists from around the world in our own country that we needed to travel abroad to listen to before. The main opportunities for artists from East Africa would perhaps be to perform in one of our arts festivals, such as Reykjavik Art Festival or Reykjavik Jazz Festival. So I will leave you here with few links to web pages that you could use to get further information or contact a person who would be the curator for each venue or festival. Here they are. So before leaving, I'd like to extend my sincere thanks to my friend and respected colleague Faisal Kawewa for allowing me to send you this personal invitation to the Icelandic Opera. I sincerely hope we will have the pleasure to seeing you here in Iceland at some point in the near future, and wish you all the best in your professional and personal lives. So now I will end by showing you a short video that explains all about why you need Iceland. Velkomin til Íslands. Thank you.
Enough waking up to more bad news.
Enough not making new friends or making it to the gym. Enough talking to the walls. Enough with the endless video calls. When was the last time you felt goosebumps? Or had a real date with a person? In person. Enough missing out. It looks like you've had enough. It looks like you need Iceland.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to yet another edition of Doa Doa 2021, the virtual docu-series. As you've heard from the speaker, now you are going to get to know the artist. And the artist in focus this week is Joel Sebunjo, the Pan-African. Enjoy.
Compatriots, victorious fighters of Africa.
Joel Sebunjo is a Ugandan-born musician, a composer, a culture-man, an artist in general. I would say for sure by the age of 12 I knew I wanted to be a musician. When I joined secondary school, that's when I felt the conviction that art, audio art, music was my calling, because I went to Makerere College, which was a highly artistic school. So from there I got so much involved with the art scene in the school, and then I knew I wanted to be a professional musician. My musical journey from childhood began at Makerere College. When I joined, I got so much involved with music, and then I was also studying music as a subject. So for all the 6 years I was in high school, I was a music student. It was part of my curricula as I did other subjects. So for the lower secondary, I did music, and for the higher secondary, I did music as a subject. Then I went ahead to do music as a degree in university, pursuing the Bachelor's of Musicology. Then I've also been informally trained, because my calling was folk music. I've been a folk artist, and that is what I'm still doing. I started by being an apprentice of the late Dr. Albert Sempeke. Albert Sempeke is one of the greatest musicians from Uganda. He was the master of the Ndongo and Ganda music. So he was my mentor. I spent a lot of my childhood learning from him. There was also the late Stephen Busura, who was my teacher in Makerere College. He was one of my biggest mentors in folk music, because he was among the King's musicians as well, alongside another gentleman called Ludovic. Ludovic Serwanga was also one of the pillars of Ganda folk. Then outside Uganda, I went ahead and took informal music education from other masters like Tumani Jabate in Mali, who is one of the greatest kora players. He's still alive. I went to the Gambia, also took music apprenticeship with people like Alhaji Mbaye, who is also one of the known kora players from the Mandinka music. So it has been this kind of encounters that have shaped my music, you know. But I'm also admiring musicians, you know. When you listen to, by the age of 13, I was already aware of the music of the greater Africa, you know, people like Oliver Mtukuzi, people like Baba Mal, people like Youssou N'Dour, people like Ismailo. I used to follow what they're doing. So that's how I've learned about African music.
Africa, I love you daily.
I am motivated by folk life. Folk life is what we live. Because I'm a folk man, I want to talk about the everyday things, about the stories of our society, about the stories of our past, and about the future. For me, it's about today, yesterday, and the future. That is folk life. You know, creating music is mouth first. You know, sometimes you are inspired by the events in your life. Events in your life. Probably you have had a child, and the different artists. There is always the same reasons. You know, probably you're in love with somebody, then you want to make a love song. We have seen artists making music because they're divorced. So, but for me, it's all about the life events. You know, life events. It's like the song called Kabaka Yeka. It was inspired by the Kabaka of Buganda over 8 months ago during lockdown, when the Kabaka first appeared in public and it didn't look so energetic. Then I made that song, but I didn't release it until recently.
Wangala aikatunda kumakabaka.
It's all about the thing. Sometimes you can record a song because it's raining. Because in our culture, the Waganda, we have songs about even rain, songs about the sun, songs about drought, songs about hunting, songs about harvesting. So that is folk life. So music can be about anything. We have songs about baptism, songs about naming children, songs about twins. When somebody has twins, there's music for that. So we compose music according to what's happening in our lives. Yes, I believe in God, but I'll better say I believe in the supernatural realm, because probably God is part of that realm, but the world moves with a lot of forces. And probably God is one of those forces. So I'm a believer I'm a believer of that supernatural forces of the world, and God is one of them, really. When you talk about spirituality and the way to relate to African music, it also connects to our instruments that we play as Africans. I am a master of the ndongo, actually one of the surviving masters of this generation, because I learned from the old generation who have all died. The late Sempeke, the late Ludovic, those were our masters to learn these instruments. So I'm one of the surviving masters of the ndongo, which is the bolaya. But the ndongo is a very special instrument because there are only also a few people who can make it in this country. Not every instrument maker can make the ndongo, and that makes it very spiritual. You know, like in the music of Europe, you can go to a shop and buy a guitar or and buy a piano, but that's not the same for African music. As an African musician, when you need an instrument, you contact a special instrument maker for that to make it for you, and that instrument will be peculiar to you. No one. It will be one prototype. No one else will have the same instrument like you in the world. It will be a different sound. You know, you can have two instruments with two musicians, but those instruments are totally different. They're not the same instruments, even if they look alike. The ndongo for Joel Sebunjo is not the ndongo for Dr. Sempeke. They're all unique, and for me that is spiritual. You know, when I play my instrument, I have an attachment to it that is spiritual. When somebody gives me another instrument, even if it's the same name, I don't relate, because for me, it is natural that it's not my instrument. When I touch it, I feel it does not belong to me. And that is how spiritual African music is. You know, every instrument is unique. Every instrument has a different story. Every instrument has a different wood. Every instrument has a different language it speaks, because it is heart to heart between the instrument and the player. And that is African music for you. And that is all over Africa. And if you go to West Africa, you know, the kora, not everybody makes a kora. There are particular families that make these instruments. When you go to South Africa, the mbira, the particular families which construct these imbiras. And I think that's true. Even if it is drums, the djembe, or the ngoma, the particular makers of these instruments. It's not like anybody wake up and start carving wood to make a drum. No, there are special families that make this, and that is spiritual.
Without even realizing it. Because you can't heat the roots of a tree and not heat the tree. You can't heat your origin and not end up heating yourself. You can't heat Africa and not heat yourself.
Africa, I love you daily. My home, I think about you.
For a long time, I've had lots of dreams for collaboration, and I'm still dreaming to collaborate, but I know a lot of people that I want to work with, but probably it's not yet the time. And maybe I don't have the resources to make it happen, but we are in proximity by faith and by spirit. For a long time, I wanted to work with Mr. Moses Matov of the legendary Afrigo from Uganda, and I thank God I've done that. You know, that is very good. I wanted to collaborate with Samite of Uganda, who is based in New York. He's a Ugandan, one of our legends. I did that. I wanted to collaborate with Sami Kasule from Uganda. Unfortunately, passed away a few days ago, and that didn't come to fruit. I want to collaborate with Alex Mukulu from Uganda. I love his music, and I know, God willing, that will happen. I want to collaborate with Youssou N'Dour from Uganda, from Senegal. I've been on stage with Youssou N'Dour in different festivals. Even this year, I'm going to be on stage with him, but I want to get that chance to record, to make a record with him, you know. There are many artists that I really want to work with. People like Baba Mal, I want to record with him. Already we are exchanging, you know, what we want to work on. Eric Wainaina from Kenya, I want to work with him. My sister Susanna Owiyo from Nairobi, we are in talks. She's one of the people I really wanted to work with for a long time. We almost did it, but then she lost the dad, then we had to. So there are many, I'm so much in love with a lot of African sounds, and I want to work with a lot of African musicians, really. One of the stages I really dream to be on is the WOMAD Festival, founded by Peter Gabriel, one of the legends of world music. I've never been to WOMAD, but I dream I'll be there sometime, because WOMAD is really a big opportunity. But I've been on other big stages, like I've been to Sauti za Busara, one of our biggest stages in Africa, several times. I've been a very frequent, how do you call it? I've been a headliner there probably 4 times. I've been in the VFM in Morocco 2 times as headliner. I've played in many venues operated by the French Institute Network around Africa. Probably I've been to over 35 countries in Africa playing in those venues. I've done the one of the biggest venues in Austria, which is the Pogian Bass. You know, I've done that once. I've done lots of places. You know, sometimes I forget, but I've been in many places spreading the news about African folk and about Ugandan folk. And we're still on the drive, because every year there are new venues coming up, there are new programmers coming up, there are new festivals coming up, and we keep our eyes open, really. Today the way to go is digital. The first step is all my music that I've released is on all digital platforms. It's on Tidal, it is on Amazon Music, it is on Spotify, it is on iTunes. So digital, you'll find my music. And I have some albums available in stores around the world through distributors. So probably I have a big distribution in North America and the Benelux region of Europe, like Belgium, Luxembourg, a bit of Germany. So I have circulation there. So you can find some of my CDs in those leading stores of some of my past projects. I speak Luganda. is available in most of those stores, North America, USA, Canada, and parts of Europe. Heart of a Griot, which came out in 2010, is available in a lot of major world music stores. So you can find that. It's only United Slaves of Africa, which came out in 2019, that is available only through digital distribution. And also my new EP is going to be only digital distribution. So you just go on your phone and download that music and stream it and share it and get publishers to buy it. If you're making movies, yeah, we have good soundtracks. If you're making documentaries, you can use it as a soundtrack and pay us some money.
Thank you so much for joining this week's show, Doa Doa 2021. I hope you had some fun and got some inspiration. If you have any comment, please don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and leave your comment, or our Facebook page, Twitter, or Instagram. We'll definitely get back to you. We are very grateful, and until next week, I remain your host, Faizo Kiwewa from Bayimba and the Doa Doa team. Keep it Doa Doa 2021.
Give credit to Double XL for bringing out what's reality.
Even watching football is not enough. When is season 2 coming out?
Finally, Uganda got something new on TV.
Double XL has opened up the wounds.
My highlights for the show was when you guys took the cameras to Bokoto Street, where you shot the potholes.
If XXL came to me and wanted sponsorship, and I could afford it, it would be the show that I'd sponsor. It's a show that everybody watches.
XXL is a pioneer. Bush Baby has a show. He's Eddie Okila.
You should bring on more challenging people.
They take you to different places.
You hosted Nobad Mao, and that was great.
XXL going. Who told you? Who's on? No.
You have very many guests on XXL.
The message for the sponsors that please bring it back.
Definitely, you guys have made it real big.
slogan of Soundtrack Tribe is meet, inspire and celebrate. It's more than just a slogan. For me, it's a way of life. Meeting people is fun. Meeting interesting people is even more fun. And making beautiful things with challenging people is the best.
The world does not know much about us, and it is my responsibility to take that on and make sure I sell Uganda. So for me, my country, and then, you know, the richness of the roots that we have here, it's a bit challenging if the world does not know about that, because we have a lot to teach to the world. So that pushes me to keep going.
Welcome to This Week. Our speaker is Reem Kasim from Alexandria, Egypt.
Hi, my name is Reem Kasim, and I'm a cultural manager and producer and cultural researcher currently based in Abu Dhabi. I'm also the founder of Agora for Arts and Culture. And Agora is a cultural institution based in Alexandria, Egypt, that works on community involvement through education, production, dissemination of arts and culture. I'm also one of 3 co-founders for the virtual platform Basita.live. And Basita is a virtual theater or a virtual venue, and as well an income-generating platform for the creative and cultural sectors worldwide that has been created during the past year of the pandemic. During the recent years, most of the people in the creative industries were discussing alternative funding models, and were also discussing how they can be self-sustained financially through their activities. Most of the institutions are heavily depending on international funding or even local funding, and funding mainly for projects. However, there are very, very few cultural organizations that are self-sustained financially through their activities or through their earned income. And for this reason, when all our work moved to the online platforms, it became even more challenging for artists, creative freelancers, and cultural institutions to generate income through the virtual platforms. And of course, the virtual platforms, they come with their own challenges like copyright, security, online security, etc. So during this period, we thought, the co-founders of Basita.live, that creating a platform that is safe and secured, that also helps the artists and the institutions worldwide to share their online content in a secured way, while also being able to charge their audiences a fee/a ticket, would be very helpful during this critical time. And that's why immediately in April last year, April 2020, we started interviewing artists and having conversations with different institutions worldwide to understand their needs if such a virtual platform would become a reality. And from that, we started developing Basita.live and launched it in May 2020 as a test version. And from May till August, we started adjusting the platform as we saw suitable after consultations with artists. So we heard from filmmakers, we heard from performers, theater makers, dancers, what are the features and the elements, the technical elements that would help them take their art and present it worldwide, while also being able to have a sustainable, automated income from what they present. Then in August, we officially launched the platform with the first event. It was on 4th of August. And since then, we've hosted almost 25 events so far, ranging from musical events, film screenings, dance performances, theater performances, and talks as well. And we have noted that audiences, of course, they are still not used to paying for creative and cultural content, while they all are fine with paying for mainstream content on platforms such as Netflix or, for example, Spotify or Apple Music or other different platforms that present mainstream content. And still, the culture is new for audiences to start accepting the fact that also artists and cultural institutions, they deserve the same support that the mainstream content receives. Therefore, during this period, we are heavily working on audience awareness and awareness in general, that artists should be equally supported, that the independent artists and independent scene and creatives who present cultural content in general, no matter what the discipline is, they also deserve the same support that other creatives from the mainstream sector receive. And to do that, we have launched several campaigns and we have launched several info sessions, and we are still planning to do more. So the way Basita.life functions, it's very easy. Basita actually means simple. It's an Arabic word, but also resonates to different languages. And its translation is simple. So the artist or the institution, they go on Basita.live, the platform, and they create an account, a personal account. There are 3 types of accounts. An account as an artist, so a musician, a filmmaker, or even a visual artist, an individual artist can create an account. And there is also the venue or an institution account. So if it's a cultural center, if it's a band or a festival or any type of institution or a venue can create another account. We also have a 3rd type of account for audiences. So also audiences create accounts. And creating an account is very simple and straightforward. They just fill in some information, a quick synopsis, bio, a photo, a profile photo, and social media links, and that's it. Once the artist or the institution, they create their account on Basita.live, then they gain access. They have a username and password from which they can log into the platform and start creating their events. And creating an event on Basita.live is also very simple. They start also filling in the information of the event name, the event type. And on Basita, we have 2 types of events. We have the live events that are happening in real time, and we have the premieres. And the premieres are all the pre-recorded content. And then they fill in the discipline. Is it a concert? Is it a film screening? The genre. They choose their ticket price. So audiences from anywhere in the world, when they log in, they see the currency of the place or the country they are logging in from. And they see also the time zone of the place they are logging in from. And then the artist also adds the synopsis about the performance, the photo. And then if it's a premiere, then they have to upload the content, if it's a film or a filmed concert. And if the content is not ready, the artist can also skip this step and upload the content anytime later, but it has to be within 48 hours before the premiere date. And then the artist submits the event for approval. It goes to us for review. We review the event details, and then we approve it and confirm. Once the event is approved, then it appears publicly on our homepage, and the artist can start promoting the link. People can start buying tickets, and it works really in an automated way. Also, there are several different features that the platform offers. So for example, for films, there is the option of uploading subtitles. Also, for all the events, there is the option of geo-blocking. We understand that some people, sometimes they want to make their content available in some regions or some countries, and some countries not. for simple reasons, like for example, they don't own the distribution rights in certain regions, and they only own it for certain countries. So this feature is also there. There is a feature to make the event with invitation only for a limited number of people. You can make your event available for unlimited ticket purchase, or you can make it only available for a certain number of people if you want to keep it for a small number of audiences. And of course, the content is very secured. We use two types of security. First of all, encryption technology, so the content is encrypted. And second, on our web version, we use watermarking technology. So of course, anyone who accesses the content, who buys a ticket, has to have an audience account on Basita.live. And therefore, when the audience are watching the content, their IP address and email address appear on the screen as a watermark every 5 minutes randomly. So anyone who wants to screen record or try to infringe the content in any way, the content owner will be able to know who this person is. And also the platform offers detailed statistics to the creative users, the artists and the institutions. So whenever an artist creates an event, in their panel, their events panel, they can see statistics such as who are the people who bought the tickets, their demographics, their information, from which country, which nationality. And while creating the platform, we thought that this is very, very necessary during this period when we moved to the online platforms and our audiences are beyond the geographical place or boundaries we are in. We have to understand more from where are our audiences from, so that we can also enhance our outreach and marketing efforts. So the statistics are also downloadable in a PDF format, and we have the advanced statistics that also give the artist the contact details, the email addresses of his audiences. And this is something that is written in our terms and conditions, where the audiences, they approve and allow the platform to share the email addresses with the artist, since they have bought a ticket for his or her event. Our observations so far, after hosting nearly 25 events during the past 9 months, are that we've seen that audiences, they have the tendency to pay for the online content. And this is when the audiences are from the loyal followers or the fans of the artist. People who don't know the artist are less likely to commit to paying for a ticketed online event. But also we noticed that theater, dance, and film are selling more than music. But we haven't hosted a lot of musical events so far. We haven't hosted new performances so far, new musical performances so far. So also we don't have enough data to confirm our analysis. However, from our initial findings, we thought that because music is widely more available online and there are so many music platforms such as Spotify and Ghani and other, that's why audiences have lots of alternatives. However, we are also going to examine again when we have a new production on the platform or a new collaboration, something interesting that is not available on other platforms. But for film and theater and dance, we've noted that people are more interested to pay for such a content, especially people, for example, we hosted lots of events from Egypt. So lots of Egyptians living abroad, they were very keen to watch those independent films or theater performances from their country because they are unable to access this content physically in Egypt. We have noted also that the platform through the platform, artists and institutions reached new target groups. And these new target groups tend to be more on the two broad spectrums of age. So a younger technology generation felt were more interested to interact with cultural content online than physical. Also, senior citizens found it more convenient to interact with cultural content online. And of course, the global aspect, people who are not physically in the same location. So, and that's what we have in our plan for Basita.life after the pandemic and beyond this critical time. When people are back to theaters and institutions are operating normally, we think that the virtual option still will remain as an option, as an interesting and crucial option as well for some target groups who are not able to be there in person or physically. So we see the platform offering a big opportunity for artists from all over the world and from the region as well. The platform is currently in English and Arabic, and we are planning to add more languages in the future. And we would like to encourage more artists to register on the platform. It's free. Artists do not pay a subscription fee or a registration fee, and the platform only deducts 25% of total ticket revenue when the artist creates an event and sells ticket. And the platform also includes the events in its newsletter and takes the risk with the artist, whether if the artist sells tickets or doesn't sell enough tickets, the platform only deducts the 25% that is actually the fees of the payment gateway and the streaming service and the servers, etc. So the platform for now is offering lots of opportunities to artists, and that's why we would like to encourage more and more artists to register and create events. Even they can share their old content, their archived content, if they have old performances that have been archived and they want to test how it functions, they can do that. The platform also has an app. And this is because through our statistics, we've seen that more than 95% of the people logging in on our platform, they log in from their mobile phones. So we created an iOS and Android app for an enhanced visitor and audience experience. So please, I encourage you all to register and start creating your events. It's automated, easy, simple, straightforward, and it's free. And if you have any inquiries, please feel free to email me or email our contact email, creativeusers@basita.live. Thank you very much.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Doa Doa 2021, the virtual docu-series. As you've heard from the speaker, now let's get to know the artist. The artist in focus this week is Deo Munyakazi from Kigali, Rwanda. Enjoy.
Hi everybody, my name is Deo Munyakazi, traditional artist, singer and songwriter. Welcome to Doa Doa Virtual Festival. Well, Munyakazi is a Rwandan traditional artist, musician, singer and songwriter, based in Kigali, Rwanda. He plays inanga, is Rwandan traditional musical instrument, which is made of strings and wood with a pentatonic tune. That's my sound. Nimuze twimakaze umuco w'abanyarwanda nk'uko byahozeho, duhuza amarembo tugwiza amararo, dusenga n'Imana dusangire byose, dufumbata imfubyi dutera n'inkunga, duhana inka duhanira abageni nk'uko byahozeho. Isoko dusangiye ni umuco w'abavuka Rwanda, ni umuco w'abavuka Rwanda. Munyakazi wa mwene habarirwa mukuru kare wa kidende cya mutarataza waziri nk'abagabo akagira impakampanga habe nk'ubito ho inkotanyi abagabo ingabirane bayimashira ziraguhunga ni ikimenyimenyi uruhanga z'ubusa na kera nari gihangana nangara incuranze marangara incuranze mwiza incuranze mukonyi incuranze cyane mu bwana cyangwa bagiye batera ku ruti rw'abantu bahagurutse bavuga amakaya imiseke n'imiseke bagwiza muri tembo nanjye ncyura inganje ingamani sanzu nk'irya rusuka mwene tema hagari wo mu Gisaka. And that right there, it's sound of Kigali, Rwanda. Welcome to Doa Doa 2021. Well, my musical journey has been a blessing so far, because I got a time to introduce my music, my Inanga sound to the universe. I did collaboration with different artists, worldwide artists. I've been traveling in music festivals, workshops, and many different projects. So, and I've released my album, which is named Isoko Dusangiye. So far, I'm still working, so I'm feeling grateful for my instrument.
Hamagara Sebatunzi ayihere mu miyuki akubwira inaha na batatu yaruta mu kinyange cyarutiruka mu bakemba mu bakemba kugutaramire kandi uzagaruka.
Growing up as a child, I used to listen to the sounds, traditional sounds, on the radio, on the cultural shows, but I couldn't think that I would be playing the Inanga. As I was interested in Rwandan culture, poetry, fortunately I met the one who plays the Inanga, who is named Mushabizi. Is the old maestro we have in Rwanda. So I was really impressed to meet him in person. I asked him to teach me. He said yes. So that's how I started my journey of playing the Inanga. So for now, what motivates me doing what I do every day is to bring back the original sound, the sound of Africa, the sound of Rwanda, and keeping alive African music. Wherever you are, this is the sound of Rwanda. Welcome to Doa Doa. Winongujano mutaruta inyambo ahamatavu n'imitozo nazanye nazivumera ebesabo begana injishi ibyanze ku ruhembe dore abana b'ibisage bitetera batamba n'amararo bahu n'amararo bako mwiriwe kandi muraho iye ngwino tugutembereze ngwino tugutembereze ngwino tugutembereze iwacu mu Rwanda ngwino tugutembereze ngwino tugutembereze ngwino tugutembereze iwacu mu Rwanda. Bim bida dindana. Elam bim bida dindana. Bim bida dindana. Elam bim bida dindana. That right there is the sound of Rwanda, the sound of Africa. My spiritual belief is God, and I love to link the religion and humanity. I think it's Doa Doa family. This is what I say, that praising the Lord it works also with a traditional sound. Burya uwaguhaye uramushimira, uwakugabiye ukamwitura, maze nshimire yaduhanze, iyo gahangwa amasiteka, niyitugabira tugatunga, yaduhezagira tukeza, yadusiga tugasa neza, niyirinda intambwe z'ibirenge byacu, ngo hato tudatsikira, shimwa mwami. Urakwiriye mwami urakwiriye, urakwiriye mwami urakwiriye, urakwiriye mwami ukwiriye gushimwa. Wastahili Bwana wastahili, wastahili Bwana wastahili, wastahili Bwana kupewa sifa. Osanide mukama osanide, osanide mukama osanide, osanide mukama okwebazibwa. Obonge nalo kumunzambe naga, obonge nalo kumunzambe naga, obonge nalo kumunzambe nangaye. Okwanenera ra okwanene, okwanenera ra okwanene, okwanenera ra okwanene okusimirwa. Urakwiriye mwami urakwiriye, urakwiriye mwami urakwiriye, urakwiriye mwami ukwiriye gushimwa. Well, my dream is making the world, the universe more better than yesterday through my sounds. I love doing collaborations, been working with different musicians, Joston, Keza Jones, and many more, Cecilia Kairebga. But I really like collaborations because it gives more inspiration, and working together, fusing music together, it's creating something which is really good. And I've been part of Urban Music Label. It's a nice project which combined together different producers and electronic DJs and traditional musicians, just to make new sound which never been before. So the one I'm dreaming to work with, to collaborate with, is Richard Bona. He's my favorite. Well, my favorite venue so far is Doa Doa. I've been there, we've been there at festivals. It was really, really good. We had so much fun, good experiment. And so far, another venue I would like to be is New York. I want to experiment the sounds of New York with the different musicians and Canadian festivals, Memorial, and somewhere else. So I like to travel the world experimenting new sounds. Do I have a new song very soon? Yes, I'm working on. I'm in studio working on my new song, my second track of my second album, which will be released maybe in 3 weeks. Wherever you are, you can find my music on digital platforms like Amazon, iTunes, Spotify, and you can also buy my album on Bandcamp. You can find all my music, and on my YouTube channel I use Munyakazi Deo. You can follow me also on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. I use Munyakazi Deo as well. Wherever you are, you can get my music.
Bega kwisi we nunzije tujyane nzanye inanga yanjye tuzenguruka Afurika tugendagende iyi si tubabwira amahoro turerebe urukundo iraba indamukanyo maze banyikirize amahoro amani yo amahoro emilembe amani 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 amani
Here is my next song to you, The Sounds of Rwanda.
nimuze twimakaze umuco w'abanyarwanda nk'uko byahozeho duhuza amarembo tugwiza amararo dusenga n'Imana dusangire byose tuvumbata imfubyi duterana inkunga duhana inka duhanira abageni nk'uko byahozeho isoko dusangiye ni umuco w'abavuka Rwanda ni umuco w'abavuka Rwanda abana b'ibisage batoza urukundo abakobwa b'iwacu basusurutsa uruhembe ababyeyi b'i Rwanda barwambarira impumbya abasaza mbakunde bari mu misango nk'uko byahozeho nk'uko byahozeho isoko dusangiye ni umuco w'abavuka Rwanda ni umuco w'abavuka Rwanda ni umuco w'abavuka Rwanda.
I wrote this song, Isoko Dusangiye, just to remind people to be back to the roots, to the basics, to the essence as it was before, and bring back the culture. And that was my story here on Doa Doa as Munyakazi Deo, artist from Rwanda. I hope you enjoyed. Until next time.
Peace. Thank you so much for joining this week's show, Doa Doa 2021. I hope you had some fun and got some inspiration. If you have any comment, please don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and leave your comment, or our Facebook page, Twitter, or Instagram. We'll definitely get back to you. We are very grateful, and until next week, I remain your host, Faizo Kiwewa from Bayimba and the Doa Doa team. Keep it Doa Doa 2021.
Three, two, one.
An army of sheep led by a lion will beat an army of lions led by a sheep. That's a fake. Yeah. So let's be very honest about this thing, and really understand that you need to understand where you lie and where you fall. So it's very important for us to understand that leadership has to be definitive. You can't be laissez-faire. It has to be definitive. You have to be strong, just like a lion. You know, when a lion meets an elephant or a buffalo or whatever, the buffalo and all these animals run away. And yet, by the way, they are stronger than the lion. They are heavier than the lion. They are more intelligent than the lion. They are taller than the lion. They run away. The lion, because of its attitude, it sees lunch. That is a leader.
Mr. Tony, thank you very much for coming to the CEO bench. And I want to ask you, so if you were elected the President of the Republic of Uganda today, what would be your first State of Nation address? Now, as you look into the camera and close the show,
I think my first State of the Nation address would first of all to I think I'll just close it down.
It is a CEO bench, the Friday of 9th April 2021, the year of our Lord, where we get to bring you some of the most inspiring people who have started from the humble background and have become extraordinary personalities of our society today. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, on the CEO bench today is called Mr. Movies, but is actually known as Hamed Cheyune Mbazira. Yes. Welcome to the show. First of all, how are you today?
I'm fine, Eddie.
You all right?
Yeah, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, life opportunity to be here with you this morning.
You're welcome. So we're having Mehdi, as is actually known to you as Mehdi, but his real name is Hamed Cheyune Mbazira. And he's going to explain his names to us in just a short while. Welcome to the show, Mehdi. This is the CEO Bench, where we get to talk to the CEOs every Friday about their businesses, their lifestyle, and their life stories. But most importantly, we look at the leadership, change management, and transformation, which is what leadership is about and the CEO moments are about. Mehdi, if I am to take you back to 20 years from now, where would you be and what would you be doing?
20 years from now?
Yes.
I think given the trends of events in the business I'm trying to conduct is to be so much developed in the sense that technology, because it's in line of developing technology, and technology is running very fast. By now will be maybe streaming, having fans video, having its own maybe streaming website, or just like Netflix is, but the local way of doing it here in Uganda.
Okay, so you've given me the future. I want to take you back 20 years.
Back 20 years?
Yes.
Back 20 years,
yes.
20 years I would be as a little boy. 20 years ago.
What would you be doing 20 years from now? Let's take you back 20 years.
I would think I would be going to school, being given pocket money to survive from our small pockets from our parents. I think that's what I would be doing other than whatever I've become now.
Okay. And if you had to roll back your time to when you were a kid, did you see yourself where you are today?
Not really, not that big, but I've always been thinking big, trying to be the best person I can be given the background, the humble background of where we come from. So it has helped me, I think, to develop to this level, and it pushes you. It's how our parents brought us up to be able to strive for ourselves. I think that has nurtured me to see that I keep going to look out. I'm a go-getter. I go and get what I'm missing out.
All right. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, Mehdi will dive into this interview, and we will go into leadership, change management, and transformation with Mehdi. And of course, Mr. Cheyune is going to be sharing with us what it means to be up there and what it means to be a CEO when you start from one kiosk to the next kiosk and to the big office and to the big movie place. Stay right there. We'll be right back. We want to play for you that promo from one of our, guests last week. Dr. Jean-Paul Olowo was here, and it was a powerful interview in the house. Check it out. We'll be right back after the break.
My name is Dr. Jean-Paul Olowo. Thank you for watching House of Talent television. I love to inspire people. I love to talk about my experiences and how God has been able to use me in the different exposures. And through the leadership, through change management and transformation, I've been able to do a couple of things in my life. Now, are you a kind of person who is tired of your status quo? Do you want your situation to change? Are you tired of what is going on in your life? You know, change is a fact of life. We've all been through experiences in the last couple of months that have taken us to a place where we need to do something about our lives. We need to change whatever is going on. So if you have not piled up investment for yourself, you need to do that. If you've not done businesses to hold your family in future, you need to do that. Are you thinking of full-time employment? You need to be thinking about your life after employment or your business in the next couple of years. So if you want us to chat, if you want us to talk about this, please get in touch with us at SIL Uganda on number 0772443085, or check our website www.siluganda.com, or on all the social media handles. You can hook me up or Facebook, that is Jinpo Olowo, on Instagram, Jinpo Olowo, and on Twitter and LinkedIn. Then we can chat a way forward with you. We can help you, we can coach you, we can walk with you this journey of financial freedom. Thank you.
Welcome back from that break. That which you have just heard is from the Dr. Jinpo Olowo. Jinpo Olowo is the name, and we had her in the studio here last week. And today on the show we have the one and only Hamed Cheyune Mbazira. I'm still trying to, I keep confusing the name with Mbabazi, and I'm trying to get, you know, your name sound like people with money and power.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the show. I'm going to take you straight away, Mehdi. So, in a nutshell, who is Mehdi? Who are you? What are you? Where do you come from?
My name is Chene Ahmed Mbazira. I'm a Muganda from the Nyonyi clan, they say. But yeah, Mehdi, by the names of the so-called, they call me AKA Mehdi, because I'm well known by everyone around the society as Mehdi. Mehdi is the founder of Fans Video. We started Fans Video like 13, 14 years ago. So with that background, I'm from Chibuli, just close here. I started, went to university. I finished university. Immediately after university, I thought of something I can do for myself, and something triggered to me is like, why don't you enter this kind of something small? You can start with small cash, small money. So I thought of starting a video store with a friend of mine who left, is now in the US. So I started a video store, and I thought of a place which has a community of people who can appeal to this kind of entertainment, because it's not entertainment for everyone. I thought about Kisementi. So when we started with a very small kiosk. We started with a very small kiosk of, it was a container. Very interestingly, that's how life began. We started a small container with a friend of mine, actually a cousin of mine by the names of Akram. So we started, and business was very small. So we would get few customers coming through that day, and we kept pushing ourselves to see that at least we survive with a little income coming through. Good enough from there, I thought I got opportunities of working with, because after school I thought of starting a small business, which I was successful. So I tried to also go in to see that I improve on my corporate life. I went into a corporate job. I got an opportunity to work with UTL, Uganda Telecom Communication, in the customer care service. With that, I think made me so much. It was a life-turning opportunity, because I was able to be trained on so much skills with customer care service.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right, Mehdi, we want you to relax and take this ride with us. The ride is very simple. You've heard the story of Mehdi right there. The foray into the business and the CEO that you are today, quite a very fascinating story to hear what you have been through and the way you started. I want to ask you, did you actually think that you were going to be successful at one point when you were starting that business? Because most time we were scared, we don't even know where to get.
Definitely, you're right. You get scared when you're starting up something, but you see, you always believe in God that at least one day, as I'm doing this, maybe I'll look at something bigger to come in a particular moment. So I kept believing in myself and believing my thoughts and everything that I was thinking through in this line of business. So it kept, even the way the customers were coming through, I got a lot of trust and belief that we shall make it.
Okay. I want to take you straight maybe to the little business. Many of us leave campus and don't know what to do and where to start from. Yes, you had a stint at UTL and you left UTL. You said the skills you got at UTL helped you to build the business to where it is today. Would you take us through a moment that there was no business selling DVDs at that moment and you felt like, this is not working, can I just bounce back to the job?
Yeah, actually.
Were there such moments?
Yeah, there were actually so many that came through because of the nature of business we were doing. It was very capital intensive because other than the DVDs, we got so many other challenges whereby not you having DVDs alone will help you strive through for the day's cost of living and also maintain the rent, because we needed so much in this kind of business. So I realized that this is not going to be enough for me and the people I'm staying with around at that particular time, because then I was not yet, I didn't have a family, I was on my own. So I decided to get another opportunity and went, and I left saying that let it be my side business as I go to pursue another career in the bank. So when I go to the bank,
you left this video business and
it was surviving alongside. So I went to the bank. I got an opportunity that was Equity Bank as a credit officer. I worked there for 4 to 5 years alongside Funds Video. Funds Video was helping me from work, 5 o'clock, come back to Funds Video, run Funds Video from 5 to 9 o'clock. So that was how life was I was trying to juggle out life.
So who was sitting in the Fund Video when you were at the bank doing your corporate job?
I have, I told you about some cousin of mine. He was seated there. Helping
so for him, it was 24/7.
24/7, looking after the business. As me, I go in to look for the big monies. We have the big monies and reinvest into the business,
the small money.
into the small money, the small money to be able to mature and become. Because of the belief I had with it and the income that was coming through, this was coming for survival. Basically survival. No thinking so much that will ever come through Funds Video. We're just breaking the highs. We want to know, what was the cost of the video when you started? How much were you selling the surprisingly
50 shillings, 100
surprisingly
shillings, 2,000,
for the last 14 years, this cost of the DVD is still the same. Much as way back having the resource, having the consumables, talking about the DVDs, we used to have so much hardships getting them. So I used to have a friend of mine going to Dubai. Sometime I'll give him some small money. He bring me a box or two.
These are plain DVDs or DVDs with movies?
Plain DVDs. Because we started way back from downloading off the internet. We got back then internet was starting to be fast in Uganda, so we started from downloading movies from the internet. So having them converted to DVD formats, then we sell. In between then, when we were starting, the VHS was still also in play. You understand? this is just this was just a transition from VHS to DVD. So the community and the consumers, our customers, were excited seeing that bit of transition. But unfortunately, Fans Video, we didn't sell the VHS. We went through
the VHS were for. I'm sure your parents had them.
Yeah, even us at home when growing up.
So did you steal from your father to bring it into your shop?
No, the only thing that I got from our dad was the TV. To start with the video, it was we had a TV in the bedroom, and I was like, boss, I'm setting up something, but since I don't have so much, but I think I have to go with this TV of yours. Surprisingly, he was very excited and like, oh, please go with it. So having gone through a successful story, he always keeps telling me about that TV.
I hope you bought back the TV and took it
He has gotten so much through the business.
But you need to take back his TV though, because the TV will remind him of how you took his conclave television set and now you were on flat screen television set.
True, I'll try.
Yeah, but that's a very fascinating story on the CEO bench here. We want to make sure you understand how the CEOs are made and what really somebody goes through before becoming a chief executive officer. That's what the CEO means, and you heard it from Dr. Jinpo last week, and we're having Mehdi, Mr. Cheyune in the studio today, talking about the story of Fans Video. Everyone in Kampala knows Fans Video. If you live in Uganda, you know Fans Video. That these are the places where we go for entertainment, and we're going to dive into the real deep end of the interview on the CEO bench with Mr. Hamed Cheyune Mbazira. That's a very interesting story. We just want to get through to that moment of starting the business. You've just told us the masterclass of starting the business. Now, I want to go straight to the challenges. When you started, did your parents, first of all, believe in you before we get to the challenge?
Yeah.
When you told them, guys, I want to start this business.
When I talked to him about me starting my small business, he was very fascinated and very happy about it. He didn't give me physical cash to start the business. These were for my personal savings after campus. You're trying to see that you have a daily income coming through other than relying on a monthly income. Because as we live, we need money every day to survive. So me, that's what I thought about. I'm like, look here, I need a daily income to make me survive other than going for a monthly job and be there starving the whole month. So having gotten the opportunities of doing some small workshops, helping out some small NGOs back then when we were from campus, I saved my little money. So we started this kind of business as with small
What was
investment.
your capital?
Capital investment was...
when you look back and say, I started this much, how much did you start with?
Around like 2 million shillings.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, because there was not so much to buy. Other than because we started in a kiosk, in a container. So we had.
Were you renting the space in this container?
No. We had to buy the container ourselves. So I bought the container at about like 800,000 shillings. Furnishing it up was about like another 500. So
that's 1.2 million.
Yeah,
shillings,
from campus.
1.3 million shillings.
Yeah, from campus I had my computer. There I didn't need to buy anything. All I had to buy was the stock, which costed me about like 600,000 shillings.
Okay, so in total about 1.8 million shillings and
2 million.
2 million shillings, and that's the story of Fans Video. How much is Fans Video worth today? Now,
today,
if you think about it.
No, I can't quantify it. Why? Because we have so many. We've come up with so many.
From one computer.
From one computer, we have about now like 12 to 13 computers in business. So you can see from one kiosk shop into a real shop, now into so many outlets. Apparently we have 4 outlets. We have Kisementi as our mother branch. We have Muyenga, we have Chuatle, and we have Bogolobi, but we've switched Bogolobi to Chanja. Looking at the demography of the location, we thought the resources should be reallocated to Chanja.
Okay. Well, we're going to take a break, and when we come back, Mehdi will be telling us more about the things they are doing. And of course, now being a CEO, he's moved from the small, doing the small things, to thinking strategically for the business and of course the growth of the business. All of us went into coronavirus, and all of us consumed more movies from Fans Video than ever before. That's a fact, because that's their business. So this gentleman made more money during lockdown, while we're in the lockdown, than everyone else, because everyone was running to him for movies because we're stressed. We'll be right back after the break. This is the CEO Bench, where we talk leadership, change management, and transformation. We'll be right back after the break.
If it's a good idea, it has gone through the development process. Then you start what we call in fundraising as an institution or even an individual who has a creative project. There is what they call fundraising, and that is if it's a public good, it's a common activity. If it's a business, that's a different thing. So when you're doing a business, creative business project, you're not asking for funding, you're asking for investment. People just get turned off by just being asked. You know, you just come and say, why did you give me money? I'm like, who are you? You know?
Why should I give you?
Why should I?
What is it?
How do I get them to know that I exist? You're not asking yet, but you're just trying to check in, to test the waters and see how whether it's possible. I've met Faisal, I know Eddie, we've had a conversation, I trust what he's going to do. Yeah. So that trust is built within that asking. Honestly, the money is there. There's a lot of money, and those who know how to find it, they always find it. But then you find others saying, oh, that one is taking our money. Yet you didn't make an effort to find it. We have sleepless nights. I wake up at 2 a.m. to write applications, proposals. I try to balance my office daytime and my fundraising time and all the other things. So you really have to make an effort. The US has just put out a call. The State Department has just put out a call for support for a collaborative grant between the US and Uganda. It's for institutions, it's for individuals, for practitioners that are interested in exchanging ideas and knowledge between US and Uganda specifically. And it's quite between $5,000 to $50,000. So it's available. I talked about earlier about the SCP fund, which was it was introduced already here in Uganda before COVID, I think. And finally, we got British Council and HEVA managing this fund for East Africa. So if the call is almost out, I think they'll put it out in May or June. And when that call comes out, you can apply for like 180,000 euros for 3 years, that you can do whatever you want to do. It's both institutional and for individual projects.
Please share it far and wide. We are live on YouTube, on Facebook, and on Twitter. And this information will always remain there. You can watch the show anytime. You can share it far and wide. And Faisal will be back here next week. We'll be talking about investment into the creative industry and how we can go about it, and who needs what, where, when, how. We'll be talking about it next week. Until next week, Eddie Okello, Faisal Chiwewa, the founder and the CEO of Baobab Foundation, we're signing out on the Creative Talk. Welcome back from that break. This is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okello, and in the studio is Mr. Hamed Cheyune Mbazira. Okay, the CEO of Fans Video. Fans Video is a video lab, a video studio, a video shop in Kampala, the capital city of Uganda, who download the movies and make the movies into the DVDs and resell to us to watch at home whenever we need it. So basically, this man is like Hollywood to us. That is his investment. And Mehdi is sharing with us his story from the leadership perspective. We're going into the change management and, of course, today, transformation. So Mehdi, welcome back to the show. And I want us to just go back to the moment of a discussion. So starting the business, you've told us, that's what we call self-leadership on this show. And leadership is about self, picking self, giving self meaning, and defining self to give self direction of what you want to do. So you've led yourself, you've started a business, you've started with a kiosk, you've moved on. Let's talk about the rentals.
Yeah, with the business or movie business, everyone back then was renting movies.
Yes.
Right from VHS.
And you accuse me of taking your movies and not returning.
When you're talking about movies internationally and locally here, we started with rentals. The issue of selling came in when I think things started easing when it came to the consumables we used to use, as especially the DVDs, changing from VHS to DVDs. So it became so much of a reusable item than keeping it and taking it back. Yeah. So we switched. That was around just 2 years into, because we started around like 2008. By 2009, 2010, every household at least had a DVD player, and the consumables we're using were flowing in smoothly, the DVDs. So it became a user-friendly product to everyone and affordable back then. So the prices up to now for 14, 15 years has not changed for the commodity. It's still at 2,000 shillings. So we switched from borrowing to selling out, and that's where the business turned around, because we were able to run from the rentals. We had challenges when it came to rentals, whereby these rentals, I realized when we rent out movies, people would go back home and forget the movies, and yet they're in town already. They want to come and borrow more movies. They're like, no, I will not go back to Mehdi because I don't have his movies. So you find like you're losing so much market. Yes. So I realized we needed to do something about it. Yeah. So we sort of selling now. Okay. When we were selling, now people would take home. People could not believe. Like, really? I'm taking this movie back home with me and keeping it. I shouldn't return it. I'm like, no, same price, same everything. But now, because of the trend of things that were working, because I still need to see Eddie back into the store. Yeah. Please, Eddie, go with the movie. Same price, keep it home. Trust me, that's where everything turned around. Wow. Because we made more sales than looking at the rentals. Wow. Because we made more money in sales because every person was excited. Okay. So the ultimate idea behind, I've just told you, people go home, go with your movies, they don't want to bring them back. Yes. Now here is an option for them to just
keep the movies, yes,
and keep them. Wow. Trust me, people are excited. Yes. People started flowing in, they could not believe, but the ultimate was the quality of the movies we were giving out.
Okay. So you started with, there was a man who started before. Patrick Bitature had the movie store before along Kampala Road. We all used to go there. And then you came after him and you became a successful person. And now you're a giant in this space. Would you like to share with us as a CEO what you did to, defeat Patrick Bitature and crush everyone? Everyone in the business is like a small boy to you. You seems to be the biggest person distributing movies in Uganda. What's your story? What would you attribute your story to?
You actually, talking about Patrick, the good thing, I shared something with him when he came to my store, when he became my customer, telling me about his other business. Yeah, actually,
the man who was the first investor became your client. How did you do that?
So looking through that, I think it's being because of technology. Yeah. I think Patrick focused more on not switching with technology. They kept with the rentals because they had original DVDs coming from Amazon and States to retailing them. No, actually not retailing, they were renting out. Yes. So I'm telling you now, we switched from renting out to selling.
That was your strategy?
That was the strategy. Yeah. So for him, it was rigid because I think given the nature of his structures for business, he stayed with with renting.
Yes.
So the public had changed, and the renting bit had already been killed. So if only he had also switched to selling, perhaps he would have stayed in business.
But were you not scared that you were going against a man who had all the money and you with your 2 million shillings?
No, okay. Funny enough, Eddie, is that the market is big.
Yes.
You can't finish this market. Even up to now, I'm speaking right now, there's a new person investing into the business. You understand?
Yeah.
So the market for entertainment is massive. You understand? People are always home, bored. So they keep coming and
What would you attribute your success story to? What is your model? What would you say, if I look back to the story of Fans Video, the things we did, this is how we are able to crack the numbers and crack these things and make people come? Because many people have come into this business, into this space, into this entrepreneurship space, and they have failed.
Yeah, Eddie, talking about the strategy we used, first and foremost, I told you about my background, what I got from those corporate two companies, for Equity
UTL
Bank
and
and Equity. I got so much training when it came to customer service.
At UTL?
At UTL and also Equity Bank. Yeah. You understand? That gave me a good background when I came back to my own business.
Yeah.
I started selling out to people and listening to their problems, listening to someone's complaint other than chasing them away. Because you see with these technology items like DVD players, they have different challenges. People purchase them in different corners of the world. So bringing them here back in Uganda, they'll always have different formats. So you listen to the customers and understand where their problems are. Trust me, when you listen to them, you always give them a better service. So on top of that, we looked at quality of movies. So when you go into the internet, when you go through all the websites that post these movies, they have different qualities and different sizes looking through. So me, I went in to look for the bigger sizes, regardless of how I'll store them, and I got the big sizes, and big sizes equal to quality, equal to good sound output. So those are the elements I used to bring to the business, and trust me, we're able to thrive through from the rest of other people who were downloading cinema movies, whereby people still have popcorns in them.
Yeah.
You understand? You've seen those movies. We trashed whatever movie. We are like, if it's still new, let's hold on to when the right copy will come through, so that we're able to sell to our customers.
Wow.
So with that, customers got lots of confidence in the nature of, in the quality of product we're giving to them, and also listening to their problems, and we're able to serve them best.
Okay, maybe we want to ask you the next question, which would be the question on customer service. You seem to attribute so much of your success to customer service, to the success you have obtained from UTL and from Equity Bank. Do you think that customer service and client relationship plays a big role in the success of a business from the CEO perspective?
100%. It plays a very big role in the success of the business, because you see people always have the ability, people have the power to spend. So if you don't treat them well, they will not give you their money. But if you treat them well, someone, even if they have just come to spend like 2,000 shillings, but you listen to their, when they have a challenge with you and you listen to their problem, you try to clear their challenges, trust me, they'll always rely on you, and you'll be the problem solver. Other than looking at this person who doesn't listen at all to the clients, he doesn't want to accept feedback from clients. Trust me, as long as you accept feedback and listen to these clients' problems, they'll always treasure you so much.
Well, thank you very much, Mehdi. We're going to go in for a break. We're on the CEO bench with Mr. Ahmed Cheyune Mbazira of Fans Video, aka Mehdi, aka Mr. Video himself, aka Mr. Happy Man of Kisementi, aka of the man of the movies of Kampala, but is the CEO of Fans Video Kampala and of Uganda, who has a success story to share with us. We're going to go on a break, and when we come back, Mehdi will be sharing with us more about change management. COVID-19 came hit hard. Who watched which movie, when, how, and why is he thinking of expanding, yet people are downsizing? We'll be right back after the break. This is the CEO Bench.
My name is Dr. Jinpo Olowo. Thank you for watching House of Talent Television. I love to inspire people. I love to talk about my experiences and how God has been able to use me in the different exposures. And through the leadership, through change management and transformation, I've been able to do a couple of things in my life. Now, are you a kind of person who is tired of your status quo? Do you want your situation to change? Are you tired of what is going on in your life? You know, change is a fact of life. We've all been through experiences in the last couple of months that have taken us to a place where we need to do something about our lives. We need to change whatever is going on. So if you have not piled up investment for yourself, you need to do that. If you've not done businesses to hold your family in future, you need to do that. Are you thinking of full-time employment? You need to be thinking about your life after employment or your business in the next couple of years. So if you want us to chat, if you want us to talk about this, please get in touch with us at SEAL Uganda on number 0772443085, or check our website www.sealuganda.com, or on all the social media handles. You can hook me up or Facebook, that is Jinpo Olowo, on Instagram, Jinpo Olowo, and on Twitter and LinkedIn. Then we can chat a way forward with you. We can help you, we can coach you, we can walk with you this journey of financial freedom. Thank you.
Welcome back to the show. My name is Eddie Okela, and in the studio is Mehdi, aka, actually known to you as Ahmed Mbazira, of course, Cheyune are his names. He's in the studio on the CEO Bench, and he's the CEO of Fans Video. We are talking about change management, leadership, and transformation. Mehdi, I want to welcome you back to the show, and I want to take you through to the next couple of questions here that are really very interesting. Question number one, you've shared it already. Change, leadership. What is your understanding of leadership?
Leadership to me means being on top, trying to guide the rest of the people to see that you aim at a particular goal as a team. Yeah.
Do you think you have that in your workplace, in your life, in your family?
Yes, because I have quite a big team, starting from a team of about 2. Now we have a team of about 12, 13 people working with me. So if it wasn't me on top, trust me, maybe perhaps wouldn't have gotten that big team to see them achieve and have a similar goal.
As a CEO, what is typically your day like?
Yeah, wake up early in the morning, take kids to school, if it's school time. By about 7:30, 7:45, we're already in the shop trying to organize and see that we start off that day. And whoever comes in through, we get customers as early as 9 o'clock.
In the morning?
In the morning. for entertainment movies. So from then we need to sit down and organize ourselves so that by the time 9 o'clock we are opening, we are ready for our customers.
Okay.
Yeah, after morning organization, we open up all the shops around. All the shops open at 9 o'clock. Then maybe I go for breakfast. After breakfast, I can have a series of other people to meet because trying to engage myself and open out to see that I think for the business to grow.
Okay.
So I engage myself in a series of meetings. After lunch, I focus more on the business, go back and attend to the clients who come through up to about 6 o'clock. Then maybe go for the gym to work, to have a small workout. Because of the curfew and change of COVID, by 8, from 7 to 8, all the shops are closed for business.
Okay.
Waiting for the next day tomorrow.
All right. So that's typically your day as the CEO.
Yeah.
All right. I want to take you straight, Mehdi, to how did your business survive COVID-19 and what were your biggest lessons, on managing the business through crisis?
Yeah, just like you said, we made lots of money during COVID time. I think it was a blessing in disguise to some extent, whereby for the first week, because it was hard, everyone was in panic. It was a little hard when the president announced that from today we're going to experience a total lockdown for the entire country. So what happens, I carried my gadgets, my shop, I took it home.
Everything?
Everything, I took it home.
From all the shops?
No. We picked one shop, which has the biggest content.
Which is Kisementi,
Kisementi,
the main branch.
The main branch, which we shifted everything home. So during that time, good enough, border guys were allowed on street. We sent out a broadcast on our social media to our clients, to our customers, that because of total lockdown, we're unable to go to town, to various locations. Please find us where? Home. So trust me, it was massive. Everyone was sending their hard drives, their flashes, ordering movies to be delivered on DVD to their homes.
Yes.
So that's how we're able to survive to the smaller extent, to the beginning of the lockdown, into 3-4 weeks into lockdown. But on the easing of the lockdown, which was so the small cars were allowed to move.
Yes, the private.
Yeah, so we're able to come back to the shops and survive through the shops. But still, because of the movement and because of the curfew, which was closing at 7.
Yes, 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock.
Yeah.
So I think our movement was still a little hard, but still we are able to open to our clients and be able to serve them around that period of time.
Okay.
But we're not among the privileged, the essential businesses, but we survived because given of our locations where we are, so we are able to open out to our clients.
Okay. Mehdi, I want to take you to question number 2. You have a striving business as a man, okay, a business led by man, and what is it like leading a business as a man? Because we often hear that women-led businesses become more successful than men. What are some of the business challenges that you faced as a CEO of Funds Video?
As a man?
Yes.
The beauty about Mehdi, or the beauty about the way I do things, I have helpers, I have people I work with, and the biggest number are women. When you come through my shops, we have so many ladies around, and more of the young ladies who I work with. I think behind any successful man, there's a woman. My immediate
general manager.
General manager.
Yeah.
is a lady.
Yes.
So she also helps me to see
Is that your wife?
Yeah, my wife. She helps me to see that we achieve as a couple or as a business, to see that we manage the entire, all the outlets together.
Okay.
You understand?
Yes. And that said, on the change management, in business, leading your team can be very difficult. And you have said that you have women and more so ladies. And what did you do to hire the right people that you have at Funds Video right now that is giving you success? And how do you often keep them motivated to keep going and, you know, to create these numbers? Including lockdown, you said you didn't make a loss in lockdown. You made a killing in the lockdown.
Eddie, thank you. But what you need to understand, no school for movies on how you're going to serve out a movie. It's all about, you see, with the movies is an experience where you encourage people, you encourage these young girls to watch the movies because they have the time and they'll be interested to know what's going on. So you encourage them to watch the movies. After encouraging them, they also come to realize, like, wow, movies are really nice for people to watch. It's a form of entertainment. So with that, I encourage them to watch movies so that by the time they watch these movies, they're able to explain to the customers who is the actor of the movie, what is the story about the movie, what's trending, what's new, at what point are we expecting the new movies. So over time, you encourage them to go through these experiences. So recruiting the right people, there are no right people. You just have to have anyone come through, give them lots of courage, even if they make mistakes, because we deal with so much in terms of technology. We have computers, no one comes through and they're really knowledgeable about what they're going to do because there's no experience. So what you do when you have them on board, you always have to encourage them to, if they make mistakes, you carry them on to continue doing the work. So I think that's the only way I've tried to motivate them to see that we achieve the same goal and also understanding what the business is all about.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, you want to add something there?
Yeah, maybe when it comes to motivating them financially, we give them at least a good package to take home. And that's how we've been able, you find like, I still have someone I'm working with, we started with business like 6 years ago. You understand? So if I was not a good leader, if I was not the person who motivates the workers, trust me, you cannot have people
of 6 years.
Of 6 years ago. The turnaround of employees will be very high, which is not the case for Funds Video. So we try to encourage these girls to stay around and give birth around, give them all the motivation to do, because they come young girls now, before you know it, they have 2 kids, 3 kids.
They have families. Basically, they have built a family. So you're saying that your business is actually turning around life of the people in our society today. Okay, which is transformation. If you look at here, we're talking about change, leadership, change management, transformation. So media has already talked about this. Okay, change management. We've talked about leadership. We've talked about transformation. So them coming as young girls and beginning to really like get a family, that's transformation of life because from campus. Now, my second last question will be, you were not always this big as a business person. As a person, as Medi, you were not always this big. While growing a business, you started from a kiosk in Uganda. You were not also big at the time. And growing a business in Uganda is not easy, particularly the kind of business you're in. Managing success can even be difficult, even more harder for somebody to go through. How have you been able to manage Funds Video to this level, to grow it to this level? Are there some stories you can tell us? That's change management.
Change management. Thank you so much, Eddie. Now, looking through, just like I told you, and you've asked me about me attributing myself to customer service, it's very, very key. You need to understand feedback, accepting feedback at whatever level someone gives to you, whether by complaining directly to you or through social media or through your immediate workers. You listen to them, and I've tried also to build this into my workers as well, to understand that whenever someone is telling you something about your service, it's not that they hate on you. They're giving you something that they want you to change into a better person. You understand? So that alone has helped the business to grow. You understand? Or to thrive, or to be different from the rest of other people doing the similar business. The other element I talk about is the quality of service we give. You understand?
Yes.
If in the event that we give out something bad to a client, you understand? We make sure that we apologize. We make sure that we replace the same copy of this person that brought through. So with that, it keeps up a relationship. You understand? Because it's the relationship that's going to sell to you to another person to be able to grow.
Yes.
So the other element would be where I sit. Just like I told you, you listen. You have moments where you sit back and try to understand where your challenges are, where your strengths are. So you sit down and look through, right, if I'm at Kisementi and I have clients coming through, when you get a call from someone calling you from Munyonyo wanting to get a movie of about 4,000 shillings, you look at the distance they're going to use from Munyonyo to come and pick a movie at Kisementi, because of your quality of product you have, because of your customer service you're giving them. They're like the relationship you've given them, they're like, wow. So when I sit down and analyze those trends of the way calls are coming through to me, I'm like, no, I think we need a spot in this particular location, because looking at the demography of the place, I think we have a client base in this particular area. The same applies to the other so many locations I've tried to develop, because those are some of the concepts I'm using to see that we grow as a business. Because we having so much, just like I told you, the market right now for entertainment is still as virgin. You understand? So even as I speak today, there's someone else opening up a similar store, movie store. So what happens is you need to spread out, because people are everywhere and they need your service because they've heard about you and they still believe in you. So it's up to you now to go out there, explore the market, and be everywhere where everyone is.
Wow. Well, this is the CEO Bench. You're hearing that coming from Mehdi, who is the CEO of Funds Video. If you don't know Funds Video, check them out on Facebook, Funds Video Kampala, or check them out on the
Instagram.
By the way?
No, we don't have it.
Okay, Instagram. You want to share your social media
handles? Yeah, they're all Funds Video. We like keeping it simple to everyone to access. Instagram, we have Funds Video. Facebook, Funds Video, and also Twitter, Funds Video.
All right. Maybe we're going to go to the second last question. Question number 5. The art of business is sales. And what we hear from you right now is that you are selling, you strive to sell. The art of business is sales. No sales, no business. That's as straightforward as that. But I have a question for you. How have you managed to market Funds Video all across? Do you have orders coming from up country or from outside the Kampala area, central region? How do you manage that, if there are? How do you manage to keep your sales going?
Yeah, just like I've told you, looking through the various, because you see, Eddie, when we're talking about sales, people now have come after COVID experience and the COVID pandemic experience, people are more into being home. People are working from home. Everything is being done from home. You understand? So with that, you need to look through having services closer to people. You understand? So with the element of me opening up various branches within the residential places, it's helping me come closer to them.
Okay.
And the other element would be social media, whereby the only hindrances that's hitting us mainly is internet. If internet was available to everyone, by now we'd be at the level of streaming, whereby Eddie, you don't have to come to Fans Video. I just either give you a link or I give you a particular, basically a link, and put it on your smart TV. You're able to watch from whatever content we are providing. But the unfortunate bit is the internet is still a problem in Uganda. But once everything works out, to be verified. But now, improving on the sales, like you're putting this through, I've tried to position myself in a way that I'm closer to residential places, vis-a-vis the town centers. The town centers, we have mainly Kisementi because of the town settings, but most of our branches now, I'm trying to open them closer to the residentials, which have numbers.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, so basically you're taking your business to people. Well, it's a CEO bench.
Eddie,
yes.
sorry about the other element. We are not trying. I'm trying to forget is the borders. The cyclists. So us getting closer there to the people. Now it becomes simpler for a customer to send a border to a nearby Fans Video, other than all of them pouring themselves to Kisementi, because the cost of transportation becomes very expensive. So the moment you're closer to them, they'll always want to associate with you, because now the transport cost of a border sending from Chanja to Kisementi, now you're giving them a branch at Chanja, then it becomes an address to everyone. Looking through people from Gayaza, looking people through from the other side of Kanyanya, Kawempe. So you're giving them a service, and they will want to always come and associate themselves to that.
Wow. Well, Mehdi, this is your second last question, and of course we're on the CEO bench talking about the success and what it means to be a CEO, first of all, and change management, leadership, and transformation is what we're talking about with Mr. Cheyune up here, the CEO of Fans Video. He's the founder and the CEO of Fans Video. Question number 6, which is your last question on our CEO bench today. You are a huge inspiration to a lot of young people who wanted to start their business out of campus but did not know what to do, who wanted to start something to change the world but did not know what to do. But you have done it. What advice would you give to a young man who is leaving campus tomorrow, who does not want to depend on the employment, but must get experience from what we've heard from you, that balance, start your business, but also work into the corporate organization or, civil service area, so that you can get the facets of skills that is needed for you to run your business? Because that's what you did. Going to UTL is a typical example of that, and of course, the bank where you work, yes. What advice would you give to a young man who is coming out of campus, who doesn't know what to do, but want to be like Mr. Cheyune? But also, what is the staying power for you? You don't drive a big engine cars. In Kampala, when somebody becomes successful, they start to drive big engine cars, buy boats, and start riding in Lake Victoria, and the business don't go very far and succeed. What has been your experience in that area, and what advice can you share with these young people?
Yeah, thank you so much, Eddie. Now, going back to the question for the young persons coming from university, the only thing I will give advice to them is, first and foremost, believe in yourself, because if you don't believe in yourself, no one is going to believe in you. And having gotten my experience is you need to, at one point, work with these organizations, other than you just running from campus and you want to join Mose's business, which is very good at one particular point, but there are other skills that you need as a person, and you have to undergo as a person for you to be able to mature up into this business arena, whereby you need to, there are skills that those organizations, there are skills that those corporate companies will give you, that will help you strive into the other world, the outside world of your own business.
Well, you've heard it from Mehdi. Mehdi, thank you very much for coming to the show. And it's been nice hearing your story. We're looking forward to, talking with you again at some point on the CEO Bench. The CEO Bench exists to bring successful stories like this, but also those who have been there, done that, still in it, still doing it, and going forward are the people who look forward to bring on the CEO Bench. The bench is for us to learn a thing or two about running business. The bench is for us to learn the things about leadership. Leadership is transformative, and we're talking about self-leadership. We're talking about self-selection. We're talking about giving self the meaning. We're talking about giving yourself opportunity to serve people so that you can earn money from serving people. And we're saying that business must be able to transform a person from who you are to another person, but also the society where you live should be able to benefit from you. The story we're hearing from Mr. Cheyune today is that his business has now gone to where people are, and they're giving people entertainment at the comfort of their living or the sitting room so that they can continue to be more productive the following day when they wake up. Work without play is dead, and we don't make money when you don't have that. And we've also learned from Mr. Cheyune today that he goes to the gym and he works out. The day of a CEO is full of many things, but for him to be more productive, he needs to go and work out. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, brothers and sisters, grandpa and grandma, Mr. Cheyune, we have to sign out, but we must toast to the CEO Bench. If you want to have this cup, you need to send us a comment. And before we go, we have a comment from the one and only Mr. Chigula Omwendo Edwin, somewhere in Germany. He says, hello, Mehdi and Eddie. Good to see my old boy on the bench. This is really good. Thank you very much, Mr. Cheyune. Mr. Chigula Omwendo. And for those of you who have not read their comments today, we'll definitely be able to bring these comments out next week. The CEO Bench has come to an end. Until next week, keep it the bench and be the best that you can be, and be a transformative person in your society. Bring change management to yourself, but also transform your society to something else and keep growing. Until next week, stay blessed. The CEO Bench, Eddie Okila, and Mr. Cheyune signing out. Until next week, we say goodbye.
Thank you.
des Français.
C'est l'Alliance française.
Une fille m'a posé une question, pourquoi prendre les Français alors que je lui parlais de la radio Bonjour Kampala. Oh, venez, 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 venez.
Venez apprendre les Français.
Je vous invite à venir.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Viens mon frère.
Venez
viens ma sœur. À l'Alliance française.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Venez, venez,
venez apprendre les Français. Venez à l'Alliance française. Venez apprendre le français. Venez à l'Alliance française.
Je vous invite à venir.
Venez apprendre les Français. Venez à l'Alliance française.
La plus largement appris après l'anglais. Les Français disent langue étrangère, la plus largement appris
après l'anglais.
La connaissance du français ouvre des portes, des entreprises en France
comme à l'étranger.
La connaissance du français ouvre des portes, des entreprises en France
comme à l'étranger.
Le français, la langue de la culture,
la langue internationale pour la cuisine,
la mode, les théâtres, les habitués, la danse et
l'architecture.
Le français, la langue de la culture, la langue internationale pour la cuisine, la mode, les théâtres, les habitués,
la danse et l'architecture.
Oh,
oh, oh, I love France.
Oh,
oh, I speak French.
Oh,
oh, I love France.
Oh,
I speak French.
I love France.
Oh,
I love France.
I love France.
I speak French.
Oh,
I speak French.
I speak French.
I love French.
Oh,
I love French.
I love French.
I speak French.
Oh,
I speak
I
French.
speak French.
Oh,
oh, I love French.
oh,
I speak French. Venez apprendre le français. Venez à l'Alliance française.
Venez, venez,
venez apprendre le français.
venez, venez,
Venez à l'Alliance française.
venez à Kamocha.
Venez apprendre le français.
Blood Sekande.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Venez dans la grande famille. Venez,
apprendre le français.
venez mes amis.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Bien Molière, c'est l'idiot Nambabi. En passant par Ayana Kamura. Pourquoi tu penses que les Français tirent la internationale?
Que tu sois fondé le tour du four du plaisir. Dis-moi le mot d'un anodin et là, en pleine évolution.
Venez,
Venez apprendre les Français.
mes amis, venez.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
La langue française,
Venez
la langue gentillesse, la langue de la courtoisie, la langue des pères.
À l'Alliance française.
Venez dans la grande famille, venez à l'Alliance française, venez apprendre le français.
À l'Alliance française.
Je vous invite à venir, venez mes amis, venez,
à l'Alliance française.
Parlez français,
Parlez français,
parlez français,
parlez français,
everybody parlez français,
parlez français,
everybody, bina moke, bina moke, bina moke,
bina moke,
everybody, bina moke,
bina moke,
bina à gauche,
bina à gauche,
à droite,
bina à droite,
bina devant,
bina devant,
bina derrière,
bina derrière,
bina devant,
bina devant.
parlez français,
parlez français,
parlez français,
parlez français,
parlez français. Venez, venez,
venez, apprendre le français, venez à l'Alliance française.
Je vous invite à venir, venez apprendre le français, à Kamochao,
venez à l'Alliance française,
à Bukoto Street,
venez
Claude
apprendre le français,
venez, venez,
venez à l'Alliance française.
Si tu veux parler français, viens à l'Alliance
français.
Si tu veux parler,
venez à l'Alliance française.
Si tu veux entrer dans la famille, viens, viens,
français.
Viens, viens, viens,
venez à l'Alliance française.
Three, two, one.
My name is Emmanuel Mwaka. I work with ICLI on Life Assurance as the Chief Executive Officer. I also work with the asset management company in ICA as the Executive Director. UBRA is an entity to trust. UBRA is an entity that is looking out for you in whichever capacity that you're in, and all they want to do for you is to make sure that when you hang up your boots, when I hang up this jacket in retirement, UBRA wants me to live a fulfilled life, a life bereft of poverty, a life of joy and happiness. Let's trust UBRA, they're trustworthy. So I'd want to congratulate UBRA again, to wish UBRA a very merry celebration.
My name is Mubale Kavandamawa Mugalia. I am the country representative of Sanlam Investments East Africa Limited and the chairman of the Fund Managers Association of Uganda. I would like to welcome everyone to the 10-year anniversary of UBRA's existence, and I wish UBRA and the team at UBRA the very best over the coming 10 years.
My name is Keith Kaliegira. I'm the CEO of the Capital Markets Authority. Congratulations, UBRA, for 10 years of good service to Ugandans and to the economy of this country. I look forward to working with you for another 10 years if I'm still in the CMA. However, we wish you well, and we look forward to seeing you doing a lot more in protecting pensioners' savings.
My name is Moses Bekabe. I'm a technical advisor in the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. I'm also a board member of UBRA. I would want to wish everyone, first of all, beginning with my board colleagues, to thank them for the work they've done and wish them well for the 10-year journey we've moved. The journey has been great, and thank you very much, and wish you all the best in the 10-year coming.
My name is Apur Jail Pachuto. I am the Deputy Chair, Committee of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Parliament of Uganda. I am also the able representative of the people of Pakwach District. First of all, I want to congratulate UBRA as they celebrate their 10 years in the pension sector. As a Committee of Parliament of Finance, definitely we've been interacting with UBRA on a number of occasions or issues, beginning with, this is an agency that we oversee, and therefore, through the budgeting process, they definitely report to our committee, but as a way of oversight as well, we do engage with them. I must say that through our engagements in the committee, in workshops that UBRA has held together with the Committee of Finance, as a committee, we are well informed that UBRA has licensed over 65 schemes with a number of custodians, administrators, fund managers also in place. Of course, all these play different functions, but I think all this is because UBRA became the regulator that has reorganized the sector. And I think, to me, that is a plus for UBRA, and a surety for the people of Uganda who save with these different schemes, knowing that somebody is there making sure that my money that I put in any scheme is safe, is protected. Other than that, I think in terms of raising domestic revenue, we are told by UBRA and other players in this sector, to the 10 years that UBRA has been in place, the contribution of domestic savings was just about 4.5 trillion. But today, UBRA boasts of about 19 trillion. And actually, they informed us that by the end of this financial year, they should be hitting 21 trillion. That's about what URA collects in terms of taxes and non-tax revenue. And I think that is really commendable. I believe that if UBRA is supported and strengthened more through Parliament, then we will see this domestic revenue through the different saving schemes grow even more than 21 trillion that we're expecting. And that will really leverage the national budgeting financing processes of this country. And I believe over time, it will also save the population, save the business community from the current cry of high taxation. But of course, achievements come with also gaps. We feel that as a committee, UBRA needs to make itself more visible in Uganda, place itself, let the people of Uganda know what they are doing, let the people of Uganda know why they should save for retirement. And this is mainly because it will save them the social pressures at old age and also make them live the 17 years extra. That is, the research has shown that if you retire at about 60 years, there's a possibility that you can still live another 17 years. What would happen if you don't have something to keep you for those 17 years? And the other key achievement that or work in progress that UBRA is trying to do, which I again encourage different stakeholders in this sector, particularly Parliament, to support UBRA, is the coming up with a national micro-pension scheme. Uganda is, our economy is largely informal, and even within the cities, we have so many people who are operating informally, and yet they earn income, either daily, either weekly or monthly. They earn income in one way or the other. But if not well guided, and I think this particular scheme, the micro-pension scheme, would again help reorganize our people in the formal sector to put something aside. Because if you are in our market today, if you're a road vendor today, if you're a hawker today, if you're a border today, if you're a fisherman today, you still have that energy to go nearly every day in the waters and do fishing, to go to Nakawa market every morning to pick tomatoes, vegetables. But that strength with time, as years come by, begins to dwindle. That means the same basket that you can carry now, you are not able to carry in the next 5 years or 10. And that calls for putting aside something for that moment that you will not be able to have that energy to do that, to carry on the activities that you're able to carry now. So I think that's again one area that I think UBRA is moving on the right track. And I want to urge all stakeholders that we put our minds together and think of how this scheme can best be supported, and probably when all the stakeholders agree, how best it can be implemented. But my humble appeal or advice to UBRA is that this is a great thing. It is going to be a first time thing, like to encourage everybody who is in the formal and in the formal and informal sector to save for retirement. Therefore, the implementation, once agreed upon, should be staggered. They shouldn't go full blast. They should be able to first pilot test, probably with some districts, with some towns, with some municipalities, with some cities, as they plan to roll out. Again, they should have a targeted population or segment of the population that they could start with. For instance, the borders. These are people who earn money every day. I know they do some kind of savings, but mainly they will save maybe for meat, maybe for some, party at the end of the year, or for some social pressures in case you lose somebody. Same with market vendors, do save. Same probably with fishermen, but you may find that they don't save, or they do not save enough for the future. And yet these are segments of the population that earn income on a daily basis. And therefore they need to be guided and redirected on how they can plan themselves better for now, in the midterm, and in that moment that you do not have enough energy. My name is Apur Jail Pachuto. I am the Deputy Chair, Committee of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Parliament of Uganda. I am also the able representative of the people of Pakwach District.
I have the pleasure to present to you
KCCA has taken a number of steps to address this sanitation challenge, which include, but not limited to the following: the setup,
Hello?
Welcome to Slam Dunk Basketball Talk.
A wise man once said, "The future has a name, and its name is hope. A tiny flicker of light that feeds on hope is enough to shatter any shield of darkness." At Mandulus, we really believe.
Three, two, one.
My name is Emmanuel Mwaka. I work with ICA Lion Life Assurance as the Chief Executive Officer. I also work with the asset management company in ICA as the Executive Director. UBRA is an entity to trust. UBRA is an entity that is looking out for you in whichever capacity that you're in, and all they want to do for you is to make sure that when you hang up your boots, when I hang up this jacket in retirement, UBRA wants me to live a fulfilled life, a life bereft of poverty, a life of joy and happiness. Let's trust UBRA, they're trustworthy. So I'd want to congratulate UBRA again, to wish UBRA a very merry celebration.
My name is Mubale Kavandamawa Mugalia. I am the country representative of Sanlam Investments East Africa Limited and the chairman of the Fund Managers Association of Uganda. I would like to welcome everyone to the 10-year anniversary of UBRA's existence, and I wish UBRA and the team at UBRA the very best over the coming 10 years.
My name is Keith Kaliegira. I'm the CEO of the Capital Markets Authority. Congratulations, UBRA, for 10 years of good service to Ugandans and to the economy of this country. I look forward to working with you for another 10 years if I'm still in the CMA. However, we wish you well, and we look forward to seeing you doing a lot more in protecting pensioners' savings.
My name is Moses Bekabe. I'm a technical advisor in the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. I'm also a board member of UBRA. I would want to wish everyone, first of all, beginning with my board colleagues, to thank them for the work they've done and wish them well for the 10-year journey we've moved. The journey has been great, and thank you very much, and wish you all the best in the 10-year coming.
I'm called Choma Xavier. I'm a member of Parliament of Ibanda North from Ibanda District. I am a member of the Finance Committee as well as a PAC. In Parliament, a member belongs to at least two committees. PAC is Standing Committee and the Finance Committee is a sector committee, which actually now is the Line Committee for UBRA. I'm happy to be here and I will always advocate for UBRA. I must take this opportunity to thank UBRA and also congratulate UBRA because I'm privy to have seen it at the beginning and where it is now. And I'm also privy to a situation where it was not in existence. I'm also privy to be one of those who participated in the formulation of the law that put it into existence. So I must congratulate UBRA because first of all, during the process of formulation of the law, we visited quite a number of countries and trying to benchmark, and I'm proud that we came up with a hybrid law that actually has enabled UBRA to be what it is. Because most African countries were worried, not only Africa but also outside, were worried that should you come up with a lousy law, the economy or the country or the government can be put down within no minute. It is quite surprising that even Nigeria, strong as it is, was worried of the same. And because of that, we might put a law in place that has actually stood a test of time. Now, the impact. I think maybe before we look at the impact, it is good to first look at what was happening before UBRA. Okay? This was a situation where there was no trust by savers in the saving schemes. There was no trust. There was no confidence. There was a lot of risk. Even the savers could not know how much their contributions were. Okay? In other words, everything was in a disarray without any regulator. So this is what brought UBRA in place. And I'm happy with the impact they have actually caused. Look at the scenario where we had mega savings. I will give you just off cuff an example. In 2014, the total savings by all these pension schemes was around 5.2 trillion shillings. Just few years down the road, as at December 31st, all the saving schemes had a total of 18.9 trillion shillings. This is quite amazing. However, we haven't compared it, we are not yet compared to Kenya. Well, Kenya is a bigger economy because for them now they are boasting of 49 trillion shillings. But when you make comparisons, you can say that we are almost getting close because our recent budget, 2022-23, the total budget including external funding is about 48 trillion. We are almost getting to half of it. So I must congratulate UBRA that there has been growth, even among the savers, from 6% to about 18%. There is regulation. There is good governance, okay? Now all these pension schemes are fully regulated. Now the savers have confidence in their schemes and all that. I think this is a great impact, though we still have a long way to do to go. But for now, I really thank UBRA, the team, because they are actual professionals. There are those things that must be done to enhance UBRA's operations and therefore the entire pension sector. For example, recent, of course, we've been engaged in these issues of merging entities, where some of the authorities, agencies, want to go back to the mother ministries in the spirit of rationalization of agencies. But UBRA as a regulator, I think for it to perform quite well, making a comparison with where we went, I think it needs to be supported more so that it remains independent and autonomous if it is really to perform its functions. I think there is a need for some more policy revisions, because when you analyze, for example, our pension sector vis-a-vis the pension sectors in our sister states in the East African community, when you look at the three levels of the activities involved in pension activities, you see there is where we have contributions, then we have investments, then we have payouts when we are paying the beneficiaries. It is only in Uganda where we experience the double T. The double T in this case, I mean the taxation. We tax double. When you go to these other sister states in the East African community, for them instead, their approach is actually double E, double exemptions, and all those definitely have implications. And we're aware that UBRA is still actually a young regulator. I think there is still need more for awareness campaigns and engagements. I want to challenge you, and I know you can do it. Just out of curiosity, just walk on the street or to the ministries. Ask the ministers. Those are our bosses. They are part of the executive. You ask them what UBRA is all about. Just ask them, what is it about Uganda Benefits Regulatory Authority? The one who will try will tell you, this UBRA thing, you know, it is also engaged in those things of NSSF. And that one we have tried. What does it mean? That actually awareness is still lacking. You will hardly get someone who will tell you that the UBRA is actually a regulator of all these pension schemes, or these stakeholders who are engaged. So that means we still need more engagements, more awareness. And from a point of view as actually, first of all, the Finance Committee, and secondly, as Parliament, as legislators, I think at appropriation we have a role to play, because it is quite surprising to find that UBRA will also have unfunded priorities during appropriation, during the budget. Very, very surprising, because from what we saw, as I've already noted, this is a sector that is very, very technical and very, very slippery, where onshore companies can come and put the entire economy down which is very, very detrimental to the development of the economy. So I think the current status where we are, only 2.4 million people who are actually working with salaries are the ones saving. But we also have 8 million people in the informal sector, self-employed, okay? They are working, they will get to old age, and mind you, I think I must be slightly older than you. That's what I believe. But me and you, all of us are candidates for the older age. You can't avoid it, unless God does otherwise. If he doesn't, if he's quite merciful, then me and you and others, we are all candidates for the old age. Meaning that we need really to provide for ourselves. I'm sure you have also seen cases where someone has retired at 60 and is writing a letter asking to be recalled back on a contract. You know what that one means. And this is really quite lamentable, but happens. It would rather be the organization which would say, I think we still need his services, although he has reached the retirement age, because of what he has been doing cannot be done by others. Let us. It shouldn't be an application from the retiree to ask that, can you for a while get me back? All those issues rotate on provision for the old age, which all of us are candidates. So I think it is also the high time we moved fast and catered for the other 8 million people who are self-employed, so that we also bring them into the bracket and they save whatever little they can, so that they provide for the old age. I'm called Choma Xavier. I'm a member of Parliament of Ibanda North from Ibanda District. I am a member of the Finance Committee, as well as a PAC. In Parliament, a member belongs to at least 2 committees. PAC is standing committee, and the Finance Committee is a sector committee, which actually now is the line committee for UBRA. I'm happy to be here, and I will always advocate for UBRA.
One of the things that we did as a company is that we grew Baywood for so long, not doing any other business except this, before we began to look elsewhere to diversify. Now we're in technology, okay? We're going into media, we're going into e-commerce, we're going into fintech, and all under one umbrella of what we call, the company called CBI Technology and CBI Digital Media Technology, all right? A combination of all these things is going to set Africa again on another level when it comes to entertainment, financial technology, e-commerce market, and digital media. You couldn't do it when we were just growing, when we didn't have the financial muscle. If you do it, because you need to build the flagship. That's why I call Baywood Content our flagship. All right. Most of these investments that we have made in other companies is coming from Baywood Content. That God may have it. We're not borrowing so much, so we are not really heavily leveraged as a company, right? Because one thing is for certain. Whatever you borrow, you must pay. All right? Whatever you borrow, man, be careful.
We already having that situation in Kampala, in Uganda.
If you don't pay, then you're gone. You're done. So I don't take money that I don't need. Okay? So this is a clear message.
That's a big lesson, eh?
Yeah.
You don't take money that you don't need.
I don't take money that I don't need. You have to be clear in your head that you're going to borrow 100 million naira or 1 billion shillings. What are you using the 1 billion shillings to do? Have you done your numbers? Have you crunched your numbers? Have you done your business case? A lot of people don't do their business case. They just, AD is doing very well here. Let me go join AD. You don't know whether AD has something else that is supporting that one. Because you might think that that business is thriving. Unknown to you, that business is being supported by another business from somewhere.
Give credit to Double XL for bringing out what's reality.
Even watching football is not enough. When is season 2 coming out?
Finally, Uganda got something new on TV.
Double XL has opened up the wounds.
My highlights for the show was when you guys took the cameras to Bokoto Street, where I shot the potholes.
If XXL came to me and wanted sponsorship,
and I could afford it, it would be the show that I'd sponsor. It's the show that everybody watches.
XXL is a pioneer. Bush Baby has a show. He's Eddie Okila.
You should bring on more challenging people.
They take you to different places.
You hosted Norbert Mao, and that was great.
XXL going. Who told you? Who's? Oh no.
You have very many guests on XXL.
The message for the sponsors that please bring it back.
Definitely, you guys have made it real big.
My name is Emmanuel Mwaka. I work with ICLI on Life Assurance as the Chief Executive Officer. I also work with the asset management company in ICA as the Executive Director. UBRA is an entity to trust. UBRA is an entity that is looking out for you in whichever capacity that you're in, and all they want to do for you is to make sure that when you hang up your boots, when I hang up this jacket in retirement, UBRA wants me to live a fulfilled life, a life bereft of poverty, a life of joy and happiness. Let's trust UBRA, they're trustworthy. So I'd want to congratulate UBRA again, to wish UBRA a very merry celebration.
My name is Mubale Kavandamawa Mugalia. I am the country representative of Sanlam Investments East Africa Limited and the chairman of the Fund Managers Association of Uganda. I'd like to welcome everyone to the 10-year anniversary of UBRA's existence, and I wish UBRA and the team at UBRA the very best over the coming 10 years.
My name is Keith Kaliegira. I'm the CEO of the Capital Markets Authority. Congratulations, UBRA, for 10 years of good service to Ugandans and to the economy of this country. I look forward to working with you for another 10 years if I'm still in the CMA. However, we wish you well, and we look forward to seeing you doing a lot more in protecting pensioners' savings.
My name is Moses Bekabi. I'm a technical advisor in the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. I'm also a board member of UBRA. I would want to wish everyone, first of all, beginning with my board colleagues, to thank them for the work they've done and wish them well for the 10-year journey we've moved. The journey has been great, and thank you very much, and wish you all the best in the 10-year coming.
I'm Max Ochavi. I come from Toro District. I represent the people of West Budama North constituency in the 11th Parliament of the Republic of Uganda. And in the Parliament, I belong to the Finance Committee, where retirement benefits scheme is actually one of the areas that we consider. The idea of setting up the authority was mooted way back in the year 2003. At that time, I was in the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, particularly in the Department of Macroeconomic Policy Management. And one of the issues being addressed at that time was the low financial sector, the underdeveloped financial sector. And the thinking was that the issues pertaining to low savings in the country needed to be addressed. And so the idea of coming up with an authority to regulate the retirement benefits in the country came up, and the discussion started. Stakeholders were consulted, and finally, by an act of parliament, 2011, the authority was set up, particularly with section 2 of the act. So it was designed for mobilization, ultimately for mobilization of savings from the employment sector. It took a bit of time to come up with the authority. Actually, the act came up in 2011, as I said, but the actual operationalization took a lag of 1 year. So 2012, that's when it kicked off, but even then, the establishment was sluggish. By 2014, that's when it picked up. Now, I can comfortably say we have the authority in place. And in that direction, therefore, the operational achievement we can talk about is the amount, the volume of savings so far recorded, up to 19 trillion Ugandan shillings as we speak today. That is a huge achievement, right from about 4 trillion at the beginning of the setup of the institution. To me, that's a plus for the authority. And I wish and urge everybody to support the authority so that it continues with its mandate of supervising and regulating the retirement benefits in this country. To my mind, the process has actually not been very smooth. When an institution starts, there are usually challenges of establishment, coming up with the institutional framework, then the operational framework. So funding alone have been growing very, very slowly, to the extent that the human resource capacity of the authority is not to the expectation of an authority of this magnitude. And so you find that we still have the manpower gap in the organization, and as such, it calls for filling the gap. The other is the main financier of the authority is actually government, and with that, the limited resources we have in the country, allocation to other priority areas actually undermines the amount of money allocated to the authority. As such, the financing of the activities of the authority is undermined, as such, and to the extent that you still have deficits in the budget of the authority. If we assume a no-change scenario, I see the sky may not even be the limit for the authority. However, if the situation is tampered with and the progress of the institution, including the strategic direction, the strategic plan of the authority is compromised, then we are bound to lose the opportunity to mobilize resources for investment in the future. And so my thinking is that we need to support the institution, particularly Parliament of the Republic of Uganda needs to support resource mobilization for allocation to the authority so that the authority can continue with the widening the coverage. Much more so, we need to establish the micro pension scheme, which will take care of those who are not in formal employment and also who are not, by nature of the nature of their work, not participating in any pension scheme at all. If we can bring those on board, we shall mobilize adequate resources that can help even in investment in the economy. For me, I see light at the end of the tunnel. All we need to do is to support the authority. As an economist, and given the putting on the economic lens, we all know that the savings actually come from different sources of income, including wages and salaries. But also, we also get income from the products we produce. Sometimes we get transfers from government. Sometimes we get remittances from abroad. Now, all we need to do is to look at the supply side of the savings, ensure that we have institutional framework. And in this case, I call upon the government to consider an institution independent that can address labor policy issues as well as employment policy issues. I am Max Ochavi. I come from Toro District. I represent the people of West Budama North constituency in the 11th Parliament of the Republic of Uganda. And in the Parliament, I belong to the Finance Committee, where retirement benefits scheme is actually one of the areas that we consider.
Young people at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
we're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Remember Prince?
Yes.
My name is Emmanuel Mwaka. I work with ICLI on life assurance as the Chief Executive Officer. I also work with the asset management company in ICA as the Executive Director. UBRA is an entity to trust. UBRA is an entity that is looking out for you in whichever capacity that you're in, and all they want to do for you is to make sure that when you hang up your boots, when I hang up this jacket in retirement, UBRA wants me to live a fulfilled life, a life bereft of poverty, a life of joy and happiness. Let's trust UBRA, they're trustworthy. So I'd want to congratulate UBRA again, to wish UBRA a very merry celebration.
My name is Mubale Kavandamawa Mugalia. I am the country representative of Sanlam Investments East Africa Limited and the chairman of the Fund Managers Association of Uganda. I would like to welcome everyone to the 10-year anniversary of UBRA's existence, and I wish UBRA and the team at UBRA the very best over the coming 10 years.
My name is Keith Kaliegira. I'm the CEO of the Capital Markets Authority. Congratulations, UBRA, for 10 years of good service to Ugandans and to the economy of this country. I look forward to working with you for another 10 years if I'm still in the CMA. However, we wish you well, and we look forward to seeing you doing a lot more in protecting pensioners' savings.
My name is Moses Bekabi. I'm a technical advisor in the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. I'm also a board member of UBRA. I would want to wish everyone First of all, beginning with my board colleagues, to thank them for the work they've done and wish them well for the 10-year journey we've moved. The journey has been great, and thank you very much, and wish you all the best in the 10-year coming.